Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to Villarreal, Portugal for the 2023 1/8 IC Track European Championships. From EFRA, we are RC Racing TV, and we are proud to bring you this live coverage worldwide. And are we... Yeah, okay. Yeah, just making sure that we're bringing Nick in now. So, Nick, how you doing?
Good evening, and so not like where I'm in the world. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning,
yes,
good night,
you're in
good
the
day.
Philippines, of course. Yes,
that's right. Could be anywhere. Hello, Frank. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good. We're a bit dewy here. It's a bit close. It actually drizzled overnight very slightly on the track, but it's all dried up. I don't think we're going to have any rain, but we do have some dark clouds on the very horizon, so we'll be checking things. But cars are about to go on the track, and we're ready for some action.
Yeah, it's non-stop for the next about 4 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it is non-stop.
By the way, car number 4.
Espressos. Yes,
car number 4 on the screen right now. He needs to win.
Yes, exactly. That's our friend Carlos, who's fully liveried up, including his mechanic, with Red Bull. There she is.
Yes, but no, it's the RC Red V sticker.
Yes, I know. I said I love your Red Bull outfit. I love everything matching. Here's some RCTV stickers.
Well, that's it. It's today Carlos, tomorrow Max Verstappen. Should be no issue at all.
And if you notice the green car just behind the number 1, look behind the between the Jymar and the number 1. There's another RCTV sticker.
Ooh, you've been free and easy with those stickers, haven't you?
Well, I mean, they're here. They are physically present, and happy to hand them out and chat about them. Because that's how we get heroes.
We do. That's good. You can explain all about the heroes and all about the merch in many of the periods of time we were just watching cars doing very little. So how have you enjoyed the week then, Frank? I've not spoken to you since Thursday.
Yeah, the week has been pretty good, I must say. Pleasantly surprised by the presence of AC in the hotel room, and the racing has been pretty good as well. The weather has been great. We're mostly in the shade here, and I remembered my noise-canceling earbuds, so life is good. Trackside.
Oh, there we go. Well, if Frank's happy, the world's happy.
So we're trackside here at the European Championships once again in Villarreal. I haven't been to the hospital.
Not yet, but that's still definitely...
Well, I mean, there's still the whole day to come.
Yeah. No, it was the packing up. That was the key point. But, we've been referring to this hospital trip on many occasions, so don't worry, we will give you the entire story at some point today, so that's really stay tuned, everybody. You'll hear all about Frank's uninsured trip, because Frank, of course, is an American citizen, so he's not under any EU thing, even though when it happened, we were all in the EU. His uninsured trip. There he is. Hello, Frank. His uninsured trip to the hospital. Look at look, again... All that merch you've got. No merch for Nick so far. No merch for the man who founded the whole entire thing. That's it. Look at that.
And the back.
Purchase the merch.
Yes, on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel, or just go to rcracingtv.com.
And buy. Those clouds are very threatening to the left.
They do.
Is that just the camera making it look bad, or is it?
That's where the weather has been coming from. We did have some of that. Those were just coming. Well, it's completely hidden the hills that are back there. The very tops of the hills, as you might remember, they have windmills on top of them. So I'm not sure what direction that is, but as far as cardinal directions, but that is where the weather, as we call it, has been coming from during the week. So I need to make sure no one else stands next to this gentleman in the black shirt next to me. start to encroaching
Why
on
is
our
that?
space. Well, it's starting to
right.
starting to
You're
get close.
Right. I like this. You're doing what I do, and I'm doing. It's getting very, very territorial about you. You know. Well, I can't remember which is the event where I spent half it tapping on a window to avoid people standing in front of me.
Well, I remember
was
smashing,
banging on the window the whole
smashing
time.
the window in Bio-Delete, trying to get people to move out of the way.
Yeah.
Just trying to bring up the location here for the weather forecasts. And nowhere near that location. Anyway, we are mechanics are out on the grid. So this one very rapidly, 1/16 final B.
We appear to have two non-starters.
Oh,
who are both
number
from
10
Greece.
has just
So
come
one
out.
of the Greeks have gone home.
Number 10 has just come
well,
out.
Both the Evangelos Titomis
it's
and
spinner right off the
Konstantinos
line.
Simitis aren't there. But yeah, so 10 runners, 3 bump up.
Wow.
Oh,
Car 10 has a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for coming out on the grid late.
A bit severe.
So he's running, but he's got 10. So 2 is just past us in the lead to complete the first lap. And our Red Bull RC Racing TV friend, followed by our number 1 with the green body shell, is in 3rd place.
Whoa. So that's Francesco Cardona Vidal. One of the great things about
Spanish names?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just having a quick conversation with James. Yeah, Spanish names, because I never know when they go in whether it's, because we would call Francisco Smith, wouldn't we? But then they have like 2 surnames, both the parents, James and Smith. I don't know whether it's it's the first one that's the one which we would normally use, or the second one.
Yeah, I was having
think
this
it's the first
conversation.
one.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with myself yesterday as well, and confusingly, Ialesi's son is Luca Ialesi Valentin, but his listed.
Right.
I actually asked Ialesi himself, Daniele. I said, "Okay, your son's name. How do we say it?" He said, "Just Luca Valentin."
Oh, right,
okay.
Well,
Very confusingly, on Luca's hat it says L. Ialesi. So it's like, all right, pick a lane.
Yeah, that's just. Yeah, that's not fair. You can't just confuse people like this. It's just not on. I always think I think it's the first one, because I know that Robert Battle Sanchez, so it must be the first one then that is the one which is normally used. The second one's like a kind of a flourishing accoutrement of surnames.
It could be. It's just depending on the family tradition, the individual family's tradition. That they just when they come of age, they pick the name. I don't know, but I didn't know it's also a thing in Italian culture as well.
So anyway, Francesco Vidal Cardona, be it Francesco Cardona or Francesco Vidal, he's leading. He's got a lead of about 5 seconds. Frank, can you tell Matt to turn the timing to gaps rather than absolute?
Okay, yeah, he's on it.
And then we got a second Spaniard, Jose Angel Gutierrez Bo. So he's got 4 names. He's really beginning to show off, basically.
I'll tell you about him. First of all, the name is pronounced Boa, and he owns a Moto 3 racing team in MotoGP.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that does make him suddenly massively more interesting.
Exactly. We've already spoken to him, we as in I, and he's happy to come on the stream and talk about it. His rider is David Munoz, who is not a slow racer at all.
Well, none of the Moto3 races are slow. They are all absolutely insane,
yes,
but not slow.
Brainless 16-year-olds on motorcycles racing each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're not brainless. They're just too young to know fear. It's a very
different
thing.
I mean, in the sense that they actually describe it as we take the brain out. and go racing.
Yeah.
That's how they describe it themselves. So.
Well, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds. What do they know about life? Oh, look, I appear to be in a hospital bed in track. Oh, is that the first pit stop or a problem for car 4, our leader?
I think it'll be the first pit stop because it's a 20-minute race. So it's they're looking at about 4-minute run times on per tank. So should we drop? Let's see where our 4 and 12. Let's see where they are on track. I mean, I will try to spot them and see if they are in a battle. So the number 4 Red Bull RC Racing TV friend, he's basically on his own in 3rd place. Gutierrez. And so we're on the number 1 car, I believe, our blue finger friend. So we need to move to the Red Bull car, I think, who we were following, and that's our 3rd place position. Number 7 car has just dropped out with a bad clutch. So Gutierrez coming down the pit straight into what I call the hairpin because there's not really a hairpin on this track. Another dead car out on the track. What's that? Oh, the number 10 and 8 knocked out. 10 has flamed out. See who that is. Coelho. Not related to Bruno, we think. We're pretty sure.
Very common name.
So let's see if we can find the car 12 of Cyber. Don't move to him, Jude. I'm just going to look for him on track. Okay, he's about a half a lap. Oh, actually, he's about to be lapped by the car that we're on, our Red Bull friend, Gutierrez. And Cyber's just coming to the pits, so going to go a lap down. So it's 3rd place lapping 4th place. So Gutierrez in a very secure position at the moment to bump up. So maybe we can move to our leader, car 6, give him some love. Because he's, sorry, he's just aided the number 2 car to come off. So the red car coming down pit straight now is our leader of Corbalon. And he's just going on the main straight. Number 2 is just flamed out on track. So we have some. Oh, are they going to move up as they? Just looking at the timing. So Corbalon, our leader in the 2. Number 4 is 2nd place.
No, there's a slight mismatch on the timing bar at the moment. Actually, leading it's still.
We're
Cardona.
We're
the numbers on the numbers on the left are correct. So it's 1, 2, 3. They're just in the wrong order at the moment. I'm sure it'll get sorted out in a second.
Oh, so our Red Bull friend is
still leading.
Actually leading. Oh, so yeah. So we've had a huge amount of attrition in this one already. We started with 12. We were supposed to start with 12.
We had 10, and we're down to 6. Well, that's 7 actually running. This isn't a massive surprise for the first final, in fairness. I was pleased with 12, because sometimes you have those first finals when 3 bump up out of 4.
Yeah.
By the second lap, 2 have broken down.
So nearly halfway gone in this one. 20-minute final, so roughly every 4 minutes, our leader, Gutierrez, in the Red Bull car, coming in to refuel. And he's back out again in absolutely clear air.
It's very, very definitely number 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Oh, sorry, number 1, 2, 7, 10, 5, and 9 are not working. So Carlos Sanchez Oliveira is out, Edward Delac's out, Gianluca Delicio's out, Cristiano Carrillo's out, and Evangelos Titomis and Konstantinos Sarasakis didn't start. So 3 out of these 6 are bumping up.
We spoke with Eduardo yesterday and learned all about him. He was
Delac.
yes, our Brazilian friend who races under the Swiss flag.
Ah, yes.
He actually lives in Italy. And he
Obviously,
petitioned,
yes.
well, not petitioned, but he asked to register with AMSCI, the Italian RC Federation, the equivalent to the BRCA or ROAR or DMC or whatever. And they were actually full, they said. But they helped him talk to the Swiss Federation, and so that's why he's been running under the Swiss flag. And then, so this year, the AMSCI has space for him in their books. I don't know how that works, but anyway. And he said, no, let's not change anything. I'll just stay under the Swiss Federation. So that's why he's still racing as a Swiss, but he's actually Brazilian living in Italy.
Well, a friend of mine, a guy called Patrick Bandera, who actually works, I'm not sure he still works, so he did work for the Aston Martin WEC team. He's Brazilian, but he's raced 12th at the Euros for the UK. He's lived here for a number of years.
Yeah, I'd imagine it'd be the same thing if I for one very short moment, I was a BRCA member because I thought I'd do some racing. So I joined the team. Ooh!
Oof. Oh, right.
Yeah,
that was
a close moment there. He could have gone flying, but some swift braking action kept him on the AstroTurf. But yeah, I'd imagine it'd be the same thing as if I, as an American, just joined the BRCA, which, like I said, I had done, and just decided to go to a few EFRA races. Pretty similar thing.
Okay, what is the only championship, EFRA championship, where people race under their own country's name, despite it not being a European country?
EFRA champion, as in the category.
Yeah, which EFRA European Championship has people from outside Europe racing for that, actually not under a flag of convenience, but under their own flag?
Oh, I think this will be large-scale off-road.
You're right. There we go. Large-scale off-road.
Which segues very nicely to next week.
Isn't a world champ.
Yeah.
Because there isn't a world championship in it, so they've kind of said, no, it's okay, because a couple of Australians came over, and a Canadian as well.
Yeah.
Have done the event, and they're just trying to, spread the love. I think it's quite nice.
Yeah, and you can watch some of that love get spread next week on RC Racing TV and EFRA coverage of the large-scale off-road Euros from Starek in the Czech Republic, where we'll be from, I think, Wednesday, but live, I think, from Thursday.
Yes, it's always good fun, the large-scale off-road.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I just wish they would sort out.
They can look a bit.
I just wish they would sort out the refueling, so that they can race 45 minutes or an hour. But I know it's a thing.
Needs to be a bit different.
It's a very safe thing.
Yeah,
but,
but also you got a fantastic finish last year because of that. When
Pecco
ran out on the last lap,
Yeah.
Adds
Lots
extra
of drama.
intrigue.
So Gutierrez has come into pit once again, our number 4 Red Bull racer. So running. There we go. So he is still in the lead. No. Vidal is our number 4. Where's our number 3 car? So our leader is actually coming up on the Red Bull car of Vidal. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, our timing system is just getting sorted out. So it's the names and positions.
It's working. It's working on my screen.
It's working now. But I'm just trying to find who we're. So Vidal, the Red Bull car, is who we have been following for quite a while. Is our leader. Gutierrez in the 3 is the bright orange, who is directly behind him. That is a battle, actually.
1, 2, and 3 all together.
Yeah.
That's 1, 2, 3, but they are all bumping up, so...
Yes, okay, so Cyber, they're actually coming up on Cyber to put him a lap down, so there is no battle for third.
I'd like to build the jeopardy up, but 1, 2, and 3, who are beautifully together for an action-packed race. Unfortunately, the person who is in 4th, they could fight for the bump up, is 3 laps behind.
Yeah. So it looks like they're holding place. Like, they're just like sort of have a unspoken agreement to we're not going to push because we'll just end up, one of us will break or flame out or whatever. And we'll just hold position, basically. Cyber looks like I think he's pitted. Yes, he's in the pits at the moment. So this is 1 and 2. And Nick, you'll love this. I know you're a fan of gray cars. We had one of the heats. I'm not a fan of gray cars, and I made that very, very clear.
Neither am I. I like real cars that are grey.
Yes,
not
but you have a grey car. Or you had one.
No. Between us, the wife and I, we have 3 grey cars.
Oh, dear. Well.
So my Audi's grey, her Merc's grey, and obviously the TR4A's grey. And also, Ashes, who obviously was working for RCTV last week and is my stepson, his car, which is in our Bath, is grey. So there we are.
So we've just had a swap for the lead. Just a mistake by our leader in the Red Bull car, but nothing major. And then, a swap again as the new leader went into pit. But yes, we had a heat of cars that had 3 gray cars. So you imagine how easy that will be to find on an overcast day like it is at the moment. And then 2 white cars. So half the field was just blobs of
why
color.
would you have a grey car on... Why would you have a grey car on grey tarmac?
Not even like Dario Balestre. He likes grey, but he has a white and a fadey color, and then the grey. So it's like half grey. These were all grey cars, like completely grey, all in the same heat. So our leader's coming down the straight. Whoa! So our leader's coming down the straight. Whoa! Very, very tight. Cyber trying to get a lap back in that Tiffany green car. He has gotten his lap back. Where does this turn of speed come from? From the number 12.
He needs to go a lot quicker.
Yes.
He's got 3 minutes to make up 3 laps.
Well, he's done his final pit stop, so I don't know. Where does the speed come from? He's actually gapping them. There's no way he's going to make up that time.
Yeah. So Vidal just giving up there to Corblanc, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe just playing it super, super safe. Maybe he feels something with the throttle or something, braking or some issue.
No, obviously
been running for nearly 20 minutes now.
Foam tyres have worn down, so maybe it's not handling quite as well now on smaller tyres.
Could be, yes. Yes, I always forget that in the foam tire classes. He's taking it very ginger around that final corner coming off the main straight.
Well, he might have chunked a tyre, but something else you can also do with foam tyres.
There is that.
We saw him a couple of times running over the curbs.
Yeah, and he definitely did do that several laps ago. So he could have chunked the tire, which, if you're unaware, any of our viewers, means that one of the tires on at one corner of the car is just completely out of balance now, running at 80 miles an hour down the main straight.
Because these tyres are not pneumatic and they're not rubber, they are foam, and it's a hard foam. So you think about it, so you can actually if you think about it, basically, they started off as pipe lagging. That's what they use, old-fashioned pipe lagging.
Yeah.
And obviously it's moved on an awful lot since then. But, you can just tear a hole out of them. Obviously, they don't lose pressure, but it just means that, for 90% of the rotation, they're fine. Then for 10% of the rotation, they've got a big hole in them, which unbalances the tyre, as Frank says, and also just means the car gets very unpredictable. Doesn't necessarily, if you can hang on to it, reduce your overall lap time by that much. But obviously, we're at the more clubman end of this scale at the moment, so that will feel bad. And also, he's got a 3-lap cushion, so he doesn't need to push it.
Very true, very true. And as we saw in this race, it doesn't really matter if you finish, in the bump-up position, whether you start 9th or 8th or 10th. It's because anything can happen to the cars ahead of you.
Yeah, it's not like a electric heat where you are on the grid's really, really important. It's there's so much going to go on in 20 minutes that, whether you start 1st or 10th, it doesn't really make a blind bit of difference. As you get further up the scale and towards the semi-finals and finals, it does make a difference again.
Yeah.
Because they know what they're doing. I mean, the key reason that these 3 guys have bumped up, or will bump up, is basically reliability. They've driven well, and they've done the 20 minutes, and as it comes to an end now, and that's why they'll bump up, because they've come in within half a lap of each other. That's Jose Angel Gutierrez, this is Boa, you said, and then Javier Cobra Montserrat and Francesco Vidal Cardona. They've bumped up because they ran 20 minutes at a good pace, but they ran 20 minutes. The second place is Marcus Sieber.
Oh, the number 6, just running out of fuel and creeping across the line. Actually got a round of applause from the observers around us. He ran out of fuel literally 1 meter over the line.
There's your results. This is where you read results out, Frank.
Oh, yes, of course. Gutierrez, Corbalon, and Vidal are bump-up racers. So here's where it gets... I just saw Elasi's name up there, but... okay, anyway, so this is the 1/16th A final. So one name to note that is not going to be running is Timu Lino. He's had a stomach bug all week long. He hasn't flown home yet, but he's basically ensconced in his hotel room, just basically recovering from whatever it is that he came to the track with.
Poor old bloke.
He was not in a good state.
Weirdly, that happened to him when Darren Bloomfield won in Austria at...
Fairing?
Yeah, at Fairing. Our favourite pizza restaurant in Fairing, Timu got a stomach bug there and had to skip the rest of the event as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Yulis was telling me he does not have good luck with coming to these events.
Well, didn't have good digestion by the sound of it. So the timing is put up the A final rather than the next heat. That's useful. But this is not who's going out.
Mr. Elasi there on the screen. Shouting the odds for a change. I believe we may have a new timing graphic after the 16A, which may show us the bump ups. But I don't like to talk about things until we've done them. But then I just did go and talk about it. So
you did the thing that you told me I shouldn't do.
I told Frank not to do that, and now I've done it.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to congratulate the RCTV team, because I'm just a satellite here, so I'd like to congratulate you on coming on air properly and not falling on air. So well done, and completely against the ethos of the entire channel, to be honest.
It's probably the first time this season.
we do like to have we do like to have the. Are we on? Are we live? Oh, we are live. Hello and welcome to such and such.
Yeah, it's not as good as the pep talk I gave everyone in Italy. So there we go.
Yes, there was something we should do to it.
I think we have a 10-minute technical timeout. Our race referee there.
You can't have those in 16th.
Our race referee on screen has just told these racers, the mechanics, to cut the engines. So I think we have a 10-minute timeout.
I think they got a timing problem.
Just ask Mr. Pineda what's going on. So Frank's going to check out with race director. Bit of a shrug. Julie wants to do something. So Julie's obviously now the chairperson of this class. We had PAF, Mr. Profundi. And there's Julie walking past the window, looking very busy.
Official.
Hi, Julie. Oh, hang on. Update.
It's exciting, isn't it? Live updates.
Oh.
Yes, I think it may well be an issue.
So there you go.
What's the situation?
I didn't realise my fader was down. Familiar viewers of events at this track will know that the starting grid is on the back straight. Usually, the numbers are on the fence down the back.
Should we get a view of that on the main
Maybe
camera?
Duke can angle just
it.
to show us the. Here we go. So this is where the starting straight usually is. Where those numbers are 1, 2, 3, etc., etc. So they get a nice, clean start.
And it goes all the way to 12.
It goes all the way around that corner.
Yeah.
So, but what's happened this morning is the race director has moved the start to right in front of the driver's stand, which we're now looking at here.
Right. And I would assume this makes it quicker for the mechanics to get out onto the starting grid and then come back from the starting grid.
Most of the time when things like this happen, it's due to a safety issue. It's not just because the race director woke up this morning and thought, I know, let's move the starting grid. Probably there's a previous instance where mechanics haven't been able to get back from the starting grid in time to not hamper the cars when they come around the track. There'll be a reason. But anyway, there's a 15-minute delay because the drivers aren't happy with that position of starting.
And they're doing a team manager meeting.
So there's a team manager meeting. We love a team manager meeting.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
We need to get a timing graphic that just says team manager meeting.
Yeah.
And we need to get cameras in the team manager meeting rooms.
Maybe
sometimes
without
it's more
microphones.
interesting what happens in the team manager meeting than what happens on track. But
well,
there you
I
go.
remember that Guppy said that Matt Guppy said it was a very vitriol-riven team manager meeting in the Netherlands for the 1/10 off-road, which he sneaked into. They wished he could get out of.
You, from what we're told, you haven't been to a team managers meeting if you haven't been at the GT8 this year. Apparently that was fireworks and a half.
Yes.
With a particular referee with ideas above his station. But anyway, we won't dwell on that. It was yeah.
Do I know the referee?
Very well, yes.
Yeah, we all know.
Oh, do I? Really?
Jesus Christ, you know that.
Oh, yeah, those referees, absolutely, yeah. Oh, those referees.
Anyway, I'm going to make a team managers meeting graphic.
Yeah. I'll see if we
yes,
can
of course,
grab someone to talk to, maybe?
Go for it, yeah.
I'll talk about myself, shall I?
Go for it.
Of course, when they've started that back straight, of course, it's not a problem for the large scale because the large scale can sit on the line because they've got a clutch. These things have to be put down, dropped. I must admit, I don't know why. I'll have to check back the video. I thought when they did the 1/10 here, 1/10 ice here, they also started in the front straight as well. Because there's no way a mechanic can get back in the 2.5 seconds it takes these 70-mile-an-hour missiles to go around those two corners. So they're going to have all the mechanics are going to have to do the green cross code to get across the blooming track. It's like,
well, you know, they could potentially put a zebra crossing.
Very good. Yeah, you need that. Yeah, that graphic needs to be on the in the situation. Absolutely in the bank.
Yeah, I amended one because I put the time when we were going to be back at 10 scale buggy, and then eventually I just amended it to back soon-ish, hopefully, just because I was just tired of letting people down.
Yeah, rather than team manager meeting, guess what? Team manager meeting.
Oh dear, that's how it goes. Yeah, we could do a quick interview, but I don't want to just hear somebody moaning. This is the thing. Who's going to be nice and? What about our friend from the moto?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. But he is actually meant to be in the race.
Oh, is he? He's not marshalling. He's in this race.
He's
just been out.
No. He was in the last race.
Yeah, so let's get him on.
So he's marshalling then.
He was the car 3. So he's bumping up. So he's happy.
And there he is.
Yes. Okay. I'll bring him in.
Okay.
He's probably working.
Just a moment.
Yeah, he might be working, so maybe he wants to talk after. But you ask him. We'll see. Maybe he'll have people that do that for him. He might have people that do working for him. We don't know.
He might put his mechanics to the Moto3 team.
Indeed. So, are we karting on the channel today, Nick? Is that also live?
No, we're karting tomorrow. No, because I committed to my love for the for Villarreal, but not being able to go there because it is karting this weekend. We did some setup on karting yesterday. There's some pre-records being done, but we're live all day tomorrow. So if you want your motorsport fix a scale bigger tomorrow, it's Karting Live TV. We'll be stealing the RCTV channel again.
Right,
that's where it's being on Karting Live TV channel. Oh, go on.
Interview coming.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the graphic? Or do you want to... Okay, sorry. Yeah, we've got a little treat for our MotoGP racing fans. Jose Angel Gutierrez Boe. Did I get it all correct?
Exactly. Correct.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and so it came to our attention, very interestingly, because I'm a huge MotoGP racing fan. I mean, not just MotoGP. I watch Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP. Always, every weekend. I watch the qualifying when I have time. But you are a Moto3 team owner.
Exactly, yeah. I'm managing the Moto3 Boe Motorsports team with David Munoz and Ana Carrasco. We are currently racing the World Championship. So
that's amazing. And Ana Carrasco, she's been racing in and out of the Moto3 for a little while.
Yes.
I remember. I can't remember. It was several years ago that she was the very first female racer.
World champion. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was in Super Sport 300.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then she came into Moto3, and she was she was one of the very first. And now we have another. There's one of your competitors, I suppose, is a woman-owned and woman-run team, and so there's more and more women coming into the motorsport world, MotoGP world, which is fantastic to see. And Munoz actually doing really, really well as well. So
yeah, he's astonishing.
Some very good prospects for him.
Yeah.
And so, what brings you? How I suppose we need to link RC somehow to this. So how does that connect for you? Obviously, you're racing. You've been racing for quite a while?
Yeah, I was a huge fan of RC since I was a child. I started like 30 years ago when I was a child, and yeah, I had lots of fun with RC, and when I have time, I try to go to some races or whatever. It doesn't matter what the scale or category.
Just anything that you could drive.
Exactly.
Perfect. And then, so how did that lead into did that lead into MotoGP for you, or the motorsport, full-size motorsport world for you?
Well, I was racing in Mountain Bike World Cup Championship, and also I was racing motocross, and after I was a personal trainer of MotoGP riders. And after that, I get the opportunity to have a team. I did it in 2014, together with Aleix Espargaró.
Okay.
Which is racing right now in Aprilia. I was training him like 15 years. We were
Wow.
working together with Paul Espargaró also. And after that, I did the team, and I'm here. My 10th year. This is my 10th season.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So that's how you get into full-size motorsports, kids.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic journey. Is Nick? I assume you're on the line as well still.
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So this is Nick Damon, who you might be familiar with from RC Racing.
Yeah, sorry
TV.
about that.
So, he's talking. Nick isn't here, but
I
he's
follow
talking
you.
to us. Okay. Good.
Good.
So
we mutual following. So I think obviously Frank alluded to it, but obviously Ana Carrasco, world champion in the 300. I can see it's raining there. That's added to the fun.
Yes.
300.
I was going to get to that, but yes.
World Super Sport. She's obviously had a few injuries. How is her season progressing this year?
Well, we have also David Muñoz and Ana.
I was going to come to him second.
Yeah. Ana is struggling a bit because he had an injury in the back and he's not completely recovered, so we are struggling a lot. With the Moto3 position, he's quite more aggressive for the back, and he's struggling with the pain, and always we have problems with the vision and everything, and headache, backache, and we have some troubles with that. But yeah, she's trying her best, and she's very professional and super good girl. And then David Muñoz is astonishing. He was second in his second race last year, and only 17 years old. He's the youngest rider in the World Championship, with 1 year less than all the others.
Wow.
And yeah, last race in Assen, he did pole position, and he was fighting for the win until the last lap. Finally, he finished 5th. But you know how it works with the Moto3 guys. They are crazy, and you can finish 1st or 7th.
Yeah. I actually like to, if I have the chance, obviously when we watch it live, we watch Moto3 too and GP, but ideally the best racing is always Moto3. So it's good to watch that last because it's so hyped up for it. But yeah, it's really good.
Sorry,
raining. Go ahead.
My question really is, it's one of the interesting things about the MotoGP ladder is how successful the Spanish riders have been. Why do you think Spanish riders have completely, numerically and also success-wise, sort of dominated over the past, ever since we said goodbye to the Americans at the end of the two-stroke era? But obviously Valentino's Italian, but it's been all Italian and Spanish, and mostly Spanish. Why is it the Spanish so good?
Yeah, the first thing I would say is that we have the best championship in Spain for the young riders. So you have full of races. The weather is always good in Spain, so it's sunny. We have a lot of tracks, a lot of schools, riding schools, and currently we have FIM World Championship, which is most of the races in Spain. But one, so it's easier for the Spanish to be involved and to develop better his riding, no?
Yeah, and we see lots of Casey Stoner famously, his family sold up everything and moved to Europe so that he could advance his career.
Right.
And we see I think it was I can't remember the name, but there's another current British rider that's basically done the same thing, and he's racing in the Spanish Championship.
Yeah, Scott Redding was also living in Spain.
Right.
I was training Scott Redding.
Okay. Looks like the team manager meeting is just finished, so we'll wait to see what the outcome is. It's always been fascinating for me to see. Like in America, a lot of people follow the college sports, like basketball and American football, and you see those sports stars basically go into professional sports like NFL and NBA, and it's basically, for me, it's the same thing to watch the Moto3, then Moto2, and MotoGP. That progression of the racers, and so what's Acosta going to do? What's Munoz going to do? That sort of thing as they move into the faster and faster bikes. So,
another thing I'd like to ask a question about is if you look at the ladder, Moto 3, 2, and the MotoGP. It's not always possible, is it, for riders to show in Moto 3 just because they're physically bigger? So sometimes a rider is more suited to Moto 2 or MotoGP. How do you manage that when you've got a young man or a young woman who's trying to move up the ladder, but they might not be quite physically right for the class? It's an interesting conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah, the very tall riders, yeah.
Yeah, this is a problem that every year is coming worse because the young riders, they are taller every year because they eat better.
You literally don't know how big they're going to be in a year.
They're bigger year after year. So, we have. The most important thing is not the height, is the weight, and also the width of the shoulders. If they are like narrow and they fit well in the fairing, this is good. But if they have the shoulders like very wide, or too wide, the wind is gonna stop them and it's gonna struggle a little bit more, and also the weight. But the size is not a big matter, a big problem.
Yeah, we see that same sort of issue in cycling and even the single car racing series where drivers, they need to be strong enough to muscle the bike back and forth, or move the steering wheel and neck muscles, stuff like that. But they have to keep their weight down as well,
Yes,
because
yes.
that's so important.
Well, for Moto3 it's not that important because it's a very light bike, which is 85 kilos. It's super light. And you can move it very well. You don't need to have strong muscles or something like that. If you remember Valentino Rossi, when he started in the World Championship, he was 1.72 m, 78, which is very tall. And he was thin, like he had no muscles. So, and his fit condition was not super good. He was allowed in Ibiza, enjoying the party.
So looking at Bo Motorsports, I mean, is it your dream to perhaps move up to Moto2, or are you happy being a Moto3 team, or do you want to become a big, conglomerate motorsports organisation?
Well, we are trying to do it because we have partners that they want us to move to Moto2 and even to MotoGP, but also the championship organizer, Dorna, he decides if you can move, and they give you the place to go there.
You have to prove. You have to show to them that you're strong enough.
Usually, if you are the world champion team, you can move to Moto2. Usually, it's like that, and they give you the spot to stay there. But first of all, you have to win, and that's why we are working hard with Muñoz to try to be world champions next year. So this is the main target for us. So we want to move.
So you've been in the paddock, the MotoGP paddock for 10 years. So how has it evolved? You started as a personal trainer, so obviously
I started
even
22 years.
22.
I
Sorry.
started as a personal trainer.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So even way back then, you started. Riders had personal trainers. What has evolved? I mean, is there in the paddock to expand the teams and make teams stronger? Because just for example, Schumacher famously, we went from Nigel Mansell, a large inner city man in Formula One, and then stick thin Michael Schumacher, who was super focused. And what sort of evolvement have you seen in MotoGP that's similar to that?
Yeah, we had a lot of development indeed. Yeah, because first, when 22 years ago, even before, they didn't train so much. They didn't put so many effort to be fit, and they didn't train in the week with the bike. Right now, everybody is very fit, training in the gym. They are very careful with the diet, and also they are training almost at least 3 or 4 days with the bike in the week. So before they go and directly from one race to the other. So everything has changed a lot. The managers, they have personal trainers, dietists, everything. Massage. They have their own physiotherapist in the race. Huge changes.
Oh, there are sports psychologists part of the thing as well now.
Also, yeah, they are working a lot. There's some riders that they don't like it. But
I can imagine if they're just used to bombing around on town streets, on their scooters or whatever, and then they go, oh no, you have to train. You have to do this. This is a 7-day-a-week job now for you. It's what's that like, managing that sort of, I'm a teenager and I'm just having fun on my bike, but I'm also fast, and now I've signed a contract with you.
Not easy to deal with these young riders. Even though with the families is even more difficult, because when they achieve some success in their careers too young, and the families, they are not used to this like success and everything. Some of them, they lose their minds sometimes because the money started to come. His son start to be famous, and they get a lot of attention from everybody, and to deal with that is not easy.
Yeah, and that almost requires another person, like a PR person or some
like a manager,
team manager,
like
or
manager.
a personal manager to say, okay,
manager,
look, you're gonna be approached by men, women, sponsor deals, people wanting you to sign contracts and everything, and you have to say no to 99% of it.
Exactly.
Otherwise, things go crazy.
And also they have to understand the world and understand how it works, and they have to learn how to talk with the media, with the sponsors.
And you're talking to potentially like 13 to 16-year-old teenagers that are just...
Yeah, well, they start with 16 years old in Moto2, they can start.
But I mean, if you're spotting someone in super sport and you go, this kid's quick, I'm gonna, bring them on the team and build them up as a sort of a youth rider, or whatever. I mean, like Lewis Hamilton famously started with McLaren, I think from age 12 or something like that, as karting. And so all the F1 teams are doing that now, all the big brands. And so I assume the same thing. What happens in Formula One tends to predate MotoGP by anywhere 5 to 10 years, something like that.
It's more or less the same. You try to catch them very young. I did it with David Munoz. I got him like 3 years ago. He was like 13, and you have to catch them there because otherwise other teams do it. That's it. So you have to try to be aware about the situation, which is the fastest rider and who of them has more potential to be faster. And you have to bet. You have to put them on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bet. It's a gamble.
Yeah, you have to bet.
So do you act as sort of your own team talent scout, or do you have people that obviously in a WhatsApp group, just sort of, hey, so and so kid is quick. He's just got 4th place. He's really quick, and he's got 3rd place now in the next race, and this and that. Is that kind of how the conversation goes? Just networking and finding people.
I have some people watching the young talents, and we talk about that, and we decide who is the rider that we're gonna get. And then nobody knows.
You hope.
Yes.
You train and hope, and
so many things can happen.
Yeah.
So.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So, I think we're going to be kicking off soon. Okay,
yeah, it's going to start.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll let you get back. We congratulations. Well, to get back to RC, congratulations on bumping up.
Thank you.
So we'll see you in the 1/8 B final. Is that right?
No, I'm in the 1/8.
Yes. Yeah, but
I
the
passed
B,
from
I think
16th to 18th.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. Congratulations on that. And we'll see you on the track, and we hope you're able to get into the quarters.
Thank you, and very good job.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon. Bye.
Good stuff there. So it's thank you very much.
How dry does the track have to be before they'll run on it?
That's an excellent question.
Because they don't like rain with these things and foam tyres.
No.
I'm not sure.
It is definitely
how long it'll be.
It's very damp and there's no wind. So I think we've got quite a rain delay.
Oh, we love a rain delay.
We had a very significant rain delay in Sicily. We had an even more significant rain delay in Gubbio last year, where we actually ran to an extra day. Well, that was for the World.
Yeah, don't tell me about that. That cost me a fortune. That rain delay cost me £1,100.
It was
not
a very
bitter,
nice.
of course.
I'll tell you, it's a very beautiful town to walk around after it's rained.
Terrific. Enjoy those £1,100 memories you have.
I'm glad you've had a good time.
Yeah. Thanks. I'll just go and beg on the streets. So obviously the pit lane's damp as anything. It's going to look damp because it's got a lot of oil, so the water's going to sit on the oil in the pit lane. But what's the track like? Okay,
so so Matt's just confirmed with us that it definitely is a rain delay, so we are going to have to, just log off and stay live, yeah? So we'll put a little graphic up and just say that we've got a rain delay, and we'll be back with some information. We'll try to put it on the screen or just shout it out when we have some extra information for everybody. All right. Hey, so yes, we still have a rain delay, but we bring some extra bonus coverage here. Friend of the program, Robert Peach.
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome. Welcome to Portugal, where it never rains, I was saying yesterday. And here we are. It did rain overnight, and it's just, we had a good amount of, I would say, drizzle. It was very light. So we did definitely have a rain delay. But we also had a little bit of a team manager meeting. It seems like the team managers have gotten their way, and we're going to be starting on the back straight now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why they figure out the starting positions like 5 minutes before the first final. I think they would have had a lot of time to figure out what is the best solution. So kind of funny that they start the first race in the super dusty positions for the first.
And we did see a car spin out just right off the start line as well.
Yeah.
In the 16th B.
Yeah.
So we're back to sort of position normal for the next race, and so rain delay. What is I guess to bring it to your perspective, what changes after a bit of a rain like this on the track for you?
To be honest, for the track, I don't think there is any change, because now we have like I don't know, a couple of finals, so the track will be there.
Yeah.
Same like yesterday.
Yeah.
And now the wind is pretty low. I think the wind is a way bigger issue than this light drizzle rain. I don't think there is any problem with that.
Okay. And obviously, there's at what point? I mean, do you know at what point that the race director is going to go? Okay, now it's dry enough. Do we wait for like some light gray spots to start appearing, showing that there's dry spots, or maybe a practice round, like an SOP round or something, just to help dry the track? Or
to be honest, I know
you have
I'm
as many questions as I do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the biggest problem now is the pit lane, because they have like a painted
that's true.
pit lane, and this will be like ice at this moment. So I think
the curbs as well are going to be extra dangerous.
I mean, the curbs you can deny, but the pit lane you have to go through. So this will be the biggest issue at the moment.
Yeah, there's no sort of like guardrail curbing that protects the outside, so you might have some.
Yeah, you can destroy the car easily there. So probably they wait until the pit lane is dry, and then they can start. Because with the asphalt, they can also race with the like intermediate tires, for example.
Okay, yeah.
Would be okay like that.
Do we have those here?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think a couple of people have it, yeah.
Okay, all right. Because last week we didn't have rain tires at the buggy Euro, so it was kind of a sticking point. But anyway, so what? Well, we know that you're. Where are you at? You're in number one in the semifinal. Semifinal A. So you got Salami, Greiner, Wiegerding. How do we say his name?
In German, it's called Weigerding.
Oh, okay. Well, that's handy, because I've been saying it wrong all week. Morone, Mac, Fernandez. Okay. So, do you see any potential issues with any of those racers? Salami was pretty strong yesterday.
Yeah, I think Mirko and Dominic will be fast. Also Marco was pretty fast in the last qualification round, I guess. He's finding his pace also with Mugen car.
I'm not familiar with him. I'm sure he's been at
he was
previous Euros. But
he was on 5 scale driver. He
okay.
He was third in the 5th scale worlds also on this track.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty
so
good.
he knows
pretty
it
good driver
from 2 different scales.
Yeah.
Not often that we see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, he changed the category completely now, and it's getting better and better.
Yeah, it's strange. There's not a lot of crossover. I mean, once you get into 5th scale, most of those. I think Genius is maybe the only brand that makes a 5th scale and they make a GT8 car. But yeah, there's no other. No, not Capricorn. But yeah, no,
No,
it's
no.
interesting. I'm a fan of the large scale touring cars.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been saying it to the stream, but I was in Groningen last week in the Netherlands,
in Netherlands
for the Euros there, and
Yeah.
good race.
But it was a rain race also, right?
It was wet. It was mixed conditions, which made it even extra tricky. So some drivers started on the full wet tires. Some drivers started on super soft or ultra soft slicks, and they were just first half of the race, they were just spinning, and it just didn't dry up enough for them early enough. That was Hessel Roskam famous. We were following him quite a bit, but then the other drivers, I think it was Dario won it, and I think he started on wets. And just persevered basically, and but it's
strategy winner.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of it's a bit of luck because you don't know when it's going to dry.
Like
you don't. But in this class, because it's foam tires, if it's wet, everyone's spinning.
Yeah, I mean it's not the problem for the tires. It's the problem for the oil coming from the engines. So if you have the water with the oil mixed together, it's like super slicky.
Just ice. It's even worse than just being wet.
Yeah.
So you're talking about intermediate tires. We don't have a set to show to us, but to show on screen. But that's they basically look like rain F1 tires, right?
No, it's a foam tire.
Okay.
But it's a super soft foam with like big.
Grooves?
It's not no grooves, but the density is way less than the normal foam tires.
Okay.
And with this, you can drive pretty well on this conditions.
Right. Okay. So is that as far as the rules of the European Championships go? Is anybody able to use? I mean, there's been a control tire, just so people are aware. There's been a control tire that everyone gets the same tire. There's no foam, no additive. And no heaters allowed, obviously. But with the intermediates, if it's declared a wet race, is anyone able to use whatever they want?
Well, if it is a wet race, you can use what you want.
Okay.
But, of course, without additive. Yeah.
Right. Okay. But
I mean, it's a gamble anyway.
Yeah.
If it is raining, you just need to have luck to find the best tire, and also for the engine. No flame out, and
how much does
I never liked it.
Now you see, I've got a little like a mini weather station here. It's 73% humidity. The lowest we've seen this week has been 37% humidity. Obviously, quite dry. 25 degrees at the moment, so it's a bit humid. How does that change the tuning of the engine?
Not too much.
Really?
No, I don't think so. You maybe. Yeah, slightly different, but no.
Okay, I always thought that the humidity and the temperature it makes a
won't
big
be
deal
any issue.
Okay.
No.
Maybe that's why I was always a slow nitro racer. I was like, no, it's raining.
In the end, you adjust the engine setup each day for the temperature, whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's only small changes.
Right. Okay.
Not big ones.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. We're still. I mean, there's been no track announcements yet. The organizers still. I think they finished painting the lines. New lines on the track. So.
I have to say something to you guys. Congratulations for all your media coverage. It's always amazing. I always watching.
Oh yeah, we really
and
appreciate that.
never somebody say something to you. You always come to us and say congratulations. But I want to say also to you, because it's really, really nice work you do.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you very much.
And also, I know the effort is huge that you have.
It is. I mean, Matt is, he's one of the lead men of Control and RCTV, and there is a lot of work and a lot of tech that goes into all this stuff, and so from my side, it's I'm just the one that sometimes appears on camera or moving camera or whatever, but there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and Matt and James and Nick and these guys have been involved with it for years, and.
You let the hobby looking professional. Really. Yeah.
Well, like I mean that's what we try to do, and we have we've been saying, we have this new thing for YouTube, become a RCTV hero where you can get some stickers and, talk in the chat and stuff like that. But it's, I've tried to say it's, we're helping RC, so these people are helping us help RC. And that, ideally what we like to see is racing bring in, new, even if it's just a basher driver or someone who just buys a Tamiya or a Nico toy car or something like that for the first time, or asks for it for Christmas or something. That's the ideal. That's how I got started. That's how everyone got started.
Yeah, of course.
And you hear about these drivers who go to, their parents took them for the first time to Donington or Brands Hatch or Silverstone or Nürburgring or whatever, and they go, ooh, I want to drive these or something. And even if they don't drive it or become a racing star, they're still somehow attached to motorsport or RC in our case. And it's always great.
When I get asked about what I'm doing, and I say, many people don't understand, and then I say, watch RC Racing TV, and then you will see what we are playing.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
So it's we appreciate it. We appreciate it, and it's been fantastic seeing you. I think there's one of our clips we show actually me interviewing you in Valencia. I think it was where you won. I don't know how many, which one of your European championships, but here we are again, and well, it used to be sunny.
Try again. Hopefully, we can do later the interview.
We have many of the drivers here, from pro down to these guys in the Spaniards that are pitted right next to us. We call them friends of the show. And we try not to pick favorites, and we want everybody to have a good race, and just we try not to go, oh, we really want so and so to win.
Yeah.
We just it's more like we just want so and so to have just a good race.
Yeah.
And it's a shame they flamed out, or it's a shame that someone crashed into them, or they hit someone on the straight or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's obviously sad when that happens, but when they win, it's great. It's great.
Yeah,
it's a Oop, yes. So you can see the Felix, one of the many workers here at the club, the Associo something Modelado Villarreal AMVR, spraying down the pit lane and just trying to get some of the standing water. There's not a lot of standing water. It's just everything is damp. So I'm not sure. I think we need more of one of those jet blower heaters that the NASCAR uses. The jet engine that's like drawing the track. But
but that's what I say. He now is trying to get the pit lane dry, and then they will start if the pit lane will.
Yeah. Is that that's just painted concrete, right?
Yeah.
I think it's not actually tarmac.
No, it's painted concrete.
And then I've been saying all week that I think this is one of the best equipped Nitro tracks that we've seen, because the only thing that they can maybe add is an off set of stairs. So there's an on set, that goes up, and another set at the other end that goes down, so the drivers just go one direction. We've seen that at some tracks. I can't remember which off the top of my head, but the way they have the mechanics on one side, and then they go around when they come off, and then there's a technical hut, and then they leave the cars, and that's it. And then you collect them later. I think it's a really, really good setup. But have you seen a better setup in your racing?
Overall facility?
Yeah,
or
just generally.
I mean, this one is really good, like you say. But I think there is a couple of tracks that is really, really good. I think also the World's track will be really nice.
Where's that
in
out?
Japan.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, the Infinity track.
They
of course, we're going to
huge,
expect some good racing there.
And also in Italy, sadly, Fiorano will be closed, I guess.
I've heard, actually. Yeah, I mean, we had a fantastic race there. I was lucky again to commentate on that last year. Loved Fiorano.
Yeah,
it's in the middle of Ferrari country. You
know?
You see Ferraris driving along like dodging potholes and stuff like that.
Everybody loved it.
Yeah, and but the track owner, I can't remember, Marco.
The father, Angelo, he passed away.
Yeah, and Marco,
and
I think it was.
Yeah, Marco is the son, and he's working in Ferrari. So
He
also
doesn't need the hassle of running a club.
yeah,
does
he has a family with
Yeah.
2 young children, I guess,
Yeah.
and he don't want to spend every weekend on the track, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
And
I have heard, though, positive news about that from some of our our large-scale racers that we were talking to last week. Or actually, the winner last year, Repetti, Eduardo. He was saying that there's possibly some of the club members, 2 or 3 or 4 of them, may be clubbing together.
Yeah.
We call that clubbing together, but putting together some money to buy the track and just buy the club outright, and so it can get restarted, which would be amazing because that's a really good track.
Would be really nice because, you meet so many people there.
Yeah.
Because everybody liked the track so much, and you have like the bistro area.
Yes.
Was
I was
nice
just thinking the one thing that this track is really kind of missing is a clubhouse, like a cafe at the end of one of the straights, and
then Fiorano was like open every day.
Yeah.
Also, people from outside came for drink a coffee or eat something, and this was like you felt like family there.
Yeah, it was really good, a really good track, and we do hope Fiorano comes back.
Yeah.
But we do have. These are just members of the general public. Some of these people that are in the grandstand behind us. Let me see if I can't reach the camera switching thing. But we've had 2 grandstands. They're basically, because we're next to the city football stadium, we're kind of on sort of city ground. And I believe it was probably city money that helped build this because it looks quite nice. But there's 2 grandstands. There's one grandstand on the back straight, and one grandstand sort of I guess in the final corner. And that one always gets filled up. There's a timing screen that people can see. There's speakers. Obviously, if anyone's speaking Portuguese as a track announcer, they can hear that. And just so they know what's going on, so they know who to cheer for. They can, and the timing screens have the country flag on them as well. So they go, "Oh, the Portuguese are yay!" It's a home country sort of thing. So it's just how it is.
It's nice. I also see in the square of the city, they have a huge banner.
There's a banner that says Campeonato or something like that with the equivalent in Portuguese, and it gives this date, and everyone knows where this is because off of the main roundabout that comes off the motorway is a tourism sign, a brown sign, which is very common in the UK and Europe, if you're unaware, that says, "Oh, here's a tourist location." And it says Pista Modelístico or something like that. And it's actually, there's a photo of it on the EFRA Facebook page, and it's you don't see that at many places. And I think that even the really, really nice tracks like Gubbio and Fiorano, I don't think they have that. I mean, I think the locals will go, that's a model car racing track or something like that. They'll know. But to bring members of the public in and go, we have weekly and maybe once a week during the week racing with these model cars, but this week we have a World Championships here or European Championships, and so we have just normal people showing up, popping into the cafe and getting some coffee and sitting there and waiting for the rain to stop, which has just started again. So
just restarted, unfortunately.
But we do have some blue sky appearing, but I can see some of the hills behind us now. So I think it's starting to, or it will hopefully start to shed.
Yeah.
But
confident it will stop.
yes. I'm very confident we'll stop. But the schedule at the moment, we were meant to be racing the 1/16A at 9:30 and finishing at about 4:15 with the final, because that was due to start at 3:30. There is no lunch break, so I'm not sure when we're going to have our lunch. So it looks like we'll be going on another hour or so at least. Beyond our normal time schedule.
It might be a late final today.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, luckily it's summertime, so the sun will be out for quite a while.
This won't be a problem.
But, well, I mean, the nice thing is that team managers got their way, and it's a bit of complaining and whatever, but it's sorted now, and
the yearly complaining.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of drama, off track and on track. But that's what extra coverage on stuff like this is for. All right, so No, it's still coming down. But it's just the lightest mist of drizzle.
It's like humidity.
Yeah.
So,
All right. So, all right. Well, I think we'll let you get back to your car. I mean, you didn't look super busy, so thank you very much for. But still, thank you very much for coming and talking with us.
No
and
problem.
We do appreciate it, and
me
wish
too.
you absolutely the best of luck in the finals.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Robert. Perfect. Thank you. Good stuff. So the rain is continuing to persist. There is blue sky, but the rain is still being blown onto the track from wherever the clouds are actually depositing it. So just all the leaf blowing that Felix was doing on the pit lane that we were seeing. Unfortunately, now just kind of rendered moot. So I think we'll log off for a bit, continue with our rain delay, and we'll be back very, very soon. So once again, we've got we'll have this to show in a moment, but we've got Nicola Morone, Mr. Lens Bodies himself, with us. There we are. So we asked him to bring his car. Yeah. So, and just to first of all, let's see what the body shells look like on these things.
Yeah.
So
this is my race body with some
some race modifications.
Yes.
Modifications from the track, I suppose. And it looks like you have some wearing there from the tire. Wow.
Yeah, because when the tires are big and you touch the crop,
right?
I use the body very that move lots on the car because I prefer, it's my personal thing.
Yeah.
I prefer this, so this touch a little bit on the body and the tires touch a little bit on the body and make this. But yes, anyway, this is my body from 5 days. Same body. Yes. And 2 times I touched the wall just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And maybe the fence.
Yeah. I do. So it's not too bad.
Oh, you need him. Oh, okay.
No. He asked me if I have rain tires with me. But to be honest, before coming here, I was looking the weather, and weather was fantastic. So I said, no need. Yeah. And then come here, rain tires. Perfect.
yeah, of course. So obviously we see a lot of scallops and channels and stuff like that. So, this is interesting here. So what is this? What is this? That's channeling the air over the serrated.
Exactly. Yeah, we tested in the wind tunnel, and we see that these make a small difference with more downforce here. Just create more downforce here, so to have just more stability. Because what we have with the bodies that we have now in the world is that they have a lot of steering, but the rear grip is not so stable.
Right.
So we try to have the more rear grip and less initial steering and more corner speed.
Okay.
So this is how our body works. So it's not like a super steering in first part of a corner. It's like more soft, in the first part of a corner, and then we have more rotation. It's more free in the corner. I think that when people test the body, ask me, but maybe I need more steering. Yes, for sure, you need more initial steering, but I think also you have to work on the car for the body. You cannot put the body on the car and say, it's fantastic. It's not possible, this. So just if you start to use the body, just use the body. Make the car for the body, and for sure in the end, when you test the other one, say, I don't like the other one because I have a lot of initial steering. So it's just some kind of it's different. So just different.
Yeah, there's a lot of personal preference that comes
Yes.
into race setup, and especially body choice and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We've seen some with little scallops on over the front wheels. That I imagine that's for more vortex creating.
right.
Yeah, all that sort of F1 sort of technical
Yeah.
sort of stuff. So obviously we've got some bumps here. That's for the shock towers.
Yes, it's for the shock towers.
And we've got this channel here that just directs air straight over
just
the.
go the air here,
Yeah.
and we wanted the air also go on the engine.
Yeah.
Because the engine in 8 scale road is the most important part. So we try to give more cooler as possible the engine, and this is not good for the aerodynamic for sure. But in 8 scale, you need to have a balance between aerodynamic and the engine. My first prototype of body was a little bit different on this. With engine was crazy good. On the end of the street, we got like 5 kilometers more compared to the other bodies that are on the market, but lose so much the rear. So this is just the right compromise between aerodynamic things and the engine effect.
Even the F1 cars have the cooling pods on the and the air intake over the driver's head. So they have to. That's a very important thing that everyone has the design around.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, what are these 5 holes behind? Is that for adjusting the carburetor?
No.
5
volts is just our identification.
Okay.
We make these on our all bodies.
Okay.
So 10 scale, 12 scale, all bodies has these 5. Yes, my engineer, his name is Fabio. He's a little bit crazy. Not a little bit. He's crazy, totally. And so he liked to make these and said, "Oh yes, up to you." It's not my choice. So.
So you mentioned you do 12 scale bodies at the 12th Euros in Eastbourne earlier this year. You were pitting across from Alexander Hagberg, who ended up taking back his championship using one of your bodies.
Yeah.
Are there any sort of parallels to what maybe applies here, applies to 12 scale, or what applies to 12 scale can be used in 8 scale also? Can you use any of the...
No.
Not really.
Not really. No, it's very totally different.
Yeah, so much higher speeds, and obviously you have the engine cooling to think about in this class.
This one is a mix of aerodynamic and the engine cooler. The 12 scale is like need the car free, because normally on 12 scale the car stuck a lot on the track, and not so much are not so free the car. So we worked a lot with Alex. Alex helped me a lot. And we work together from 10 years now. Before with tires, now with bodies. But with bodies, free. So if he finds something that works better, he use something different. And but at the moment, he's using in all races 12 scale bodies and also 10 scale body touring. So it's good. So this seems that work.
Is obviously fast.
Yes. So it's nice.
Yeah, that's good. So one of the developments, and I was describing, I think it was to yourself, but I was talking to someone else yesterday, saying that this is a very mature class. The cars look very, very similar underneath, but this here, the gurney flap, the adjustable gurney flap at the back, this is a new thing that I've noticed this year. Is maybe it was been around for a couple of years, but the serrations, the sawtooth at the back. Oh yeah, sorry. So it's. See if we can show that a bit better. There we go. Hopefully that you guys can see that on screen. But so you have a sawtooth in the middle sort of third of the gurney flap. So what does that do for
this? To be honest, is not made. Is not my. I don't know how to say. I not made this before.
Yeah.
Okay. Another company make this before.
Okay.
I tried, and for me it was good, and I made it for myself. I need to be clear with everyone. So I think it's...
You're not claiming it, I invented
no,
this.
No. This is made from another company.
Mm-hmm.
I tried on my body, and when I was home, and for me it was better, so I make by myself. This is made by ourselves. But this just create, I think, something that go inside the air, go here, and make more rear grip. So on this type of tracks, it's better because here we never had a good rear grip, so this help a lot. But normally in Italian condition, or if you go in US that you have a lot of grip, for sure this doesn't work. So just need the standard one, and it works better. We also made one wing that is not 90 degree, but is a 70 degree.
Okay.
And for the track like US with super high grip is way better.
Okay.
The car is more free in the corner.
And have you experimented with a full width serration or serrations just at
Yes.
either end?
Yes, we tried many things, and this is the more safety one.
Okay.
So
So if you want to try it, go from a straight to a sawtooth, this is the first one you would try. Okay.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. And just for those of you who are unaware, the gurney flap, named after Dan Gurney, an American, I think, IndyCar racer.
Okay.
And he added this wing, I think some people call it a duckbill wing, but we call it gurney flap.
Dan Gurney was a very famous F1 driver, not IndyCar.
Sorry. But yeah, he added that. He added it to his own car, and it just became the gurney flap. So can we spin it around so we can see the back end?
Yeah.
Because I like to show people. So I've noticed this on here, and also we have some body supports at the back.
This is body support.
And in the middle.
Also, yes, body support are back, in the middle, and in front. And this one in the back is different from all the others because we fix on the wing.
Okay.
So
that's smart, yeah. Instead of having it somewhere down here,
over here, because if you have here, this not flex, and so you can cut more here.
Okay.
And if you cut more here, you have more stability on the car.
Right. Okay.
So we made just for this, and this is our pre-cut version. This is my first pre-cut version for Infinity. At the moment, I only made for Infinity, and from September we are ready with all the other brands. And yes, because I bought the cut machine, and arrived me just 1 month ago, and I had to learn by myself. So very, very difficult because we make everything inside to our company. We not make nothing outside because I like to have the control of what.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, of everything, and maybe it's wrong, maybe no, I don't know. But I like to have the control over everything. I make the same with the tires. So we make everything inside of our company. Also the rubber, for example, for buggy tires, yes, we buy the raw material, of course. But the mixing, we make inside of our company. So I like to have the control. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe my dad always say me, Nico, it's too much. It's too much. You don't need to have the control of everything. But I like because it's not only my company that grow up with me. It's just my passion. So I want that when I go to the race, I don't want to have problems.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm able to do this, sometimes no. but we are here to work.
I can definitely vouch for your passion for RC because we've been to. We go to obviously to all the EFRA events, European Championship, World Championships, as many as we can. And I see you at every event.
Yes. Almost.
Raising, pitting next to Alex Hagberg, pitting next to Ulyss, so we see you quite a lot. And this is the first time I've had a good chat with you about your product. So it's really enlightening. And, RC nerds love to find out and see these things. And so it's really, really good.
Yeah, I started my company when I had 18 years old. So, and it was just something I didn't expect because I just said to my dad, okay, I want to do something. I went to university and I said to my dad, I want to do something, but then we had not the money to make all this. So we did, I don't know how to say, thanks to government, okay, we take some money. With the 50% was just for free, and the other 50% you have to give back.
Right.
And the first 3 years was not so easy, to be honest. I did second job in the night with the barman and disco, all these things, because I one employee that worked with me, so it was me and one employee that is still there. So in the night I went to the bar and they make the cocktail and these things for the people, get some money, and paid my employee, because the first, yes, for 3 years was not easy, but after 1 year and a half I stopped with this because the company started to grow up a little bit, and then now after 14 years we are here, and so that's it. It's just when people say me, oh, but because I live in south of Italy. South of Italy is like less companies, people who want to go in north of Italy. And I always
there's a lot of manufacturing.
Yes.
That's where
Yes.
Bologna and Fiorano. That's
Right.
where all the manufacturing is, sort of the heartland manufacturing capital of Italy.
Sometimes I go to the schools, to the high schools, to talk with the guys and say, okay, if you trust in your project, you don't have to leave the city, the region. You cannot have to go in the north of Italy or outside of Italy. If you trust in what you want to do, you don't have to leave. So because many people now go to school and then go to university north of Italy or go to university in UK. Many people from south of Italy. So I just say stay here and try to make something here because we need.
And also, I mean, you're from Napoli, so it's the best pizza in the world, isn't it?
Of course.
How can you leave?
This is 100% true.
Yeah.
Yes, Napoli right now is really. We have a lot of people that come in Napoli from all over the world, and this is nice. Last 5-6 years, it was crazy, really. Now you cannot walk in Napoli. A lot of tourists, and I love this. Yes, because people from outside see Napoli like, oh, Napoli is all the bad things, and no. Now is really, maybe 15 years ago, yes. But now, no. Nothing happens, and it's very, very nice. People enjoy when people come to my factory, and then we go together to Napoli. They want to stay 1-2 days more, or some others come with girlfriends, and so
make a holiday. Yeah,
yes.
To combine the business and the holiday.
Yeah, right.
So I think we're about to. We're very, very close to getting started with the 1/16th A, I believe. So, but just want to show the last thing. Possibly, maybe the most important thing, RCTV sticker on the side there. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much, Nicola Marone.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, and we'll see you on the track, and best of luck for your race.
Thank you. I already...
Races, I hope.
As I said yesterday, I already win, because I did direct semi-final after not driving from I don't know how many months. So for me, it's just... I already won, so I'm happy for this, and we'll see later. And maybe I bump up in the main. Oof.
Yeah, hopefully. All right.
I try to do my best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nicola.
Thank you.
All right, I'll get that off. All right, thank you. Good stuff from Nicola Marone, Mr. Lens Bodies and Hot Race himself. So as you can probably tell, we had some sunshine. We still have sunshine. The track is drying. The track is dry. Very, very few wet patches left, just only in the little dips of the crevices of the tarmac. And Felix is on the pit lane, still drying it because it is in shadow, but all the important bits on the track itself are dry. There's Felix walking on the pit lane. So
You there, Frank?
Yes, hello. Are you there?
Right. Yeah, I am there. I'm letting you talk. Now, I'm really going to have to take your term about Dan Gurney. Dan Gurney was one of the most famous racing drivers of all time. Now, yes, he did race in America, but he had a very successful F1 career. Do you not remember one of the most beautiful cars of all time, the Eagle?
Well,
he was responsible for the Eagle brand.
Yes, I remember that. But see, I'm more of a... That's the classics are kind of out of my purview. I'm not super familiar with the classics. I definitely appreciate them, but I'm not as knowledgeable as I am on some other areas of full-scale motorsport.
All I can say is...
I do apologize to all of America, the Gurney family, Dan himself, and anyone who's a fan
He doesn't.
classic.
Yeah, has a. I mean, in fairness, he has got a corner named after him at Sebring, but he's very
and
famous.
the gurney flap.
Well, the gurney flap is yes, obviously it's a technical innovation which obviously started. I think it may well actually have started in the States, but obviously gurney was concentrated most in the mid '60s and late '60s on F1. Very tall man.
He comes from that classic era of like Bruce McLaren and John Surtees when they were the driver, the engineer, the team owner, and they did all of that. And nowadays, that's just impossible. So it's really it's such a big industry now that you have to concentrate on one thing pretty much and one thing only.
Yeah.
So let's see. So we're just about a minute away from the actual official start. So just very quickly, our drivers in this one: Tomás Tony Forne from Spain, Hal Figueiredo from Portugal, Florian Luyer from Austria, Simon Burgoyne from France, Alberto Fernandez Vidal from Spain. 3 Portuguese racers. We've got Pinto Nuno Ferreira. I know we want to say Nino Punto because Nuno Pinto, but I think it's... Anyway, and then Duarte Faria, Raul Jorge Prata, and then from Spain we have Carlos Sanchez Lopez. Timu Linu is not actually running in the car 10. And then we have Angel Picon Manuel Angel Picon. And then Francesco Armano Rinaldi, and the last 2 racers from Spain. So they're out there for their, I think it's going to be a 3-minute warm-up. First cars out since the rain break, and there we are. There's our runners and riders in this one.
And the sun's out.
Yes. Track is dry.
So as you were saying earlier, Frank, those who've just joined us, Timu Lino, obviously, who actually won the European Championship last time it was here, 1/10 IC track, not feeling very well.
No, he's unfortunately holed up in his hotel room, just getting over whatever bug that he's got. I think it was Robert Peach was telling us that, or no, was it you? I can't remember who was telling. I can't remember who tells me things. Was saying that one of the previous European Championships he was at with us, pretty much the same thing happened. He just got sick and. Just kind of bad luck sometimes.
It certainly is. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be ill abroad. It's never nice. The worst time to be ill is on a plane, of course. That is the worst time to be ill.
Yeah.
Especially if you're ill in the lower regions. That's really bad.
Very much so.
It only happened to you once. It was a nightmare journey. So Hal Figueiredo in this one, the Portuguese off-road star. So how come he's decided to...
the number 1 car.
It was local,
crashed.
so he thought...
Forney crashed at the end of the straight. He's trying to get going again, but I think it's the whole rear suspension on the left end that's come off. He's in the pits. Sorry, he's at the far end from our camera though, so we're not going to get any detail from that.
Well, there's no 10-minute timeout, of course, before the semi-final, so if you break it, that's it.
Oh, okay. Is that the rule? Okay. I was worried that we might get some 10-minute delays in.
Well, that certainly has been the rule.
Okay.
You know, who knows how things have changed? You know, with all these team manager meetings, anything could have changed. But no, that is the rule normally. Otherwise, you'd never get the event off because there'd probably be a 10-minute time on every single heat.
Yeah.
You know, 10-minute timeouts would take 2 hours of the day. Now, back to Hal Figueiredo. Give me the story about Hal. How come Hal is there?
Yeah, he said he's raced this class, and I think he said 200mm touring car in the past, but many years ago. And this, we had a bit of an interesting chat because he said that there's absolutely nothing that transfers from 8th buggy to to this class, and he's just every session on track has been a learning experience for him. So, but he's having a good time generally.
Don't forget you corner these on the throttle. That's why.
Yeah.
In some ways they're more similar to RC motorcycles than anything else. Is you pitch them in and then you corner them on the throttle.
Yeah, we had a good chat. So if you have a chance after this race, obviously, and I don't think we're going to have any more rain delays, but after the finals coverage today, scroll through yesterday's coverage, and we had a good long chat with Hal.
Of course, his dad and he are the hosts at Barcelos. It's their own track there, which had the European 1/8 Buggy Championships last year.
So mechanics making their way out.
Oh, right, now it's there they're starting on. They've moved it again.
No.
It's not the grid hatchings we saw actually on the straight. It's now still on the side, but it's round the corner on the side.
Yeah.
Which is safer for the mechanics to get back again, in fairness. I assume they just thought it was too complicated coming off that straight into the infield kind of switchback. So they wanted to have a cleaner start, effectively, onto a straight. Yep, car one not there, Frank, so unfortunately Tony Fournet could not fix the damage he did in warm-up. 3 to bump, and away they go.
And I think it was the car 5 actually did a funny car flip. He's starting from the back end. So it's 2, 3, and 4 out in number order. They're already making a gap on the 5. Actually, we've got the 4 and the 5 together as they're coming onto the straight.
Cano lead Hal Figueiredo from Florian Loyer. Figueiredo in the Flory orange, in the spearmint green. I think you were calling it Tiffany green, weren't you, Frank? Because obviously you have a much richer life of jewellery. Is it?
Yes.
All right, okay. Yes. There we are.
I asked.
Isn't your wife a lucky woman if she knows that? You know. Oh, Tiffany green. Here comes Frank with the handbag. Oh no, more Tiffany for me. So hopefully Jerry's not listening to this broadcast, so she could be expecting you to come back laden with gifts.
Oh, hopefully not. Ooh, that's a very tight run there from the 4 trying to make a pass on the 3.
Simon Bergon, white into red in third. Figueiredo getting ahead. I kind of feel that Hal's got the experience. If he actually gets into the lead, I would think that he'd have no problem staying there. Because that ability to run those long buggy races, when you're not really scrapping and not really pushing, that's when you can just let the natural talent flow. It's when you have to try to go beyond 99% to 100. That's when the knowledge and the specificness of the individual classes really comes in.
Certainly, how
3 to bump, which is currently Figueiredo, Loyer and Burgoyne. It's Alberto Fernandez in 4th, and he is a couple of seconds out of the bump up at the moment, Frank.
Yeah, he's definitely. They've made a gap to that number 5 car. Ooh, and he's just spun coming across the line, so it's another couple of seconds he's going to lose there. So field is quite spread out. We have the 5 and the 11 come together to battle for 4th. So maybe the 11 might be able to come through. That's Picon, one of our many Spanish racers that are here.
Now, whilst it's almost 11 o'clock, remember this is only the second final, so we're probably going to expect quite a bit of attrition because this is the bottom final from the A section of the Christmas tree. We've had 3 non-starters. Timolino due to sickness, Tony Fournet due to crashing his car in warm-up, and the third one is Duarte Faria. No idea why he's not started. Could be any number of reasons, but we only end up, I think, with 4. And there's a car upside
Yeah,
down.
that's,
over
that's
at
the
far
11
end of
car
track.
who was challenging for 4th. Is now several positions down. Just been lapped by Figueiredo in that bright orange.
Yep. So they're going any 4 minutes on a tank. It'll be a 4-stop race. They'll stop at 4, 8, 12 and 16 minutes approximately. So many things can go wrong during the pit stop, so nothing's a foregone conclusion. I think in the first of these 16th finals we only got 5 home, didn't we, in the end? And the top 3 were 3 laps ahead of 4th and 5th. And there is a gap now of 6 seconds between 4th and 5th, Florian Neuer and Alberto Fernandez-Vidal. So, Frank, have you named bits of the track, or is it just the track?
I have sort of. Let's see who we're following. Okay, so this is the entrance onto the main straight, obviously. The main straight.
Excellent, well done.
Finish line. The S's.
Oh, you're just...
I call this the Omega, even though it's not really Omega shaped. And then we have the pit straight. And then this is the hairpin, because this is the only hairpin shaped thing. It's the only,
okay. All right,
you know,
it's it's a loose hairpin, should we say?
Yeah. This is the number 8 following the number 3. So the number 3 currently is in 3rd. Ooh, and
I think we got some fuel stops coming in. That's why
it's already.
So actually, what happened was the 3 was ahead of the 8, but
yeah,
it was just fuel time. So lap times around the 20-second mark, the 20-second mark in this group. So, someone's flamed. That's been limped across. We've lost one guy. Yeah, well, they'll go tumbling down in a second. We'll probably find out who it is. It's going to be Manuel Picon or Carlos Lopez Sanchez, because they're both missing. But you do get a bit of a missing tick when you fuel up normally. Yeah, it's Manuel Angel Picon, the 11 car who's flamed out. So hope they'll get him going again. $12 cars in the 16th finals. Moving on, there'll be 10 cars in all the rest of the finals, apart from the main final, which have 11 cars. As we have a last chance qualifier, which is new. I don't remember having that before.
Yeah, it's starting to make its appearance. Moving over, evolving as the classes evolve, coming over from off-road. Lance Champ's saloon.
Last chance. Yeah, I mean it's all going to be claimed. I think JQ kind of claims it's his idea, but obviously I think he just nicked it from motocross, to be honest. I think the last chance qualifiers I ever saw done were at the Neo.
Yes, that's where I first saw it in RC.
Yeah. So. Yeah. It has slowly spread out of off-road nitro into all sorts of things. I think there's last chances in large scale. That's a bit of an unfortunate move there at the Omega, which is not shaped like an Omega apparently.
Sorry, I stole the name from I believe it's Sachsenring, because they do have a proper Omega shaped turn. There.
I just thought it was a list of your high quality purchases, from Tiffany and Omega watches and everything else. What we're finding out is the secret spendthrift lifestyle of Frank McKinney.
Yeah.
I mean, there's many things I can accuse you of, Frank, but being a spendthrift is certainly not one of them. This is the 8 car with. I can't quite see the number.
Yes, it is.
White and orange. Jorge Prata, currently running round in 8th. So once again, unfortunately, we've got a massive gap between 3rd and 4th, is where the interest should normally be, and the gap currently is 24 seconds. That'll come down in a second, because it's a lap and a bit, actually. Yes, it's just they've come out. It's nearly a lap between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and they're unfortunately nowhere near each other on track.
Second stop made by Burgoyne there.
Howe is just clicking off consistent laps. And he's just gone into the pits, our leader.
More fuel.
There we go. There's Hal. Seems to have gone smoothly. No flameouts or anything like that. No dramas. I meant to ask actually if we should be expecting any. Most of the racers that are expected to be in the semi and the main final, they're expecting one full tire stop, so all 4 tires, and then another stop for the right side only.
Right.
So 2 tire stops. So I'm curious if anybody in the lower finals with these 20-minute races is going to do the same. At least just on the right side.
I suppose it's compared to a 45-minute final. Yeah, I think it's just not enough time to make the time back if you lose a few seconds there. So that's why we saw at the end the last year a couple of the cars not enjoying it towards the end. I think you probably just live with it because of course after the controversies in this class 7 or 8 years ago. And we'll gloss over what those controversies were. Tyres now, of course, are single supplier. They are all very carefully kept in plastic bags. They're all true to the same size to avoid any chance of additive being put on them. And obviously that takes away a bit of flexibility because obviously historically you just put, if you're going to start a main final, you put in much bigger tyres than you would normally. But that's not the case now. You have to run the same tyres the whole time. So therefore we have to think about tyre strategies. You can't run a harder compound in the final to run longer because it's the same compound the whole way through. So in a way, the unintended consequence of getting on top of the potential for people to abuse the tyre regulations is you actually kind of made the main finals more interesting.
Number 12 car has just crashed just in front of me. It's Armano.
Yeah, it looked like he's kind of
back
drunkenly
anyway,
recovering
though.
from the corner shot I saw, yeah.
Jude, if we go to the Omega now, we have one of the lap cars, but he's trying to hold off the number 5 and then the number 8. So these 3 cars kind of battling for position, but really shouldn't be. But he's been holding them up for quite a while. The 5 has just gotten past the 8. Is it coming across?
Yeah, I get the impression that he was suddenly someone else had noticed it, i.e. the referee, and asked him to move out the way.
Yeah,
because he just kind of suddenly went, all right, I'll stop on that corner and let you 2 pass me. This is 5th and 6th, is it? 5 and 8.
It is the 8 leading the 5, and they have just passed the 9.
Yeah, just swapped on my timing screen there. 8. Jorge Prata. 5 is Alberto Fernandez. Cars looking relatively balanced at the moment. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they're like in 7 or 8 minutes' time as they come to the bottom end of those foam tyres.
I think Figueiredo just pitted again because he was showing his black on the timing, but he's gone back to green.
That means he's not even getting 4 minutes. So he's got he'll have sort of 5th time, Frank. That means he's not even getting 4 minutes a tank if he's pitted again. They're very thirsty machines, these, aren't they? Running an absolute full. But when you think about the fuel tank size, I think the fuel tank size is the same size as an off-road buggy. So these off-road buggies can run 8 to 10 minutes.
The fuel tank, actually. Yeah.
It's 125cc. I'm pretty sure it's the same.
Right. Okay. When we first got here, Thilo Diekman was telling me that they were looking very carefully at the fuel usage of the track of the engines because they're basically on just the way these cars are designed. They have solid rear diffs and front one-ways, and like you were saying earlier, you're just on throttle all through the turns because that's just how you get maximum power down. So they're on throttle quite a lot. And actually, Silvio Hockler, you may notice he's not here, Nick, because he just thinks the track is too big for 1/8 scale. So these guys are on throttle probably 99% of the time around the lap, and it uses a lot of fuel. So they're expecting 4 to 420, maybe 430 if you're doing very well per tank.
No, I think they're getting that. Probably just a bit of safety. Yeah, they're basically pitting on 4, aren't they?
Yeah. We did see some racers actually flame out. Actually, we saw in the last final, we saw one of the top 3 bump up racers flame out just on the last corner and was able to coast through. And if he hadn't been able to make that final time across the timing loop, he would have started, or he would start one position back. So no big drama for him. But even in the relatively cooler conditions of today, cars are running out of fuel. Just to chance it.
Well, you get the final, and all your idea of like, oh no, I'll ease off at the straight, I'll do a lift and coast, because I need to make the 4 minutes. It goes out the window because you're racing. You're racing.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, and Tito used that exact term to, we hear it a lot in Formula One, lift and coast. So he was saying that they were trying that during the practice days, the lift and coast on the main straight, or at least at the very end. I'm not sure how much brake they actually use. I'd be curious to know, because they do have front one-ways, like I said, so that means only the rear end is braking. That if you smash the brakes, that just makes the car flip around. So I'm sure the braking is just very minimal.
Obviously, they're directly geared. I mean, they've got a clutch, but still, whilst the clutch is engaged, they are directly geared, so they will slow down on the compression of the engine. And they are four-wheel drive, so that will slow down. Actually, no, with the one-way it won't, will it? Actually, you're right. It's just slow the rears, so adds to the weirdness of the setup of these things.
Yeah, I tried driving one of these once and immediately broke the car. So I had to offer to pay. I think I had to buy the guy a drink because I didn't have a. Oh, here's another front control arm for you. Sorry. I was like, okay, sorry, never again.
Yeah. I had this impression it exploded a million pieces, but just a control arm.
Well, it's just a completely driving experience to someone used to electric four-wheel drive touring car.
Yeah. No, I've never driven these things. So the weirdest thing I drove was an RC bike. That's very different the way you pilot those. So we're with second place man, Florian Lawyer in the Tiffany handbag, Tiffany paper bag, isn't it?
Well, this is more of a cyan blue, really.
Well, you told me it was Tiffany a minute ago, so I'm not.
No,
there was no.
It was number 12 was the Tiffany green car, sort of the copper verdigris.
This is good. This again, just goes to prove that I don't know what mass-produced but supposedly important American jewellery looks like, whereas you do.
Well, see,
hang on, I've got a big tying in thing I've just thought of. Right now, what's the most famous film with the word Tiffany in the title?
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
And what breakfast did we hold here in 2019?
Breakfast of Champions, of course.
And where can you hear the Breakfast of Champions?
On the RC Racing TV podcast.
See what I did there? I've linked our output together.
Yes. It took many links, but there we go.
Hey, the more links, the better. I mean, what I liked was what I liked was for the background, Matt knew where I was going, but your total confusion was brilliant.
Yeah, I was because I had another story lined up about the Tiffany Green thing. But we can talk about that later.
You see.
But yeah, I did tell.
You got 3 minutes.
I did tell Hessel, who was in that particular one that we did. You guys did here at the Worlds
2019.
Yeah. As the 2003 World Champ, I did tell Hessel at the last week about that. So yeah, it was good to get to know Hessel a bit. We had a good chat with him and most of his family. His father Cor was there. His daughter Sana. And his son Tim, who was not very confident in his English at all, but I tried to encourage him to talk. But yeah, so we had a good chat about Team Roskam and the next generation of racers coming up. So his son is racing large scale in the National Series, and will be moving to Europe.
Here's another thing.
Soon.
My core Roskam story. Now I don't know if Matt remembers this.
Oh, the 2
Does he remember how core Roskam?
The 2 has just come off. The leader. Sorry, no.
What, figure 8? Where?
The 3 is just taking a wheel off. Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. All right, this is a big thing. Is he going to lose third? He's going to lose fourth place. He's got a lap. So he needs to be following the the green colour, whatever car it is. So that means you'd be on that green car.
He's coming into the
Jude.
pits now,
The
Jude.
Tiffany green car in the pits. Okay.
So the 6 is just coming around.
Oh, the word for that is he's mashed that. Oh, he's broken it. Right, so he's out. Right, so bang,
he's
that's
coming
the
off.
final bump up gone. That's Florian Lawyer out. So any second now, Nuno Fiera Pinto in the 6 car will go past.
He's just crossed the finish line now. He's coming through the S's and the kink and the sort of Omega.
He's got a reasonable lead over Jorge Prata. He's about, in absolute times, he's about 5 seconds ahead. So he's 5 seconds into the good in this final bump-up place. In the 16A, so he'll be in the 8th A, which hopefully will be going off in half an hour's time and won't be another delay for an argument or a rain shower. In fact, in fairness, the team manager's argument didn't cost any time at all, did it? Because it coincided with a rain shower. So
that was one of the, yeah,
I mean-
I mean, as far as team manager arguments with the officials go, that was the best one that I've seen so far this year.
So 42 seconds to go, and to no one's surprise, Hal Figueiredo, once he's made the start, is going to get this thing bumped up. That's just consistent driving experience. Not necessarily raw pace that's managed to do that. Simon Burgon, from France, he's looking to second, and Nuno Filipinto from Portugal. So it's Portugal 1 and 3 at the moment. Looks like he's going to inherit that place, which was given up by the Austrian Florian Lawyer when he had an accident or a failure and his front right wheel fell off.
So they're on their last lap now. Time has just expired. And I'm happy to report, as this race is finishing, and we have another set of bump-up racers that I can clearly see with very few clouds, very few wisps. The hills, the hillside behind the track, and blue sky, large amounts of blue sky are starting to appear.
Right, now I can continue my thought about core
Yes.
Roscam, and it's actually a question for Matt. Now, does Matt remember how and why core Roscam got us in trouble with an organiser?
It was at the. I want to say Dakar, but it wasn't Dakar. It was, what was it? What was that event called?
You're right, yeah, DAC 12.
DAC 12. There you go, nearly Dakar.
Ah,
DAC
one of the
12.
with the,
Yeah, in the horse stable. We were in a horse
stable, yes.
horse training
which
stable.
was famous for two of the most, apart from this, two of my most favourite thing ever happened. We had the small horse far away conversation.
Yes.
And we
yes.
had the big man going, why do you like RC? The smell and the noise! What more could you ask for?
But I remember.
We've been around.
What did he do that got us in trouble, though? I remember the conversation. I
made-
remember there was trouble. I can't remember what he was saying. Was it about an
made a
unlicensed
large-
body? Was it an unlicensed body?
He'd made a large scale version of the Peugeot LMP1 car.
Yes.
And we had some pictures of it, and we were going to show it as one of our features. And to the people who are paying for us to be there, Dutch will say, he's nothing to do with this, don't go anywhere near it, scrap it. And I think we actually scrapped it halfway through the video feature, it got pulled.
I was
But yeah, so that was
painfully
it.
editing that as well. I was
I know,
painfully
I know.
trying to make a work of art, and the rug was pulled from under my feet.
I know.
Meanwhile, I believe
There we
you
are.
were completely lovesick, texting your current wife now. I can't quite remember
That
if
would
the
be
timing's right on that.
yeah, it's right. Early 2012. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know 3 or 4 months. I'm still lovesick, by the way. She's still lovely.
Are you texting her as
So-
we speak? Not texting quite as much.
No,
now.
she's in the garden doing garden work. So I haven't got to. You see, if I'm just
Lovely.
doing remote comms, I can put her to work now. You see, it's completely different.
him inside and her outside.
Yeah, that's how it should be. But yes, it's after all these years, it's amazing how many. I think, of course, the DAC 12 is also why I can't go through the E-gates in Amsterdam.
Because you're driving bad.
Because I haven't paid a driving fine, a speeding fine. And they pulled me about 4 years afterwards. They pulled me, and when you've not paid that, and I still didn't know anything about it. But they said if ever I get pulled again, I've got to pay what was €170 back 6 years ago. So I'm thinking, better avoid that.
Well, there's. Did you say that was Amsterdam as well? Yes, that was Amsterdam.
Airport, Schiphol, yeah.
Schiphol, yeah. Well, our team coming back from Schiphol were delayed getting off their EasyJet flight last weekend due to the police storming the plane to arrest somebody.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Who was it? Was it Guppy?
But no, it wasn't nobody we know, thankfully. But you can get into trouble coming to and from Amsterdam for various reasons. I haven't told you about this, but we got in trouble for things we took into Amsterdam. I mean, you don't expect that, do you? But yeah.
No. What could you possibly take into Amsterdam that they wouldn't want?
Well, we'll discuss it off air, but a large amount of broadcast television equipment. So
really?
Yes. But anyway,
Oh God.
got a carnet now. So yeah, that cost a lot of money. Anyway, we're into the 1 to 8 finals.
So here, confusingly, Nick, happily, we've got, it's not Ielesi Luca Valentin, it's just Luca Valentin. So it's not Ielesi in the car one.
But it's his
But
young
it's the
son,
heir.
yeah?
It is the heir
This
to
is
the
the
LAC
son,
throne.
yes.
Yes.
So he's in the... He did a lot better last year, didn't he, in Valencia?
Yeah.
I think he was straight in the semis, or at least in the quarters.
Looks like we have Magnus Walker, of Porsche tuner fame, in the pits as well. I'm assuming, I say that only because I assume Nick knows who that is.
No idea at all. I'm not. I avoid
Magnus
being
Walker.
a Porsche fanboy. No.
All right, there's our runners and riders.
There's only so many. There's only so many things I can be expert in, and that is one of the Porsche tuners.
Well,
Go for it. Give me the run and ride it. Oh, you've lost it. Who's in this heat, Frank?
well, it's not a heat, Nick. It's a final. It's the 1/8 B final. We have Luca Valentin, which is labeled. He's labeled Ielasi. Mattia Colavo. They're both from Italy in the car too. Louis Christophe from France. Iker Saborit Coberlan from Spain. Luca Manganala from Italy. Jose Felix from Portugal. Nuno Alvaro Arcos in the car 7 from Spain. And our bump-up racers, who go by names.
Number 8 is Jose Angel Gutierrez Bo. Number 9 is Javier Corbalan Montserrat. And 10 is Francisco Villa Cardona. There we are.
Exactly.
Thought I'd help you out there because it wasn't on your piece of paper.
Well, it's not on the paper because I've only got the drivers who qualified directly in, but it is on the screen. So Corbalan and Vidal.
Yes. So are the people sitting in the stands locals or just racers?
Some of them will be racers. There are definitely some RC shirts, branding that you can see on them, but a good number of them are legitimately.
That old lady's a local, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Have they opened the beer tent
are
yet?
properly local people. This is the only track that does this.
I'll never forget in
more did.
2012. I'll never forget in 2012 before you went to hospital. We weren't expecting this at all, and they had way more than this. They had hundreds of people just kind of walked up the road, didn't they? And we went, we thought there was a football match on. And they came into here, and they opened the beer tent, and there was at least, I'm sure there were 400 to 500 people watching.
There were a lot of people. I mean, we are right next to the city stadium of Villarreal. There's even a T-shirt vendor who's like custom pressing mugs, water bottles, a drawstring backpack, those sorts of sports bags and T-shirts right next to the thing.
Yes, but the only T-shirts you need to get are RCTV merch T-shirts, which you can
find on
press
rcracingtv.com. And
the only merch you need to have
10% off your first order if you use RCTV10, I believe is the code. That'll be in the chat somewhere, in the live chat. So we have
and you get our unending love.
Another gaggle of spectators come out to slightly block my view of the pit lane, but it's okay.
Just bang on the window.
Well, I'm stood outside right next to them. And they are off. Horn is sounded. Everybody off in number order. No dramas off the start line for any of these guys. 2 and 3 very, very close together. Oh, and the 4 goes flying.
Ooh.
Bad bump off of the inside of the berm. Huge gap for the
So
number
coming
one
around the
car.
first lap.
Number
So,
5 car and 6
Luca
swapping
is
positions
leading.
for 4th position.
Yeah, it's waiting to settle down. Luca's leading, whatever his surname is. And then it's Louis Christophe, Matteo Calavo. So it's 1, 3, 2, then 5. Luca. No, it's 6 car of Jose Felix now in 4th.
Yeah, they are battling.
And all the cars have started, which is a change in the previous 2 races, and all of them are running in various levels of difference between them. Down the back straight, bright red and light pink. I think one of those is got no idea what car number those are.
That's our closest battle on track at the moment. Oh, and they're side by side, touching each other.
Careful about that. Who is it though?
Sorry, it's the 6 in the red, and the 5, number 5 is the pink car.
Okay.
And they're battling his bringing
So
up
that's-
the number 8 of
So
Gutierrez.
6 is Jose Felix, 5 is Luca Mengiela. Couple of seconds off the bump up these two. 2.5 seconds back from Collado Ido in third. There's a little minor error.
Second and third are
by,
also battling
Jose
very
Felix.
close now.
And the straight over timing and scoring. So the yellow and white is Louis Christophe, and the one can, famous Spanish painter beloved by so many track racing stars, is Matteo Calavo. A little stretch on the lead there, but they come into braking, eases right back.
Battle for 4th is cleared up with the number 5 breaking clear. It's Manganella.
In place there for second and third. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Calavo's looking for a clean pass because he realises that if he hasn't coming together with Louis Christophe, that's going to be bad news for both of them because they'll end up damaged and off the track. And these things are going so fast that any off-track incident has got a massive chance of resulting in car damage rather than just oops, oh dear, and get it back on the track again.
Both of them cutting it very close on the first berm after the finish line. They cut it too tight. The inside of the berm is angled in such a way that it'll just fling them up into the air. So a little mistake
I'd like to congratulate whoever's actually painted the curbs because they look great. The curbs look really good in this
and the paint isn't flaking off
it's
either.
Excellent painting. Well, that is a plus point, obviously. Leader now out by 3.5
Number
seconds.
6 is
they
just
come
flamed.
up to around the.
Jose Felix. Someone needs to retrieve that car immediately. So the 3 and the 2 now close together again. Both coming into the pits now. No drama.
That orange car went straight through, didn't he?
No, he was being set down.
He was restarted his flame back. Oh, right, okay. That's an optical illusion at this end. So they came into the pits, they've got their fuel, and they're exactly the same positions when they went out. The same gap. Just so you know, Matteo Calava's lap with the pit stop, Frank, was 0.1 of a second faster than Louis Christophe ahead of him. So he has gained a 0.1 second lead during advantage during the pit stop cycle.
Whoa! Slide there from the 3.
Tank slapper.
That's Calavo get past.
Now, for the third time, we've got a big distance between the third and the fourth. It's 1, 2, and 3 are covered by 2 seconds. Fourth is 6.5 seconds behind them. So we're having a real problem getting a bump up battle, aren't we, Frank?
Yeah. Oh, it's some good battling. Now I'm told, well, once they get to a certain distance from each other, because these cars are basically huge Venturi tunnels, they can't get too close because they start to actually lose downforce.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's obviously it's too short a distance to gain anything from slipstream.
Yeah.
So they actually have all the disadvantages of the aero following and none of the advantages. So they can't slipstream along the straight. This isn't enough time to make it any difference. But when they get the corner, they've got an issue where they've lost vast amounts of the pressure that should be helping them go around the corner. And these are ridiculously advanced machines, these things. I mean, it's
They are
amazing what they are. It really is about developing a concept into the nth degree. You kind of develop yourself into a corner, don't you, where you've got these things working so strangely. Side rear axle, a one-ways on the front, all about the aero, drifting around the corners. It's the fastest way to get a foam-tired car around the corner. But then you have all these other trade-offs, don't you? And they're, right on the edge of these 3 horsepower, 3.5cc engines.
It is a very RC specific sort of layout and design, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's always been said it's the F1 of RC, but it doesn't. If you think about F1 follows on from all the other single seaters. It just gets more grip, more power, and so they go faster. Whereas this is not like anything else. You can't go from electric touring cars to these and think, it's the same thing with more oomph. You can't even go from 1/10 IC touring cars to these because it's completely different. There's no similarity.
That's about the only thing that you can kind of sort of jump from, though, is the 200 mil touring cars. But they're in a way they're slightly, the chassis at least.
Yeah, you understand the engines. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 1/10 touring cars, if it's done, it's an interesting one. 1/10 IC touring cars. If you look at the European champions, tend to be dominated by the guys you see here. It tends to be you do both the Nitro events. But if you looked at world championships and everything else, it's often been the electric touring guys who've come over and done well on those individual big events when they've had time to put in their schedules. Hagberg's been a world champion, that sort of thing. And Meany V's been a world champion, and both those are much more known as electric touring car guys. So there is a kind of a crossover, but I think it's a crossover of the understanding of handling of a touring car against the understanding of how to run a Nitro engine. That's the individual advantage the two different teams get. But on this class, it's completely an outlier on its own.
Yeah.
So it's light pink against dark pink. Who's this, Frank, on screen?
Light pink and dark pink. That is, I believe that's going to be our number 0. No, he wasn't number 0. He's 5 and 7 as they're coming across in front of us.
So there's a car and a lap between them.
Yeah, I've been watching Valentin, young Luca. I don't know if his pace is slowing a bit, but he's certainly allowed the number 2 car to catch up very, very slowly. They're still on the same lap.
Yeah,
he lost around the Omega now.
He lost a chunk of his lead, I think, during the first pit stop cycle. So his 4-second lead went down to about 1.5, and since then it's just been, you say, very slowly eroded. 3 cars have left us. Iker Sabolet, Jose Felix, and Javier Corbalan. That's cars 4, 6, and 9.
We're just about at the halfway mark as well.
So the man we spoke to during the rain break, Jose Angel Gutierrez Bo, he bumped up last time. He's currently in 5th. I don't think he's got the pace to bump up. He's going to need some help from bad luck from others, I think, to get those next couple of places. Valentin and Colavo and Christoph all have a little bit more basic ground speed.
Oh, the number 2 has just crashed at my feet. So that's the Colavo straight into the curb right in front of me.
I was concerned he hit your feet by the sound of it.
Literally where my foot is, he crashed on the other side of the curbing.
Frank's off to the hospital again.
We made it so close.
He loves the Villarreal General Hospital. Somebody else has broken down there. Who's that? Who's not running on the orange car?
I can't.
Being run back.
That's the number one. That's Iolasi. Sorry, Valentin.
Wow. So our two of our bump ups have gone. This is the bad luck which Jose Angel Gutierrez Bo needed.
And the number 8 has crashed into the wall just in front of the timing hut.
That is
Number
our
5
Gutierrez
is
Bo.
slid
So everyone's no one wants to get through this one. There's 9 minutes to go. This is just chaos.
Oh,
I think have they managed to get Valentin going again?
I don't see another orange car out yet. He's out in the pits. He's just come out of the pit lane. And
He's not
Gutierrez,
actually out,
our
to us.
Gutierrez Boa, is off upside down at the end of the track. And marshals don't see him. He's running out now.
Oh, no, more problems for Alesi.
No, he goes straight to the marshal.
Yeah.
He knows what to do. The same marshal brings him across the track.
Okay, so after that excitement, interestingly, Jose Angel Gutierrez Bo, he's missing. I think he's blown his chance at the same time. We only have 4 cars running officially. I mean, maybe that some of them are thinking about running again, but Bango's my concept that the higher up you'd have less attrition. Jose Angel maybe back out again. How many cars? There's supposed to be only 4 cars running. Is that as many
2
you
have
can
just
see
gone into the pits, and 2 were out on track. So,
wow.
Our Red Bull RC Racing TV friend is out there in the. Can't see what car. Oh no, we got 4 total. Another one is 3 out on track, 1 in the pits, and he's back out. So now 4 cars back out, and we're doing the famous clumping.
There's 4 cars, 6 of them retired and 3 of them on the shot. There we go. So who's going to be the unlucky one who's not going to qualify at those 4s? Currently it's Francisco Vidal Cardona who's actually, he's not that far, but I think 2 seconds off bumping up in fairness. Louis Christophe, who's the only person in the original top 3 runners who's not had a problem, is very handily ahead from Luca Mengele. Nuno Alvarez Arcas is in 3rd in what has turned out to be one of the most strangest finals bump up final we've ever had, where no one wanted to qualify, and at the 10-minute mark 3 cars grenaded themselves all at the same time. Frank.
Wow, it's been an eventful couple of minutes for sure. The number 3 car is the only one who's been in the bump up spots the entire time so far, so maybe we don't want to talk about him too much because we don't want to curse him. But he is currently leading.
Unlike Le Mans, you haven't actually got to finish to bump up, so it's fine. So, just having taken fuel was Francesco Vidal Cardona, the number 10 car, who was looking for a double bump up, of course. I think he must be late. I think everyone now's got 1 stop to go, so he is quite a long way behind, unfortunately, for those of you who want to see a battle for that 3rd space. 2nd and 3rd are 6 seconds apart. I think that may be a bit less now. I think there's been some stops. But the leader has a lovely lead of 36 seconds. Yeah, it's very close between 2nd and 3rd now, but that doesn't really matter. This is 2nd and 3rd. This must be 2nd and 3rd on screen because they're very close. Luca Mengele,
the 5 leading the 7.
The 7, yeah. That's what the timing screen told me. And sometimes it's right. But the timing screen I'm referring to is the one on the internet, not the one on the corner of our screen. The one on the corner of the screen is always right. This timing screen is the one that's just anyone can access on my RCM page.
And I can confidently say that the grandstands to the left of us at the far end of the pit track now, they're properly full.
Well, they're Portuguese. They must be aware there's going to be a massive lunch break, so they obviously plan something, like they've got some bocadillos.
Well, I mean,
have they got the restaurant? Have they got the food at the back, like they had with the Worlds? Is there like
they
a
do,
food?
yeah.
Oh, well, that's fine, then you're right.
Well, I suppose the lunch break is going to be practice, which is only 10 minutes. We don't have an actual lunch break. We didn't even have one on the original schedule. Our Red Bull friend is being returned to the pits.
So we're going to get 3 finishers.
Wow.
If you finish, you bump.
I think he's being tended to in the pit lane, though. Not at the back of the pit lane, if you know what I mean.
I mean, go. In fairness, you may as well get the thing rolling if you can,
Yeah.
because, you know, what could happen the next few minutes. But if they're taking the car apart... Oh, it's a new plug. It's a new plug. New glow plug for the 0. Oh, he's got lots of RCTV stickers on. What a lovely man.
Yeah. See, I know how to talk to people.
Yeah. Is it you give them the stickers and they go, yeah, if you go away, I'll have a sticker, yeah.
No, I told him, I said, I love the Red... I mean, I'm not a gigantic Red Bull fan. Obviously he is. So I said, you know, you got the hat, you have the shirt. All week he's had the shirt, and obviously the car. It's like, I love it. It's really good. It looks great. And that's before I found out that his mechanic there also has a Red Bull shirt as well. And then I said, can I give you some stickers? And he's like, oh, okay. And he's just plastered them all over his car.
And he's back out running again, giving us 4 cars. He was 5 laps there, and he's broken again.
Excellent work.
No.
No?
The engine is US, it's not the plug. So the 3 cars currently going round are all going to bump up.
Oh, the mechanic is saying you need to do, or Marshall's saying you need to do something.
Tuning wrong. Start it again, tune it differently. Yeah, running, rolling, go.
She didn't
You
do
get
any
more than 2
twiddling like the
corners.
mechanic was suggesting. But
They got pits
back up
to,
there.
driver communications, and that probably just don't do that. Oh, there's number 3 having a pit stop, the leader. He's just leading by a lap, so he's fine.
So Vidal, only hope for Vidal is for someone to fully brake, but we've seen that happen in this race.
Well, he's got to be careful because he's got to make up 5 laps. And 5 laps is 100 seconds. They need to brake in the next 20 seconds so he can catch up. Because if they carry on going until there's 2 minutes to go, they will have qualified because they can't be overtaken. This reminds me of the worst race I ever saw in real life. Not because the people are bad. I was in Bahrain, and they had for the World Endurance Championship, and they didn't really have much. There's not much racing goes on outside the big events, and they had a support race for Hondas, and it was anything with a Honda basic engine, and it had. You had a lot of TCRs and before TCRs, the Super Tourings and Civics, and you had like really old things. So 7 of them started, 5 of them came round the first lap, 3 of them came round the second lap, 2 of them came round with 2 laps to go, and there's a shot of them coming over the hill, and the leader came over the hill. Well, he didn't come over the hill. One of his wheels came over the hill, and he was pulled to the side. And he got out and he did a full Basil Fawlty of kicking the car. It was brilliant. And then so that was like 7 minutes into a half hour. No, it was about 11 minutes into a half hour race. And for the remaining 19 minutes, one really, really slow, very small Honda went round so it won the race.
Oh, jeez. It's like, I just get to practice now. Let's do some time trial.
Well, he got the trophy in the rose water.
I think our
then out of nowhere, Lando Norris broke his trophy. Anyway, so
oh jeez, Vidal is flamed out again. Don't know, or engine's gone or something. So that's going to be it. Our 3 racers that are still going around are going to be our bump up positions.
Well,
for
the famous quote. Yeah, the famous quote. No one knows who said it first. It wasn't Ron Dennis. It may be Mario Andretti. It may be somebody else entirely. Maybe Nato Foyt, actually. Of course, to finish first you must finish. Well, these guys to bump up, first you must finish. And that was it. And they finished, and they bumped up. Realistically, with the 7-lap gap, anybody who finished would have bumped. But the answer who has bumped Frank, it's Louis Christophe, Nino Avara Cass, and Luca Menghinella.
I had to do that a few times, and now I just say Menganella.
Menganella. Yes, it's too many. How dare you have just so many surnames? It's very complicated for us.
My favorite is there's a chap named, his last two names are Lopez Lopez.
That's because his mum and his dad were both Lopez's. Because that's what the surnames are. It's his father's surname, mother's surname.
But some of the racers, like there's a racer named Jonathan Gandine, but he's listed as, you know, that's how it's written in the information. Whereas everyone's last name and then its first name, there's no commas or anything like that. So it's like Dominique, Filippo, Wood, Tim, Ermin, John, Jonathan Gandine. But it's definitely not Gandine Jonathan. His name his first name is Jonathan, which is weird
for
an Italian.
Sometimes. Well, yeah, the problem is that sometimes they enter the name, the individual countries will enter the names and they'll enter them the wrong way round, or they get picked up by it. So you often get a situation where the surname is obviously the first name and vice versa. I'm going off cans for a couple of seconds, Frank, so I'll be back with you in about a minute.
Yeah. So 1/8A final coming up next. And that will be Jose Paquito, Robin Hertong, Jorge Martinez Agudo, Fabian Berenger, Thomas Lorenzi, Alain Levy, Christian Lopez Lopez, Hal Figueiredo, Burgoyne, and Ferreira, making up the rest of the 10 racers. Lovely artistic shots that we've been working on this week. So, several, track announcements being made. I'm sure necessary track announcements, but marshals being told that they need to be underneath their driver. I can only imagine that they must be aware of that.
So, Frank, have you told us who's in this one?
Yes, I did.
Oh, it's very good. So, the second of the 1/8 races. Can Hal Figueiredo do a double bump up? Can basic RC talent overcome a complete lack of knowledge about how to drive these cars?
So we had on, I think it was Thursday and Friday, we had one of our commenters was telling us that Jose Paquito, can you imagine what Jose Paquito, I mean, you will not guess what this is, but I will just give you the out of saying, can you imagine what Jose Paquito is a 2-time world champion in RC, but can you guess?
Mini Z.
Oh dear. How did we, have you been reading the chat?
No, I know it's a big thing in France.
But yes, Mini Z world champion, I think 2009, one of our very knowledgeable commenters who's apparently raced here many times, so he's very aware.
Yeah, but that's not an EFRA World Championship, so you know.
No, but it's but still a world champion for show, I guess.
People just invent world championships sometimes. No, I'm not mentioning this particular one, but sometimes. I mean, I remember
there's a World Drift RC Championship and Drone RC Championship. It's not IFMAR.
Yeah, well, a friend of mine was. Who I used to race with way back in the 80s. He previously used to do grass track racing, which is very basic racing. As it says, basically you run a car around a field. And he said he was British and world champion at in the mini class. And he said, I didn't win the European Championship because that was on the Saturday. So the British Championship was Friday, the European Championship was Saturday, and the World Championship was a Sunday with the same people. So, and in fairness, there was no one else in the world who was racing grass track, old style minis. But there's a level of World Championship. Obviously, depends on who's competing, how many countries, who's the organising body. Because the world, you can organise a world. I can organise a World Championship in my front garden tomorrow for something.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually necessarily mean it's recognised by anybody.
World champion backflip jumping racing.
Exactly. And if there's enough money, you can end up with multiple world champions. I bring to your attention boxing, where there's so many governing bodies because they're all making cash. You have so many world champions, and of course they aren't. There's only, obviously it belittles the whole thing, but no one cares because of money. But in RC, the governing body is IFMA for the major classes, and they are the world champions. And obviously there are other things that happen outside of that.
Well, just to qualify that slightly, because we have, I don't know, I'm not sure if we have a delay or not. It is wheeled RC competition. I'm sure there's World Championship boat racing and sail.
No, there is. No. Absolutely, there's aerobatic. There's absolutely boats, RC boats. There's RC planes, both racing and acrobatic.
Aerobatic,
No, all that sort of stuff. All that stuff happens. Yeah. Oh no, it's just the cars.
I've always wanted.
I got caught out on that once.
RC sailboat.
We're doing the Midweek Motorsport Christmas quiz a couple of years ago, and Tim Gray, who is the producer, said, "Right, your special subject is going to be RC World Champions." I thought, RC World Champions, no problem at all. And only one of the questions was about an RC World Champion who drove a car, and I got that one. Surprisingly, the helicopter world champion, the boat world champion, the gliding world champion, I had no idea who they were. So, all an elaborate hoax. You said hello to the people on the track?
We're just, we as in I, are just loading that up. Got nearly 400 people watching. Amazing.
Why are you surprised?
Well, I mean, I'm not.
It's
nice. It's great.
Nick's back.
Hang on. That's just on one.
That is just
outlet,
one channel.
So
yes.
way more than that.
I wonder when my fan club found out. I wonder when that would happen. Because they've turned up, just the one. And that's me.
So I mean, there's been some pretty good comments and questions that I think we've answered. Robert Peach, what a great ambassador for the sport of RC racing. Never met him, but he seems to be one of the good guys. See, I would say he is. Great interview. Thank you very much. Someone says, I saw the new planning, and there's a run called Last Chance Final A. So that was already in the original schedule, so it's still in the schedule. I don't remember having seen that before. Can you tell us more about that? Basically, I'm not sure who exactly it is. I think it's everyone from the semis who didn't bump up. Basically, they're all lumped into one race, and the winner goes into the final. So it's an 11-car main final.
Oh, by the way, there's a new time schedule. Have you seen that?
Yes.
So now the main final is starting at 4:45.
Yeah.
So they're not in any way trying to get back that hour and a half, are they? Which is adding
there
it on.
There was already no lunch break. We didn't have a lunch break.
There's an hour and 10 minutes between semi-final run A and the main final A practice.
That's entirely true.
That's lunch break. You don't go to Portugal without a lunch break. There's no way on earth there wasn't going to be a lunch break in Portugal.
Well, I don't
know where.
Yes, but some timekeepers put in lunch break. So there's no official lunch break. But yes, it's we're going to have our wine and our beer and our kebabs. And the fish
I'll just
that Matt
go
won't
to
eat.
my kitchen and see what's there.
Well, they're
away.
off anyway. Oh, and
Excellent.
number 2 is very slow away. He's been passed by 3 cars. Going to try and make that space up. He's already made 1 position back and another. Good gap for the 1 and 2 cars. And that is the number 8 has gone flying into the barrier at the end of the main straight.
That's Hal Figueiredo. That's the man who we were thinking might be able to
running.
change the
Still
look.
running.
Doesn't look like it.
Still running.
No, he's a long way behind. Drop 12 seconds
1,
there.
6,
That's going to make it
3,
difficult.
and 2 across the line.
Ooh. So
Oh,
nice
sorry, the
lead
6
out
is
there
being
for
lapped.
Jose.
The 6 is being lapped. Ignore that one.
I will. So nice lead for Jose Paquito at the front of the field. He's got a couple of seconds already. And there's a battle here, which I assume is second and third, between the white and the blue. And
Yes, it is. Yes.
more multicolour. I believe it's purple. I'm going to guess some of the colours on the screen I've got.
The number 2 is, I would say, that's white and gray.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's a bit of blue, but only if you look close. On screen, just easier to say white and gray. And number 3 leading this gaggle is the white and blue.
So we've lost 2 cars already. Alan Levy only... Alan might back in again. Alan didn't start well, but dropped a few
The number
laps.
7
Alan Levy's
crashed
running
out and
against
broke
Austria.
in front of us.
Yeah,
Almost
he's
hit our
gone. That's,
our
Christian-
ambient mic.
It's your favourite man, Christian Lopez. He's gone.
The
Double
9 and
Lopez
0
now.
having an argument in front of us, just taking each other out.
They were 6th and 7th.
Number 1 car is a massive lead. 2 and 3 still arguing. Meanwhile, the 4 and 5 getting closer together.
I think there's a lot to be said, Frank, for settling into these races. I don't know why they sometimes argue so hard over very limited amounts of real estate so early in a race with multiple stops. Yeah, absolutely. If you're doing a touring car race, it's 5 minutes and it's do or die, fine. But working yourself into it, because the truism is you can't win the race in the first 2 laps, but you can certainly lose it.
It's very true. Coming
Especially
across the line,
these
we've got
cars.
a 3-car battle for second now.
And they'd have you sent, they'd sit there for a while and think about the first pit stop and then sort of... Because effectively, if you're stopping 4 or 5 times, this is an endurance race. This is what it's not a sprint. It's an endurance race. You've got a 5-stop strategy. You've got a world. You need to work out where you want to be. Now, obviously, if these two very similar coloured cars, if the second of those 2 cars feels it's being held up, then perhaps push by. But there's no point to do anything dramatic.
That's the battle for
Doesn't
third
make
that we're
any
watching
sense.
going down the main straight.
Yes, that's Fabian Barringer in the second of those cars.
3 and
Jorge
4 in that
Martinez
order.
lead.
Oh,
Up we
he
go.
just spun out.
And that's the point. And that's the point. He went up the inside, and luckily he just got it. I think what may well have happened there, Frank, is he realised what happened. He put a little bit of brake on. At that point, the car, as we said before, discussing how the car is set up with everything at the back end, went very unstable, which is why it flips rather than moving to the side off the track. And okay, he lost 2 seconds, but did he need to start making that move? Prior to even the first pit stop, which could shuffle everything about.
I think it's due to, partially at least, to the style of driving that's required. You're just always on throttle. So if someone is trying to slow down to make a corner better, you're on power and you just go straight past them or into the back of them. Yeah, potentially. I don't know. But maybe Hal might have a perspective on that because he comes from he's more experienced in a completely different style of racing.
So the solid blue car, what number is that? Is that the 1? Going by you now. Or is that the 5?
Got Paquito, Hertong, Ferreira, and Lorenzi.
Yep.
So top 4
So was
cars.
Lorenzi in
Ferreira
fourth?
doing really well from the number 10.
It's got the start. Just wondering whether he's actually managed to get a little bit more. No, he would have got 5 minutes on the tank. I just wonder whether he's falsely up because he had a bit of run time, but no one's going to get this far in a single tank with these cars. So I think the blue car is number 5, isn't it? I asked you earlier.
Yes,
it is number 5, isn't it? So that is the Renzi, sorry. Yeah. I'm going to be asking you for colours and numbers quite a lot, Frank, because I just can't read numbers from my screen.
Fine. That's fine. I was just trying to find where the number 0 car is. For some reason, he was showing in third just a minute ago.
Yeah, I wonder whether he ran a long... Yeah, he did a 31-second lap. I'm just wondering whether he's got a really long run time. It just seems to be too long to do 5.5 minutes. Possibly think that's probably his backup lap to that 31 was a 23. Everyone's actually running again, so some people have had problems and a couple of laps back, but everyone's running. Hal Figueiredo hasn't been able to make up for his problems on lap 2, though he is lapping in a pace that's faster than everyone apart from the leader. Jose Paquito quite a bit quicker last time around. Then Robin Hertog from the Netherlands, who's running second now in the 2 car, he's putting in some fast laps as well.
So Figueiredo, our friend Hal Figueiredo, the second of these 2 cars on screen in that bright orange. Oof. Had a mistake.
Threw up the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, just threw up the inside at the start finish there. So obviously he's now fully embraced the methodology of driving these things. But you can't throw 12 seconds away. That's the thing. He lost 12 seconds that early accident. Without that, he'd be,
Oh, and there he goes into the barrier again. That's the same exact mistake. And another one goes off.
Body shell's gone. Body shell's gone. So he's broken the body shell. And that's taken the clips out. So that's the end of Hal's European Championship. Not totally. He'll be able to do more laps, but he won't be able to come back from that problem. So, looking at the car now, who actually owned all the fluorescent colours. He's gone flory orange into sort of greeny colour into flory yellow. Blue foil on the car.
We might want to go to the number 4 car, Nick,
Jose
which
Paquito.
is, I think, possibly catching our 3rd place driver. 4 car just coming across this finish line now through the S's. Across the kink. And he's pinning.
Well, that's obviously how it works, isn't it? That's the 9, so he's the blue one.
There we go.
Blue, white.
That's our
See, when I get to see it close up, I can see how intricate the paints are. It's just a smudge of blue and white for me.
Yeah, exactly.
They spent all that money on those 10,000 lines, stripes, fires, multiple colours and everything else from their painter. And you're going, looks a bit blue and white to me. So this is Ballinger. He's gone in. That was his 12-minute pit stop. So he's absolutely on that 4-minute roll.
Well, I talked to Jorn Neumann last week about his change of body design from a few years ago to, it used to be sort of a very, very bright yellow, then red, then black, didn't it, on all of his cars. And then his body painter suggested, why don't we put, for 12 scale, why don't we put a bright color at the back? So he went from flow yellow to red to flow yellow. And he liked it, so he swapped to that. And I thought that's kind of a good idea, isn't it? But if you look at it very close, I think the main thing was he took away a lot of the black. He runs a clear wing in two-wheel drive off-road. So that sort of heavy back end feel to the body shell just looks a lot cleaner, I think. Even though I like...
Probably easier to see.
Yeah. Obviously, you run 12 scale indoors during the winter, and Jorn is like all of us, getting just a bit older. Not wearing his black hat anymore as well. So a new Jorn for a new decade.
New year.
I don't know.
You see, one of the good things about these body shells, they have those big numbers on the rear flanks, so the big flory numbers, and those of course are great for spotting because you can see when it gives you your eyes a really good indication of what the rear of the car's doing. because you can see the flank, and the number being fluorescent yellow is you're getting the movement of it. So it's interesting. Those numbers are probably helping the drivers work out what their cars are doing. They wouldn't admit it because everyone hates putting numbers on their cars, but it is doing it.
I know, and they put them right over their sponsor decals as well. That's the only place
That's just
you
lack
can
of planning.
put them.
It's a lack of planning when you know you've got to put numbers on your cars. You don't then put the sponsor decals there. And I've learnt that from doing some liveries for iRacing. Because it just stamps the numbers over the top of where you've put your various advertisers. You have to move it again. Which isn't the work of a moment either.
How about we move forward one car to the all blue car going down the straight now? This is our third place racer. Number 5.
Thomas Lorenzi.
Thomas Lorenzi, yes, from Italy. As the number 4 has the number 9 all crawling all over the back of him, actually. I think they're a lap apart, aren't they? No, that's actually battling, but I'll keep an eye on that. Because in case this Infinity number 5 of Lorenzi makes any sort of mistake, the other 2 cars are going to be right up in there with a chance to bump up. Of course, we're over the halfway mark now. And plenty of time left to go. At least 2 fuel stops for most of the racers.
Yeah, the gap between 3rd and 4th is only 4 seconds. That's certainly within the realms of... Whoa, was that throwing themselves across the track there behind the man?
It's too far away. I can't see the number or the paint. Or is that the number 9, I think? Yes.
That was the 5th place man.
Yeah. That battle for 4th is now ended.
Yeah. It's one injudicious application of throttle, or a bit too much curb, and there you are. You're upside down and starring on the RCTV feed. Ooh. Packing that one in.
What's the famous shot?
Well, he heard there was a Drift World Championship. He heard there was a Drift World Championship. He wanted to try and win it there.
The famous shot with your commentary, Nick. He's upside down.
He's upside down. That was Reims in 2000. We've been doing this for a very long time, you know. It's 2013 in Reims. That was.
It's it's a hallmark of doing something like this for quite a while. When you can find a line that's been living on YouTube for a decade that can apply to any situation.
That's right. Well, but basically, realistically, we've all said so many words about us. You think they could do us by AI now, couldn't you? They could just computer generate us.
Don't give Matt any ideas.
Well, luckily at the moment, the process, the PC to run the AI is more expensive than us, so we're okay.
Number 1 car, Paquito, just running in completely clear air and just ticking off the laps between car number 3 in front of him and car number 2 behind him. Of Hertong and Martinez, respectively.
Yeah, he's fine on that front. Lorenzi's lead is 4.5 seconds. He's the blue car on the screen at the moment in 3rd, last of the automatic bump-uppers. So we're now 4 finals in, and we've not had a bump-up battle, which I'm going to have to go and sue the organisers for. We're not allowed not to do that.
There's no one.
What's the temperature like out there, Frank? How warm is it?
Presently, it's 28.0 degrees and 51% humidity.
Quite
a drop from the nearly 80% humidity we had before. It's 82.4 degrees Fahrenheit in old money.
It's been quite a toasty trip then. It's not been super hot like Italy, but
no,
hot nonetheless.
Well, once it gets over 30 is when I start to say it gets warm, but that's just me.
You're from Texas.
I know.
30 degrees is not even worth commenting on, is it?
No, not at all. It's when it gets over 105 is when it starts to get that's properly hot.
We switched to Fahrenheit because that's going to confuse people thinking it's about 105 centigrade. But that's boiling.
Yeah.
He's boiled.
Where did
Frank's
my coffee
boiling
go?
himself.
It's boiled.
Oh my God. So 105, what's that, 43, isn't it?
I think
44.
so, yeah. Which is what we had in Astra, I think is the name of the town we were in, at the Osby team last year.
Unbearable.
That was, that's Texas hot.
Hey, you're Texas hot.
Yeah. And that's not summer heat. Summer heat is like 110, 120. Well, maybe
Oh,
not
right,
120,
okay.
but 110. But that's like spring and autumn temperatures in San Antonio.
I remember Matt and I were filming in Las Vegas for RC Racing TV many years ago. And, we went out and it was 108 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep.
But it had no humidity.
Yeah.
So you basically end up dehydrating yourself and not even noticing.
Exactly.
Because you weren't sweating because it just came straight off. That's when we had a big row about a gondola.
It just evaporates.
And I put it down to the heat that we had a big row about a gondola. But I'm not sure what Matt puts it down to.
Just you being Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always been the heat. What's the reason for all the other times?
Well, you know.
Final fuel stop for our number 5 racer, Lorenzi. Yeah, in Las Vegas, I mean, it's really telling that, you know, there's air-conditioned tubes that connect the money-sucking operations from other money-sucking operations.
The hotels from the hotels.
Casino hotels.
Yeah.
24-hour, no clocks inside casino hotels.
Well, you know.
It's called Lost
It's
Wages
the American
for a
dream
reason.
for you. It's the American dream for you. So we've lost 4 cars this one. Hal Figueiredo went first, then Christian Lopez the 7, and Alan Levy the 6, and Nuno Fierro Pinto the 10. So 6 are still running. All pretty much incontested.
We do have a battle for second,
ahead,
actually.
Oh, go for it! Wow.
Well, it's just completed. The car number 2 has just been passed by Lorenzi. And he's going visibly slow. He's going very, very slow.
Yeah, go to car 2. Let's go on car 2.
Okay, he's just gone into the pits
because
now.
I think he's got his last bit of fuel. I think he's got tyre issues.
Yeah.
And he's got car issues.
And
he's out. He's out.
Is he? He's not come back?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
No, he's stuck in he flamed. He put the power down, and he was having issues.
He was running.
Now, whether he's had a fuel issue, but I think the slowing down was probably because he may have gone out of tune, may have a tyre problem. But basically, that's his bump up gone.
He's completely out.
Yeah, he was down. He was in the pits for 34. He's not 40 seconds. So now 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, Barringer is still 5 seconds ahead of Martinez, so we haven't got a battle for the bump up in these last 2 minutes. But it is Jose Paquito from Thomas Lorenzi. I think he obviously hit a problem. Probably an airlock in the fueling system.
Well,
it was stop with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was well after the what we would say would be a planned. Pit
It's
stop.
Robin Hertog, the Dutch driver, has had this issue. He's subsequently been quite slow in his first lap rolling again, so I think he's obviously picked up an issue, a problem. Which is a bit unfortunate.
He's very slow in the straight. Car is passing him left and right. In the 9.
Maybe.
Well,
That's the 9 upside down, who was the 5th place man. Isn't going to bump up either. So 1 minute and 16 to go. There is our leader, Jose Paquito, with the rainbow drop coloured car, really, isn't it?
Rainbow drop. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah. We do have some very nice race paint schemes here.
They've managed to avoid
the one can.
Managed to avoid too many 1 cans.
Yeah. So the next car ahead of our leader is the number 4 car of our final bump-up racer, Barringer. So of course Barringer wanted to keep it on the grace up. So is Lorenzi. They're all on the same lap. I mean, it's close, but they're spread out, but they're all on the same lap. So it's any issues.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a comment on the street at the moment from Louis Trindade saying, why are you not following the number 1? Why are you not following the leader? Because the leader's not very important in bump-up finals. it's a conversation we tend to have a lot of times about the thing about bump-up finals is the important thing is the final bump-up place. It's a battle between third and fourth, if there is one, and what that may develop. The leader's the leader. Well done. You've qualified in eighth for the next heat. Yes, you've won a heat, but it's not about winning a final. It's about winning the final. So the only races where the winners matter is the main final and the last chance. In everything else, it's the bump-up positions that are the key for the drama and the intrigue. Yes, well done for winning. Jose Paquito, great run, fantastic. And, if he ends up battling for third and fourth in the quarterfinal, he'll be, on camera the whole time. But that's what we do, isn't it, Frank?
Yeah, for sure. And, some of these racers, they hope to, they might go, well, I've qualified in the 1/16th, and I'd hope to make it into the 1/4, so that, that's sort of their goal, is to finish in that race. And it's, an individual achievement for them. But for the overall championship that we're here to commentate on, yes, it is a battle for the third and fourth, the third place position.
So there's a number of people in this quarter-final who I am surprised to see in the quarter-final. Maxime Ripoll, who was the absolute star in Valencia last year. I think he was third, overall, and certainly he was junior European champion. The young French lad, he's in the quarter. I mean, he's just in the quarter, but I'd say he's not even qualified direct the semis. Alex Thurston, who you'd expect to direct come in the semis, is fourth in the quarter. So obviously some people have found this particular track more challenging than they expected.
He had some big issues with the tires. They're just not performing consistently for him, and so he's been battling that the last couple days, really.
Sasha Klug, also a pretty regular semi-final appearer. So yeah, interesting. I mean, you've been here the whole 3 days, seeing the ebb and flow. People come to terms with this track, but certainly some people, as you can see, have had obviously no one's had as bad a weekend as Timo Lino, but some have had bad runs.
Yeah, definitely. Just wanted to just give the time schedule for everybody else, because I realize we haven't really mentioned it. So obviously we're into the quarters now. So 12:15, 12:45 is the kickoff times for those 20-minute races. The semifinals, also 20 minutes. Those are going to be kicking off at 1:15 and 1:45. These times are GMT, BST, CET -1, whatever you want to call it, but we'll just go with GMT.
No, they're BST. They're not GMT. They're GMT plus. GMT plus one.
Okay, GMT plus one. Apologies. So that the semifinal A will finish at 2:05 p.m. and there will be a practice for the two drivers that made it into the pole and super pole. So that's Tony Gruber and Dario Balestre. They have a 10-minute practice session just for them, and that is at 3:15. I don't believe we'll be actually following it. We might have static cams up. And then the last chance race is a 15-minute race. So there will be some fuel stops in there. And that's at 3:45. And the main final, 45 minutes, starts at 4:45. And that's assuming that there's if there are technical timeouts in the semis, that won't affect, because there's a big time gap after the semis. So.
Oh, it'll affect it, Frank.
Yeah. No, I mean, but the practice, because there's such a long gap. I mean, yeah. So that's the time schedule for everybody who's viewing. GMT +1 is what we're looking at.
So if you're watching in Europe, the final starts at 5:45 your time. 5:45 in Portugal, 5:45 in the UK, 12:45 in New York, and 9:45 if you're on the west coast of the US of A. Other time zones are available.
And the rest of the finals will be up just after this. final B mechanics. We can see in the pit lane, using our pit lane cam, you can see Papa Thurston there with the pink number 4. You can see the back of Magnus Walker look-alike. I'm not sure what car he's pitting for. Car number 7 there, that's Jimenez. Obviously running a Mugen Seiki, we think. And there's that German bearded X-ray mechanic. We see, or I've seen him quite a bit this year, I think. Yeah, there's that bearded guy. Oh yeah, he's German. Oh yeah, he doesn't. Don't know if he knows English, so I never. There's a guy who looks like Martin Bayer from X-ray, but it's not Martin Bayer.
You're right. Actually, I
actually here.
No, I absolutely get that. Why? Yeah, not now. He's put his face up. No, when he was leaning down, he looked like Martin Bayer.
Yeah,
so he's on the 3 car of Thomas Eitard from France. That's a brave choice of hat and beard for a
like
fuel
I said,
night.
if
do you not feel there's a real chance you get that beard tangled up in the drivetrain? You know how
just
you
Google
how
image
you
search Magnus Walker, spelled just as you would expect, and he looks exactly like Magnus Walker.
He looks like every single Harley Davidson rider in America,
or every American that drives a pickup truck.
Oh no, because there's a lot other. I mean, you've got the light beard, the country and western stars. No. So it's Maxime Rippel in 1, Sasha Klug in 2, Thomas Eitard in 3, Alex Thurston in 4, Antoine Gachet in 5, Tobias Hepp in car 6, it's Baptiste Jimenez in 7, Louis Christophe in 8, Nuna Avara Arcas in 9, and Luca Menganella in 10. And it was those last 3 calls bumped up from the 1/8. So
I'd definitely like to give
first the quarters.
Like to give a massive shout out to our sponsors for this weekend's coverage, bringing RC Racing to you, the RC Racing TV people out in the world and the universe. We would like to thank Team X-Ray for providing sponsorship for us, and also Lens Bodies. We had Mr. Morone, Nicola Morone from Lens Bodies and Hot Race Tires on the stream earlier. Had a good chat about his body shell aerodynamic concept and thinking, and how the bodies work, and all the different choices that you can make for tuning your racing performance with the body shell choices. So it was a very good chat. And unfortunately, we don't
tune your own performance. If you want to tune your own performance, what you need is RCTV merch.
Yes.
Get yourself down to rc.com and you have a 10% discount for your first purchase. And Frank will give you the discount code now.
RC Racing, RCTV 10.
RCTV 10. And you can buy any number of T-shirts and hats and all sorts of stuff and be almost as trendy and good looking as us. Or let's be honest about this, way more trendy and good looking than us. But, you know, what can you say?
And of course, none of this would be happening. We wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for EFRA. So go to EFRA.ws, find out more about this class of racing and many other classes of racing. Find your local federation and get involved.
And if you want to start racing at the 1/8 track level, you're a better man than I, or a better woman than I. That's all I'll say. Because this is specialist. It's very fun. They're very, very fast.
Yeah,
very fast.
Very. And it's a completely different type of racing to the large-scale touring car that I was at last week. And obviously those cars much blunter nose, and so they can follow each other nose to tail, whereas these cars have the Venturi sort of
I'll tell you the difference, okay? You tune these with a scalpel, you tune large-scale touring cars with a hammer. That's the difference.
and a bench vise.
Yes.
We saw that used many times last week.
So Maxime Ripoll, as you can see, yellow and blue on my screen, but maybe green.
No, it's blue.
And then behind it,
already.
Klug. Oh, great start from Klug. Klug came off the line like a rocket. He must have the best clutch engagement in the history of clutch engagement. So, but
Rippol
it's
all
the
over
first
the back
already.
already.
I know that Thurston's in fourth because Thurston always runs in a bright pink car, which helps all of us. Well, actually, there's a second pink car out there as well. So he's kind of from the background, he's got a white stripe
Yeah,
on the
very
side.
back.
He's third and fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a line. That's Klug who made the start from Rippol, the Frenchman, on the X-ray, and then you've got Itard and Thurston battling for third and fourth, which is the bump-up position. It's one can yellow against a pink and white there. Itard from France. So we've got two Frenchmen in second and third, an Austrian leading, and a Brit in fourth.
One of only 2 Brits that are here racing at the Euros, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's never been a big class for the Brits. Obviously, we've had, obviously, when we started doing these coverage, Mark Green was pretty much a solid A finalist every time. And we have had guest appearances from multi-world champion in different classes, David Spashett. He's also been racing on this a couple of times as well. But yeah, none of the IC classes are massive in the UK. I think for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's because it's hard to, obviously you can't run them indoors at any point, and you need a big track for them, and it rains a lot in Britain.
And you need a mechanic friend to be with you.
And that's before you get down to the not in my backyard NIMBYs, so with the noise. So it's kind of everything in the UK legislates against these things running. But there is a small and very dedicated band of racers in the UK who run a national championship. But obviously the absolute powerhouse or powerhouses of the IC classes are Italy and Germany. French there as well, but you know, you look at Balestri, you look at Collari, you look at Greiner, you look at Peach, you look at Gruber, you know, that's Germany and Italy for you.
Looks like Alex's challenge for Atard has drifted away just very slightly. Atard getting closer. Oh, but now he's made a mistake as I was speaking, and now Alex, he's in a
top four are covered. Yeah, the top 4 are covered by a second and a half or so. So they are turning laps. In fairness, 5th place Tobias Hep's not that further back. So they're almost doing what I suggested the previous final did, just setting yourself in for a few minutes.
They must have been listening, obviously.
Well, obviously, you know, once they knew that I was, you know, giving my sage advice, it was piped into the PA. But yeah, I mean, it's they know, these guys know that the aim is to be in the top 3, and the aim is to be in the top 3 with no minutes and no seconds remaining.
Oh,
and if you're in the top 4 now, you're fine. It's not costing me anything, Frank. He's no further back than he was.
Yeah.
Again, you know, at this point, you're going to have a good lap, you're going to have a bad lap, you're going to have it's tenths either way. I mean, I think Klug had a difficult lap and then a good one. Just to give you an idea, Frank, the spread between the top 4 in the last lap was 1/100th of a second.
Rippol getting past. It was that Klug making a mistake. Now all 4 together. And Rippol and Atard now in the pits already.
Yeah, but Fuel's it's come before 4 minutes has come in.
3:45 for their first tank.
Now, these guys, if they come in this time, will be on the 4 minutes. So Klug and Thurston leading on the stagger at the fuel station. Oh, no, Klug's got some real longevity in his car. So this, as it stands, Klug is definitely going to be 1 pit stop less than the others. Thurston on the cusp probably of just doing it. And I think that perhaps Jimenez and Rippol will stretch out a little bit more.
He's pitting now. Clean pit stop. Oh, and he's done. He's made a slight mistake, but he's back out.
Yeah, he's leaving now.
A little bit too much revving as run being put down. I think that.
Let's see who scored at the end of this one. Rippol. Jimenez has got some. Jimenez has some very good fuel economy. The number 7 car, Baptiste Jimenez. He was actually running in second spot. He was doing so well for a while, but actually now we're back on that same top 4, and it's. I think when they went into the fuel, the first car went in, which was Rippol. There was a gap of about 1.5 seconds, and now it's 1.6 for the 4 of them. So not much has changed.
Yeah, the only change has been that Klug is now in 3rd. with Thurston on his back bumper. Well, not bumper, but under his rear wing. And Atard has moved up into second with Ripoll taking the lead once again. So two groups of two, with the battle for third the tightest.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is going to be, Frank, is when Ripoll and Atard go in for their second stop, and whether they're just being really careful on the first stop. They've been out on the start and revving up, and whether they can actually go back to making that 4 minutes and don't need to do an extra stop, because the extra stop is 5 or 6 seconds.
I'll keep an eye on that. The first two went in at 16:15 remaining. It's about 3 minutes 45. It's a very safe. It's not. I mean, they could have put. They should have been able to do an extra lap with a 20-second lap.
Yeah. Just wondering, because they were on the line and revving and being dropped down, perhaps they decided they would play it safe, and they have got that 4 minutes and 5 seconds they need from now on. Unfortunately, because the lap times are sort of at 19, it's not the greatest thing, because you go round and 4 minutes in, you actually have to do, to get the extra lap, you need to do like 4 minutes and 9, rather than 4 minutes exactly, because this is where the laps fall. That's one of the problems with where we're going for the buggy championship, which is Redovan. Redovan is such a large track that it takes away a lot of the options for running long, because you can't run that much longer to get the extra lap, because the laps are 50 seconds long. So in many ways you tune it to just make sort of 9 minutes rather than trying to get to 10 or 8 rather than get to 9, because it just isn't worth it to get the extra lap.
Diekman was telling us that yesterday, because 13 laps seemed to be where you didn't want to necessarily try to make 14 laps, because then you could run out of fuel on that 14th lap here. So 13 laps seemed to be, I think that was the maximum that everybody could push for.
Right, so we've got 12 and a half minutes to go.
Oh, Ripoll's pitting now. So it's Ripoll's pitting now. So it's
Ripoll's definitely going to need an extra
just about
stop.
4 minutes apart then.
Yeah, but how is he going to make the extra
time?
Yeah, he has to make it. He's not going to make it because he needs to make an extra lap and have a lap left. So he will be doing an extra stop compared to Sasha Klug and compared to Baptiste Jimenez. I'm not sure he'll be doing an extra stop compared to Thurston. Thurston's going to come in now on the minute. Yeah, Thurston should be okay. So it looks like there's quite a big advantage to a number of the drivers over Ripoll at the moment. He's just not making that 4 minutes. Maxime Ripoll is driving an X-Ray. Danielle Lu 01 asking on the chat.
As is Atard.
Do you have a complete list of chassis with you? So to come through with 11 minutes to go, so not quite halfway yet. It's all stretched out a little bit actually. Ripoll,
well, this is Klug and Thurston on screen.
Ooh.
So the second of those purple cars. Is
so it wasn't Klug and Thurston having the accident. It was the other pink car who just had a spectacular aero accident on the main straight when the air got under the car there. I think he went off the track slightly and he came back on again. It just lifted up and the air got under the car and that was it. Thurston wasn't having that interface with Klug. Now what is interesting is that Ripoll and Itard, who are probably going to have to do an extra stop, have during that last set of stops managed to obtain a lead of about a stop as they're 7 or so seconds ahead. So this absolutely is the battle for the bump up, because despite the fuel advantage, I don't think it's enough to get them past Ripoll and Itard. So they are now fighting themselves, and that's the greyish car of Sasha Klug and the pink car with the white flash on the wings of Thurston, Max Thurston. And this is our first proper bump-up battle, though in fairness, it's still half the race to go now.
I'm pretty sure Klug is running an X-Ray as well. judging from the stickers.
That's always helps. So that's the way I normally find out. That's
Yes,
why it's always great.
definitely an X-ray.
It's always great to be on the track at a slow point so you can read the car.
I mean, this is literally about the slowest point on the track is just after the finish line. Has Thurston gone in for fuel?
No, he's still there.
No? Oh, sorry.
They've all
So
stopped
there's another car on track that looks almost the same colors. And then there's another car on track that looks the same colors as Thurston.
Thurston's got that white flash on the side.
Yeah.
That's the giveaway. Everyone's still running on this one, which is one the first time.
Definitely notable.
Maxime Ripoll appears to stop for fuel again. So Ripoll really is just not even bothering about trying to do the extra one. So he now is... He's made a stop and he's still ahead of Klug and Thurston.
Yes, he's just ahead of these two on track. You can see him.
So he's really
Thurston very close there. Oh, very close again. So I'm watching the action on the track.
Maxime showing the pace I kind of expected of him from his fantastic performance in Valencia last year. Obviously, it didn't quite go his way in qualifying. That's why he ended up in the quarters, not the semis. But he is now actually ahead because he and Itard are on the same fueling policy as Sasha.
Yes, we have a three-car battle for second now. Or is that Itard is coming up behind them? Yeah, so this is a three-car battle for second.
Well, no, because what's going to happen is Thurston and Klug are going for fuel over the next couple of laps. But they all have to make, when they were there a second ago, they all had the same number of stops to make. So Itard had one more stop to make from these two. He's just come in because he had the problem. Thurston didn't go out again from my view. I think Thurston had a problem.
Yes,
I think
Thurston
trying
to restart it. He's lost a lap
now. So that takes that away. So that means we're back into a battle. Only three people battling for those four slots. And this Baptiste Jimenez of France can come out the number 7 car.
The 2 and the 3 just coming down the pit lane now. Past Thurston one more time. Thurston's running. Back out, but it's a couple laps down now.
I don't think Alex is the luckiest of drivers. I know in some ways you make your own luck, but I always felt he's not particularly lucky. He doesn't quite get the rub of the green with various technical things. It's not like he's piled it into a barrier and stopped running.
No.
It's a bit like
he was quite happy
Groskamp either has no luck. Yeah. Groskamp either has no luck or all the luck. He either flames or wins, Groskamp, and it'll flame 3 times, look sad, and then the 4th major event he'll win it. So
Alex was quite happy with his running in the first half of the week, and then things started to go south with his just random allocation of tires and whatnot. And who's this just coming in? I can't see the number.
Who's he brought into the pits?
He's going straight to the back of the pits. No, he's in the front.
It could be Ripoll. Ripoll's late. It's Ripoll. Ripoll is flamed out. We've lost Maxime Ripoll. One of the top racers in Europe and the junior champion from last year has gone. Ripoll has gone. This obviously is fantastically good news for Tobias Hepp and Baptiste Jimenez, because they could both perhaps bump up. It's Thomas Itard there, Sasha Klug, and then it's this battle between the 6 and the 7. That's what we need to find, the battle between the 6 and the 7, Frank.
Yep.
Where's that on track? There it is. Is it 6 and 7?
Yes, that is. Coming through the kink now. There is a Tiffany green car. The slate blue number 7. Trying to catch him. So Ripoll's back out. He's actually just in front of the number 6 on track. So maybe... Oh, no, he's way down the order, Ripoll. So the 6 just coming down the pit lane, pit straight, I mean. around the not hairpin and going on to the main straight. Next car behind him is Maxime Ripoll. Oh no, it's the number 7 of HEP. Where's Ripoll? Oh, Ripoll's gone away. He's claimed back his lap, and he's going to try to make a charge. He's actually just passed Sasha Klug. He does have pace, but I don't know if he has the time. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. Still another lap. Still another pit stop for everybody, as number 6 goes in for a pit, refuel, and back out again clean. Number 8 car just flamed out, or ran out of fuel, trying to get into the pits. Number 7 drifting on the AstroTurf, coming around the S's. Fantastic car control, I must say. That was our number 7 car of Jimenez, who somehow he's gotten ahead of HEP. So number 9 stuck at the bottom of he's blocking the pit lane. He's back out, he's okay. So 7 just coming across the finish line now. Not troubled at all by the number 6, who must have pitted. He's about a pit distance behind. So, yeah, so we're on the 7 now. So we're probably going to be expecting a stop for fuel for this car here. Jimenez from France. And there we go. There's the fuel stop. We're going to follow it in.
So can you do it
clumsy going in,
fast enough speed,
clean coming out. So where is the number 6? Is I think jumped him. Number 6 is a couple of cars ahead. Sorry, no, 1 car ahead. So we're on number 7 of Jimenez, trying to chase down number 6 of Tobias Hepp.
So this one here, we've got Thomas Eitard, Sasha Klug, who's seemed to have lost some sort of race pace during the course of the event, to be honest. I mean, he started off the first session, so whether his car just isn't as good as the tyres get smaller, Frank, it may well be. He looked up with the pace until the first set of stops, and of course he led the race. Now he's 13 seconds behind Thomas Eitard, who has made an extra stop as well, or will make an extra stop as well. Thomas Hepp has 3 seconds in this number 6. Is I'm not sure what green this is. Is this Spearmint? Is this Tiffany? Is this Forest? I don't know.
This is what I call Tiffany green.
Ah, right.
Which somehow is a paint color that you can get as a spray paint, obviously. Well, we'll get into the whys and wherefores, but after the race is over in a minute and 20 seconds. But it's going across the finish line now, coming up on Klug. So this is a battle for second, isn't it? From around the not hairpin. Who's that? That's Thurston. That is definitely his charge done. So let's get back to around the Omega. So a battle for second. Because if either of these guys go, that will instantly promote 1 or maybe 2 other racers. So this car and the car just ahead. It's possible to get them both in shot. It's our battle. 30 seconds. So we're following Tobias Hepp in the Tiffany green and Klug in the more gray-green color, slate blue maybe, if you might want to call it. Mm-hmm. Not quite powder blue. It's not that bright.
It's not baby blue, is it?
No. Baby
blue,
powder blue. I kind of think of it as the same thing.
Duck egg blue. Now that's got green in it.
Duck egg blue. Fine. Yeah. Oh, and the number 7 going sideways. But
Fourth.
that finished.
So you got.
Oh, that's
okay,
the last.
so bumping up.
So I
That's it,
turned.
no,
Is the, whoa!
Isn't
Oh
it,
no,
man?
he's
matter.
okay.
Your wheel
That
could
part.
fall off once the race is finished.
Wow.
It's absolutely fine. You have no requirement to keep your wheel on.
Atard, Klug,
I need
and
to go.
Hep.
I'm going to go off cams for a second, Frank. So carry on talking to yourself.
Certainly, of course. So Atard, Klug, and Hep are the next batch to bump up into the semi-final A. You just jot that down, and I'll continue with any thoughts that may come across. Atard, Klug, and Hep. So yeah, we saw some unfortunate moments there for Thurston, young Alex Thurston, and for young Maxime Ripoll. That's how it goes. It's racing, and it's not how you want to finish, never. But especially, some of these names we kind of go, we expect to see them in the semis at least, if not the main final. So next group of racers already in the pits with their cars, the mechanics ready. And you can see them there. There's our race director, Jose Pineda, from A Car in Spain, is the Spanish Federation. And you can see, so we've got the quarter A. I wrote the names in the wrong spot. So semi-A is going to have Atard, Klug, and Hep. This one here, obviously we're going to have Pequito, Berenger, and Martinez. So while we have a very slight break when it's just me on the mic, just like to thank once again our event coverage sponsors, X-Ray and Lens Bodies. We had a great chat, actually a couple of chats with Nicola Morone from Lens Bodies and Hot Race Tires. He provided us some very informational insights to the design and the concept of the aerodynamics of 8-scale bodies and how nothing really transfers over from 12-scale bodies or even touring cars especially. This is a very, very unique class of racing. The style of racing, the style of the chassis design and body design obviously dictate the driving style that is required basically. So I'm not sure if is there a delay? Because it seems like there's a delay. Do we know? We don't know. So, race director about to walk past. I think he's just calling out a volunteer marshal from Mr. Bowe. So we'll continue the coverage just after these messages. Racers in the quarterfinal A are Tobias Sutric from Austria, Jonathan Gandin from Italy, Filippo Domanin, probably going to be the top junior racer from Italy. From Spain, Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. From the UK, our other British racer, Tim Wood. From the Netherlands, John Ehrman. From Spain, Ruben Olivares Munoz. And Jose Paquito. And Fabian Berenger. And Jorge Martinez Agudo from Spain. So our 10 racers in the quarterfinal A. And they are revving their engines. Everything's all properly warmed up. And they're very slight.
I'm
delay.
back.
Not sure
I know you're missing me.
Hello.
I had to make it. I was just phoning the kart track to help them out with something there.
All right.
I'm a multitasker, me. I don't want to be. I have to be.
Yeah, but you left and then you did one task and you come back and now you're doing another task. Is that multitasking?
It is for a man. Oh, that is grey. That's a very grey car, number 4, isn't it? That is way too grey.
Yeah, exactly.
How
And
can you see that on tarmac?
There's multiple ones of those in that same color.
Juan Antonio Hidalgo. He's got 4 names as well. Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. He's got a grey car, but not a grey name.
There's Fabio Domanin, father of Filippo. Who
Now,
weirdly,
I was looking up something.
Sorry?
Do you know that Fabio Domanin is an ex-European champion at this?
I think I heard that. You reminded me.
Fabio Domanin won the European Championship in this class in 2006
Wow.
in Staffanstorp in Sweden. So there we go.
Well, I do remember hearing that because I think at Gubbio when we first interviewed the Dominines, Fabio basically doing the translation and most of the talking for his son Filippo. Francesco is the younger brother of Filippo. He's not into the high traction tracks like this. He prefers. Filippo is the more serious one. He's the older one. Still a teenager, so teenagery things and teenagery attitudes. But the younger brother, Francesco, not really into 8-scale racing. But he was in Sicily. They both were in Sicily.
But weren't... Yeah,
Yes.
didn't they do really well at 10th Euros, didn't they?
Yeah. I think Filippo missed out on the main final, if I remember right. But yes, he's one of the danger kids that even Balestre says he's worried about. Yeah.
Well, Balestre must be pushing 40 now, surely, isn't he?
Ooh, we don't talk
Dario.
about age. We don't talk about age. with
I mean,
the
but
comments.
perhaps not. Perhaps I've pushed that a little bit much. I mean, Dario won the European Championship in 2014 in Kirchberg in Austria. Look at me with my list of winners. And so that's, 9 years ago. But he can't be, he's not 40, he's the wrong side of 30. If you say he's not going to be 40, that's very unfair. I take that back and I apologise to all Dario Balestre fans around the world.
And especially Dario himself.
No, that's fine, he wouldn't mind.
Well, I mean, you don't
He has
want to get the daggers look from Dario. He
That
does
is
that
true.
very well, I think.
Oh yeah. You can imagine he'd be great in a switchblade fight, wouldn't you? possibly set to music.
Oh well, there we go with the stage play.
Hey, the
Comments.
entire world, all life should be set to music.
Well, lucky for us, we only have the one gray car of number 4, Hidalgo, out there. So I kind of have to relearn the numbers of the cars because they're obviously very familiar paint schemes at this point, but now running different numbers than they were yesterday. Well, for the last 2 days, to be honest. Qualifying is quite convenient because they just all stay in one number for the whole time. Now Filippo is he's running the double gigantic blue hand RCTV stickers on the front of his car.
Excellent, and Filippo deserves to get at least an extra 1 second a lap. Or 1 second less a lap, actually, think about it, not one more extra second.
What I like to tell the racers is that we can guarantee a half a tenth per lap, per run, per sticker that they put on their bodies.
Wow.
So,
that's an interesting guarantee. One, of course, that legally we can't back up in any way.
It's only a verbal guarantee, and
it's a verbal guarantee from Frank. And let's be honest about this: Frank is not part of the official management structure of RC Racing TV. So please sue Frank individually rather than the company.
And as Matt says, I am insured. So yeah.
You are insured, which is a first for Villarreal, isn't it?
Yes, very handy. So the flag is up.
So Tobias Sutrich on pole, Jonathan Gandine second, Felipe Dominine in third, and several names in a grey car on fourth. Timwood fifth, and they're away. And it's a pretty even start for the first five. They've gone off clean. Stumbled by Sutrich at the top corner. So he's been caught up. But there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all pretty much in order. They went across the line in order. Well done.
No,
cheer.
Our leader's gone.
Something's gone wrong. Sutrich has got, is it?
Yeah.
Did he go off the track or did he break down?
He just went off the track. He's dead last. He's just come across now.
It's a weird one. He must have just slid into the corner.
No, car number 2 has just been given a stop-and-go penalty.
All right, so Jonathan Gandin has been called for clunking.
So that is going to give Dominine an even bigger lead.
So there he goes. And he stops. Didn't stop. Whoa. I think if I was the FIA, I'd be calling him back in for that. That certainly didn't come to a dead stop.
I'm sure I heard the word go from the referee, so I think that will be allowed.
If he went on go from go, but he didn't actually stop. Actually, can these cars stop? Yes, they've got centrifugal clutches. They can stop.
Yeah. I'd like to see
Fabian
the MotoGP style long lap.
Yes. Well, that's a really good idea, the long lap. But obviously then you have to build new parts of the track. Fabien Ballinger from France, the number 9 star, to bump up from the previous race. He is missing and 2 laps down already, so he's got a problem.
Dominine with a straightaway lead. The grey 4 car in second. The grey and blue car, number 6 in third.
And we've got Paquito in the rainbow drop car, the bump up of the winner of the 8th. He's running in 4th, so he's with a chance of bump up here. But he's got big attention from Jorge Martinez, who was, of course, also a bump upper. So they've a bit of track knowledge is serving them well. They're both in the top 5.
I was wondering about that.
Tim Woods made a poor start, down in 7th from a 5th. And obviously our pole man, Turburn Sutrich, is coming back from that incident with Gandin, so at the back. So the first 2 are towards the back of the entirety of the event because of the problems they had with each other. Should we put it that way, shall we? I've had a problem with you.
And Gandin about to... if he makes another couple of mistakes, he's going to be lapped by Dominine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, Reggie, Frank, because it's difficult to settle down in a final sometimes. You've made a start, you've been a bit aggressive, you've taken someone off, you probably sit there thinking I didn't do anything wrong. You get called, then you realise you've got to start catching up all before you had a chance to settle. So it is a situation where you can either, absolutely nail it, or have this issue where you start making little mini mistakes. You try to get back and not get people's way and see what you can do, because you've got this difficult initial settling period, and that's obviously what's happened to Gandin. But the only plus point is he's got some time to make it back in 16.5 minutes. But the disadvantage is that everyone in this heat's really good.
The multi-car battle for second place is kind of spread out a bit, but no one's made any major mistakes or lunges to upset anyone. 4, 6, 8, and 0. And then the 7 and 5 coming across the line.
So Dominic Circuit, the fastest person on the track, going sub 19. No one else is doing that at the moment. The cars do get interesting. The cars get a little bit quicker after a few minutes. So I think probably around the 8-minute to go mark, the tyres are at their fastest diameter, and then it goes the wrong way again. So there is a change in speed. Don't forget the weird thing about these foam tyres wearing down is it actually changes the final drive ratio. It changes the gearing of the cars. The top speed goes down as the tyres get smaller. The acceleration goes up. So, you know, your car is changing its performance characteristics, and don't forget the gearbox as well, but just on the basic size of the tyres.
Dominique is just pitted. Nice clean pit stop from Fabio. And out ahead of the chasing group.
Now, the interesting fact is that if Fabio was to have an absolutely fantastic event, he still wouldn't become the first father and son to be European champions. Because who were the first father and son to be European champions, Frank?
Is that Carup?
It is. It's Jonas and Marcus Carup. But, of course, the interesting thing about this is they did that in different classes. Because Jonas Carup is a champion in touring car, of course Marcus Carup is a champion off-road. Now, if this is a big thing, it's nearly the quarter final, but if or when Dominic does become European champion, he'll want it in the same class as father. So, as we look for firsts and astounding events, that's one to look out for, but probably not going to happen this year, I wouldn't think.
No. I think Filippo is definitely going to be a champion in waiting in the coming years, but it's going to be a little while, I think. As our grey car number 4 is just coming.
Battleship Grey. I once painted my car, and I can't remember what it was called. It had blue in the title, but it wasn't. It was a grey blue. But when it came out, it was exactly the same colour as Primer Felt Carpet for 12th Racing. So I had managed to paint a camouflage car, and I didn't realise that until I got to the track. And I genuinely couldn't see the blooming thing. So I ended up having to put so many stickers and numbers on it to be able to see the car. And it did say blue in the title, the tin. I thought, I'll buy, me, rattle can white boy. I thought, no, I'd have a bit of colour. Because you are the responsible, Frank, for the only time I've ever driven a car with a decent race paint, because you did it. So I did the European Championships for us. You remember we could cover the European Championships back about 2013 or 14?
Yes.
First time ever with a satellite. The satellite which is now no longer used and is behind my shed. Which obviously... who's upside down? Who's gone
that?
there?
Who's that?
That is... Tell me that.
I think that's Tim Wood.
The orange is Tim. But yeah, so... There's no one happier that Sally the Satellite is no longer used than your good colleague Matt McCallum, who hated Sally the Satellite, sometimes with good reason, but other times not so much. But she's now sitting behind in 2 boxes behind my shed.
Up on eBay.
But she's also joined now, but might be, yeah. But she's also joined by the 4 original wings of my TR4A, which are... because I put new wings on them and got it painted. So, but I'll be selling those to someone who's a better metal fabricator than me to put them back in order again. Because they are original 1965 wings, so, you know.
So we're on, I believe, the 8 and the 2 on the moving camera. That's Paquito and Jonathan. But we've got Dominique, Ermin, Martinez, and Olivares in our top 4 spots. Just trying to find where the 10 and the 7 are. I believe they're just about to come down the pit straight. 10 and 7, yes. The blue and the white and the white cars. That's our battle for 3rd. And it's pretty close. Coming down the main straight now. And they've got the gray car behind them. That, I mean, to be honest, and all 3 of them coming in the pit at the same time. This is our battle for 3rd.
The ubiquitous fuel gun now doing its business.
And they do get penalties for under. Oh, and did we get that?
Oh,
we did not.
There?
Oh.
Yeah, no. What, the pink car going against
right
the wall?
Yellow car. I can't see the number.
The wall, yeah. No, it was on. It was just caught by
number
the
1
past.
Smashing and flying, but he's still running. going straight, and he's
By
fine.
Sutrich.
Oh, no, he's not fine. He's pulled off now into the infield. There you can see it just in the bottom of the screen. This is our battle for third.
We did see that one. But that sort of thing just has damaged the tyres and chassis and everything else. Barringer's back on the track again, a couple of laps down. Big loser recently has been Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. He's down in 6th. So a slow decline for him. John Ehrman, unsurprisingly, Dutchman coming towards the 4. Very, very experienced Dutch driver, John. Probably taken part in every single one of these events we've ever filmed since 2012 at this very track. And do you know who won in 2012 at this very track?
I think I was too worried about the blood pouring out of my leg at the time.
That happened before that.
I know. But no, I do not recall. So these 3 cars on camera battling, very, very tight battle. This is a pretty good pace that these guys are setting. Come around off the main straight again, into the S's.
Well, I just had, sorry, Frank, I had a minor technical failure at my end there.
Air gap,
which meant I didn't give you the chance to tell you who won in 2012. And he's here, and you spoke to him today.
Not Figueiredo. Peach.
No. Yes. And in fairness, you were fine for the final. It's only after the final that you decided to... Oh, massive accident there from Hidalgo and the white machine. It's only after the final you decided to have a problem.
Yeah, so that's let the 0 car of Martinez get a good gap away from him.
So Martinez looking for a double bump, and that's from 10th. So he only just scraped in last time. So this is... Martinez obviously has sat down, had a good old think about what to do, and found a little extra pace to get himself through two pits.
Car number 1 of Sutrich coming off the track again. I think that's going to put a definite end to his running now.
Yeah, at this point he's just doing it for fun because he's never getting back into the order again. So the battle is for that final bump up spot. It's quite a good one actually. It's between five drivers covered. No, not. This is 5 drivers cover a couple of seconds. So you've got Martinez, Hidalgo, Olivares, and Jonathan Gandine, and even Tim Wood, all within a few seconds of each other. That's that big trail of cars you see going round there, and they're joined by Jose Paquito. So 5 seconds, rather than covering 2 cars, is covering 6. Frank, so we've got a big old run with 8 minutes to go about who might get that final bump up. John Ehrman's got a 4-second gap, and then Peter Donovan has pulled away by 8. But it's all going on now with that battle for the final bump up, which is being held at the moment by Martinez in the 10. So we kind of need to go forward 1 car to the grey car. He's coming to the pit, so we're going to take that blue and white car. Yeah, go with the blue and white car, Jude.
Dominique coming
in the pits. So this is the man currently who holds that final bump-up slot. Now, as Martin's actually knows, because the pits has actually scored second, so he should be coming in this time, I would expect. Yep, okay.
And
Let's hold him through and see where he comes out. Stay with the 0. Stay with the 0. Let's see where he comes out on this one. There we are. Now, right, into traffic. But he's come out just ahead of the grey car Hidalgo. So my guess is he'll move... no, because Gandine has managed to turn past Ehrman. I think Gandine may need to stop this time round, so maybe just to unwind again. There goes Martinez, blue and white, not bumping up. I think that not all fuel stops being created equal this time. Gandine, I think, is a little bit ahead on the fuel strategy.
No one's coming for the pitch for the last lap.
No, I think it looks like Gandine obviously is on a different strategy from everyone else.
I missed the number. Someone has just gone into the pit, but I can't see. I'll let you know which one it was when he comes past.
So Martinez and Hidalgo now battling round the Omega. Oh, Hidalgo nearly punted the back of Martinez. They get swept now into the the internal loop. He's not a hairpin. And now down the main straight. You can see where we are on fuel. Just trying to work out when Gandhi goes in. Whether he missed the Italian. Oh, the inside. No, yes, no, yes, yes, no. And he got it in the end. Hidalgo gets through. Martinez there, and Olivares in the white car. Oh, punts him off. That was Olivares. I'm pretty sure I'll get a stop go for that. I think it was Hidalgo. Olivares in the white car just put the power on and tipped almost perfect. It wasn't deliberate. You can see what happened there as he came around the internal loop. He was, it's as Frank said, everyone's effectively gunning full throttle the whole time, and the angle of his car was that when he gunned it, unfortunately, it was just caught the underside of Martinez's machine. So that's a racing incident. I think Martinez is going to feel pretty sore about it, to be honest. But one of those things. So Gandin's now made that stop, I think, because Ermin's second, Gandin's in third, and during all the excitement, he stayed ahead of Hidalgo, but I think they both still have one more stop to make. So we're
just over 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, so definitely a stop.
Who's the white car? I haven't got the number. I'm sorry. Who we're seeing at the moment?
Let me just give me 1 second.
Is it Olivares, the 7?
It's the number 7. Yes,
yeah, with Olivares.
Okay, so behind him. And
we need to be on the grey car. So you can move 2 forward to the grey car, please, Jude.
Just coming on to the straight now.
Because that's your 4th place man. He's a couple of seconds behind Gandin. And in fact, in many ways, Gandin seems to have really found a bit of extra pace recently. Though that last lap, this car here was 2/10 faster than the car he's chasing. And the gap is 2.2 seconds, so a little bit far. Dominic still leading.
Yeah, he's a few cars behind the grey car, so about a quarter of a lap. I think he's just holding position behind the cars that are really trying to push.
Yeah, Gandin again. Antonio gained Garrido. I'll try and choose which way. Hidalgo, too many names to choose from. Gained a couple of tenths again on Gandin that time round. But more importantly, Gandin gained 3 tenths on Ermin, and he comes in for fuel.
Yeah,
this is the last fuel stop. Last fuel stop for the number 4. Hidalgo. We got a number of one person who hasn't made this last fuel stop is Gandin, who's going in a kind of a different situation to the others. Paquito moves into 3rd on the stagger of fuel, but they've all got to stop one more time who's ahead there. But it's still, I think Filippo's just come in as well. He doesn't flame, things are looking fine. So
yes, he's just come past us. He's totally fine.
So Gandin owes everyone a stop. Everyone else, I think Paquito owes a stop. He's made that stop. So everyone's made their final stop with the exception of Jonathan Gandin in 2nd. Ermin will definitely go past Gandin. I don't think Hidalgo will. I think that I think the battle actually now is Hidalgo v Ermin. And there's 2 seconds between them. And last time round, Hidalgo was 4 tenths quicker. So ground speed wise, he's quicker than Ermin. But he's got 1.6 seconds to make up in just under 3 minutes. There is someone further track. Not sure who it was.
It was Berenger. He's not going to affect anything.
Not that time round. The game was 3 tenths of a second. I think that was Gandin going through the pits.
He's just come out. He's just come out.
So he's come out and he's safe. So he's just had that pace, that final stop. Right, so those are the 2 cars. I think that actually is Ermin just ahead. He's got a wide shot. There you see him just ahead, Ermin. Gap down to 0.8 of a second, so Hidalgo's got way more ground speed. Now what this is down to the fact that the Hidalgo car, the grey car, is just way happier on these smaller tyres at the end of the 20-minute run than Ermin is. Now Ermin's going to got the fight of his life, I think, to hold him off for 2 minutes. His back marker gets out of the way. So these 2 now fighting for the final bump up here from the quarter-final at the EFRA, one of the track Euros 23. Thanks to X-Ray, thanks to Lens Bodies for supporting this, and obviously thanks to EFRA for making it all possible in the Villarreal circuit. 5th time we've been here as RT Racing TV. To Villarreal. This is our 4th European Championship. We've been for a World, but right on the tail now. Hidalgo looking to chase down John Ermin, the experienced Dutchman. The Spaniard with the grey car has 1 minute and 29 to get that final bump up, maybe a double bump up for him. Ermin who I think has been hanging on for dear life on the car a little bit, now gets the mental hurry up. Was 4/10 slower last time. This time, actually, he was a 10th faster. So Hidalgo now has to stop, change from chasing mode into overtaking mode. Minute and 12 to go. Coming through the internal loop, and they're going to turn left, and they power all the maximum power, all 3 and a bit horsepower, down the main straight, hitting 75, 80 miles an hour, braking and turning, and they're overtiming and scoring into the loop, down to the Omega. Now it's interesting, Ehrman absolutely has got the mental hurry up. You let that lead disappear, but now it's all or nothing, and Ehrman's really putting in his got. It's interesting that Hidalgo's not gained him at all in the last minute, but it's less than a tenth of a mistake between the two of them. Coming round, they will have 2 laps to go at the end, well, perhaps even 3 at the end of this one. That's a worry for him. We've got to hold him for 3. Hidalgo a little bit close to go around the Omega, right up the inside, but that's not as close as it looks, because overshooting the corner meant that Ehrman got a better run. Dominin and Gandin safe into the semi-final, but the final slot into the semi-final is between these two, John Ehrman and Juan Garrido Hidalgo. And we got this, lost the front end there, and that snapped away. Still got this one and one more. Hidalgo going to rue that mistake, cost him half a second. He can get back on. This is going to be a typical example of catching is one thing, passing another, but give Ehrman his due from a car that wasn't going well. That wasn't the right line. Hidalgo really pushing, took too much curb, got away with it. This is the last lap. They go out 4 corners. Hidalgo trying everything up the inside. Now he's got the inner loop. Can he get round the inside? No. Powers it into the last corner of the main straight. It's all about the power down to Ehrman now. Full throttle both of them. Ease off. Turn round. It should be fine. He's got it there. Ehrman there survives the assault. And one Antonio Hidalgo Garrido, unlucky not to get a bump up, but John Ehrman there, all his experience, lost the lead, but then found it, dug deep to get into the semi-final, joining Jonathan Gandin and Filippo Dominin in about half an hour's time for semi-final A.
Good race, great race there at the end. And of course, Dominin, young Filippo, and Gandin coming across just fine ahead of them. So I was keeping an eye out on those cars as well, the 2 other orange cars, and everything good. Polite applause from the gallery as well.
We always like polite applause. Oh, blimey, there's a lot of well-known names in this one, isn't there?
Yeah. Some big names.
Oh, because we're in the semi-finals, that's why.
Yes.
So let's see who we have in the semi-final. We have multiple European champion and champion class. Yildiz Grodzka. Francesco's won 10th championship. Some bloke called Lamberto Collari, who's a 9-time world champion and about a 9-time European champion. Andrea Catanzani, who's been doing some large scale, as has Carmine Raiola. Simon Kurzbuch, 2018 European champion, I'm going to say 2017 world champion as well. Certainly a world champion, not quite sure of the year, it might have been 2019. Victor Vilk. You've got Victor over there. Wow, yeah. Victor Vilk was multiple, the man who always called for touring car championships. The Swede, been racing, probably one of the people who's been in more of our broadcasts than anyone else. He's kind of raced in various different classes for many, many years. So Victor Vilk, the Swede. And then we have our 3 bank pups. It's Thomas Eitard, Sasha Klug, and Tobias Hepp. I'm not sure if Victor Vilk, who has been an A finalist 1.9 million times, ever actually won a European championship.
Well, we'll see how he does just after this little video clip. So, hope you guys enjoy these little video moments that brought to you by, well, the RCTV team, produced by Matt overnight. And
what I say is, if you get a video moment, then what you should be doing is signing up RCTV here on some of our merch. That's what you should do if you don't want to watch the videos.
Well, I mean, I think it's still cool to watch the videos, you know.
But if you like the videos, you should do that, because that'll mean we can make more videos in the future. So basically, if you don't like them, well, it's something for you to do where you don't like them. If you do like them, you need to carry it. Keep things carrying. It's very important.
Definitely. Also important is just sorting out why you're kind of cutting out a little bit, but we'll work on that.
Am I? None of that.
Yeah. No biggie. But yes, just to finish that point, we are welcoming all kinds of people to the RCTV Club of Heroes, the Gang of Heroes, the Guardians of the Heroes, Heroes of the Heroes. And you can do that by going on the RCTV YouTube channel and clicking join. Of course, you know, we expect that you've already subscribed and you've already hit the bell icon to be made aware by notification on your mobile devices when we are live. But if you hit the join button and provide 5 units of currency in your local whatever it is, shekels, rupees, and so on. Those giant coins that they use in Polynesian islands. We not only will you get physical stickers that you can stick on your body shells, pit mat, all that good stuff, laptops, mobiles, and things like that. But you get priority follow requests when we're doing that sort of thing. Obviously, we're not doing that now because it's the finals day. But when we do that, also you get a cool little badge next to your name in the live chats, and there's all sorts of stuff. And I'm sure we'll be adding plenty more to that in the future for people.
You
who
get a personal shout out for me.
Yes, well, we do. We definitely do.
Unless you don't want a personal shout out for me, because you won't get one. So I'm happy to be your bitch if you're a hero. So there we are. You see, I long since sold my pride. It's fine.
Right. The other way you can support RC Racing TV is to go to rcracingtv.com, or there's links on the YouTube channels as well, and you can check out the merch that we've got. You can't buy the stickers, so you can only get them if you're an RCTV hero, or if you're physically present, or a friend of yours is physically present and gets a sticker sheet for themselves and asks for one for you if you're not here. But there's people. Lots of these drivers are out here with RCTV stickers on the car, including names you may have heard like Robert Peach and Tony Gruber and Gilles Grosskamp. And need to see if Dario has put one in his car, because I told him it's good luck. And
So you weren't promising him half a second then?
No, the top guys, they don't need a half a second. At the end of a run. But so there's only like I said, there's only 2 ways to get the RCTV sticker: is to be in an event that we are also broadcasting from, or be an RCTV hero. And just to finish that off, RCTV10 is the discount code. I believe. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yes.
On rcracingtv.com for the shirts and the hats, and we've got hoodies for when cooler weather prevails. Obviously, you may not need it in the middle of Portugal or Spain, during the summer.
Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. These days, who knows?
King Nut says, I wish Serpent or some bigger brand would take a crack at large-scale touring car. I know loads do fifth-scale off-road, but I know it's tons of investment with lots of risk. I think whilst it's quite a boutique situation with large-scale touring car, I think it's also a situation where the manufacturers are there, like Genius and everyone else, are actually really good at doing it. And just because you've got a bit of a background doesn't mean you necessarily any better, Frank.
Definitely. I would love to see more manufacturers in large scale. Obviously, FG has kind of fallen away. He's made his money, Mr. FG, and he's sold up. happy to have done so. So he's enjoying his life on his yacht and multiple homes. But do want to say just before we get started in the next couple of minutes during this warm-up, if you are enjoying this this coverage and would like to learn more about RC, please head over to EFRA.ws and check out all the information there. There's all the information on how EFRA rules get made, how the AGM works, how to find your local RC federation so you can get involved in RC racing, because it's RC racing that provides the impetus for and enthusiasm for advancing the RC hobby and the RC industry, which makes the RC makes things more fun and durable and exciting for the general RC hobbyist, which most of the RC people are.
Yes.
So some big names, like you were saying in this one: Groskamp, Tironi, Kalari. I'm quite wary about talking to Kalari, because
why?
I remember back.
He's lovely.
Yeah, I know, but when I was commentating, I think it was maybe the first.
Oh, you upset! You upset, didn't you? You upset him.
Like the entirety of Italy.
I remember that. Yes, you did. Yes, you said.
You
said on air stuff. You said on air stuff we only ever said off air.
Well, no, not stuff that I say. I was repeating comments that were in the YouTube chat at the time.
Yeah.
And that's all I was doing. It was just a commentary, literally just a comment. And maybe I went on for 20 seconds longer than I should have, because I only mentioned it once. So I had unfortunate Lamberto come over and Paf, who is until recently he was one of the board members of EFRA, but he came over. I was like, oh my goodness, it was scary moments.
So Halifax.
Anyway, yes, Halifax, where Yillis won.
Yeah.
But,
we were in Villarreal doing a large-scale off-road with 1.9 billion flies because the track was near a pig farm, and there were so many flies you stopped bothering about the flies. You didn't try and swat them away, which is pointless. There were so many flies.
You
Matt
know what?
will back me up on the number of flies at Villarreal.
Very, very quickly
No, it's not Villarreal. Sorry, Valladolid, not Villarreal. Valladolid.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you remember when we were at the Ongaro ring and they used pig excrement on the track to
it stank.
Yes, I told Ongaro, okay, if you're trying to have the Euros at the Ongaro ring, please do not use anything from pig farm. And he agreed. So here we go. Very, very, on that segue. Cars down. Yillis leading them away. The 3 and the 4 very, very close together. Oh, and the touch coming through the S's, and they're at the back of the grid now. Oof. Yillis and Tironi away, both of them in Infinity cars, as is Raiola in third.
Apparently, Victor Vilk did start, but very late. He started 11 seconds behind everyone else.
That could be why he's only just been released. He's half a lap behind everybody now. And more than half a lap to Yillis.
That's not a great start, is it really? It's quite depressing. You're that far behind straight away.
So Raiola and the car 6 of Kurzbuch are closest battle, and I believe that is for third. So it's the yellow car and then the bright orange and yellow car just on the main straight now. The two, look quite close.
So quite a calm start, really. They've kind of gone off and settled down.
Yeah, the 3 and the 4 are still battling. They're working their way up through the field.
They're staying close. I'm not seeing any attempted lunges. I'm not seeing those overshoots we see people trying to get past.
No, I think in the quarter or semifinals, we're going to see a lot cooler heads, and they know it comes down to the last couple of fuel stops.
So the burnt orange is Carmine Roda in the number 5, yeah, and then you've got the. Actually, I'm not sure who. I think Kurzbuch has changed chassis manufacturers, hasn't he? He's driving somebody else now.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look at what his.
Kurzbuch, I think. Yeah, have a stare at Kurzbuch's car. I think he was Capricorn. I think he's left them. Or I could be wrong. I could be going the wrong way around. Was he Shepherd and left them to Capricorn, or vice versa? Can't remember.
I'm
looking
not
to see
sure.
if we can see what Kurzbuch
I think
is on.
everybody is left Shepherd.
Well, no, because they're now under new management, aren't they? Under Zen Racing.
Well, hopefully they can come back and be
sure they
a
will.
force to be reckoned with once again.
So as you say, Frank, third and fourth are the closest on the track at the moment as they battle for what would be the final bump up. But don't forget, no one goes home at the end of this race because there's a last chance qualifier. So
That
top
will
three
be-
go into
Yeah, that's going to be a good race, I think. I
top
think
three.
Kurzbuch is
And
running
then
a
the two
Mugen
fastest
Seiki.
losers. Which reminds me, is he okay? Right, that makes sense.
I think-
Which
I
reminds me, I
think-
actually need to find a piece of paper, or you need a piece of paper to write down the qualifying times, the fourth and the fifth, so we can see how they do for fastest not direct qualifiers rather than losers, should I say?
Right, okay, yeah.
Um,
Is that not on RC Timing or my RCM?
It will be for about 3 seconds at the end of the race, and you have to write it down quickly.
Okay.
It's all about a lot of RC commentary is about writing things down quickly. Because then it's gone, and everyone thinks you're an idiot for not knowing what it was. So a little bit more of a gap now between Riola and Kurzbuch. Gilles Groscamp out in the lead. The car we can just see flashing in front of him. That's Franco Tironi in his traditional yellow colours. Is Groscamp running his full race paint, or has he gone for a one?
He is. Groskamp is a good guy. He's running his race scheme all week.
Groscamp, world champion, of course, in touring car in the Netherlands in 2012. Won it by knowing how the track worked and outwitting Atsu Shihara to claim an important win. Into the pits has gone Riola. Again, prior to 4 minutes, which is, he's probably making an extra stop. Kurzbuch carries on. Comes over time. I assume he'll stop now because that will be after 4 minutes. I can't believe he's got that much extra duration in his tank.
Yes, he is pitting now.
Comes in, as we can see the leader being put down as he came in, so effectively the entirety of the someone's sprayed fuel on our camera. There's been a fuel spillage.
Probably a nitro exhaust.
Maybe oil or fuel. My guess is it's fuel because of the angle the camera's at, so that's an exciting job for someone to clean that lens, but as it is, the lens is quite dramatic, covered in fuel. So they've both done their swaps, and they've basically done exactly what they had before. Riola is about a second or so ahead of Kurzbuch, but Kalari has moved to second, so Kalari must be running really long. Yeah, Kalari ran an extra lap, so Kalari's dropped back down to seventh, but Kalari's got some good duration in his car. Lamberto, always named in the Who's the Greatest RC Racer of All Time conversations.
Speaking of Team Shepherd, a chapper just walked past me wearing a Team Shepherd shirt, so
They're
maybe
back.
there's someone
They're back.
actually running. Yeah, but
they're back. They just
yeah, but in this sort of like RC news sphere, there's no top racers running them anymore. So it's like,
yeah, they
you know what I mean?
Kind of changing the guard, but they'll have some.
Yeah,
they'll get
yeah.
some back. The car, nothing wrong with the car.
very
World
close
champion
between
a few years
Kurzbuch
ago.
and Riola now.
Yep, then they are fighting for the final bump up stop. There is 15 minutes still to go. Oh, Kurzbuch there. You can see a little bit of oversteer. Corrected it, but lost what? Half a second. Coming through the Amiga and then turning round in front of the rostrum. These things are lethally quick, and if you think they're quick while you're watching on the screen at home, you want to watch them live. They are ridiculous. They're also incredibly irritatingly noisy. Much as I know a lot of you love nitro noise, I think you've got a similar position to us because you're sort of lined up for them powering out from the timing and scoring loop, aren't you, Frank?
Yeah,
So you get
I'm literally
on
at
full-
the foot of the time
Yeah.
of the
When
scoring list.
we did the Euros in 19 in France, there was a hairpin, a really sharp hairpin, and we were directly lined up with a hairpin. So when all we had was them putting absolute maximum throttle down and screaming into your ear for 9 hours a day. And much as I love them, And much as I'm very happy to enjoy a bit of noise, I'm not one of these namby-pambies who thinks electric racing is a good idea. Electric racing has a good idea as far as noise is concerned. It got a bit much after a while, if I'm honest. Just got a little bit much because they got a very, very high-pitched, very different pitch actually to the engine noise of an off-road engine.
30 to
Different
40,000
exhaust,
RPM for the on-road.
I mean, these things are absolute miracles of production. I mean, realistically, the engines in these things are, you know, a Swiss watchmaker would cry at the precision involved in making these engines. They are fantastic. I mean, it's technically, there's, you know, if you point to, you know, what the ultimate expression of miniature engineering, it's not someone who builds themselves a steam train for their local track or something, the track in their garden. It's these things. There's nothing close to the level of sophistication you'll find in a 1.8 Formula car. Nothing. And the people who can drive them rather than just hanging on for dear life are pretty impressive.
We do love a good Nitro race. Not a foot being put wrong yet, or a wheel, tire, between Raiola and Kurzbuch. Raiola finishing on the podium at the Touring Car Nitro European Championships a few weeks ago in Sicily. So he's I'm sure he's going to want to continue that march. Mm-hmm. Oh, and they're both getting into pits together.
Oh, we've got a pits battle. Come on, pits battle. Oh, look at that.
Out.
Oh, well done. That was nothing to anybody. That was great. Well done to both pit teams.
A little closer now, though, Kurzbuch.
They should get the DHL fastest pit award of the. Anyway, DHL want to give us some money. Does a trick on the chat. Reinforces something that we've actually said, but I think just make it clear. The top three bump up by right from each semi-final, but the next two fastest finishers from either final. Yeah. So you could be fourth. It could be fourth and fifth from this final, or fourth and fifth in the next final. The two fourth places, they also bump up into the main final, and then one driver from the Last Chance Saloon. It's not called that. The Last Chance Saloon final will also bump up. That's a quarter-hour final happening in several hours' time. So that's how you get your selection. And of course, we already have two finalists. Tony Gruber, the top qualifier, and Dario Balestre, who I believe won the Super Bowl.
Yes. And then, well, he exceeded, he bettered Grosskamp's time and then stayed out for another couple of laps to just knock 0.3 of a second off of his fastest, the lap that got him into the Super Bowl. So, why not?
That's Balestre energy, isn't it?
18.3 was his fastest lap.
Tony a double because he won the 1/10th IC earlier this year, which was done last year by Dominic Greiner. So the Germans are trying to win all the championships. But I think there's obviously there's a semi-final and there's a main final before that happens. At the front, Yil Groskamp leading at the moment by just around 2.5 seconds. Raiola, who's on the screen now, the leading of these car in the burnt orange machine, he's back a further 2.5 seconds, 2.4 seconds. Then Kurzbuch, you can see how far behind he is in fourth. Bumping up, Thomas Eitard is back another 3 seconds. And it's Catanzari and Kalari probably aren't going to be able to drive themselves into contention, but might be able to other people's misfortune themselves into contention.
So Greiner was not present in Italy to defend his title from last year. And the reason why was because he works a day job and he only has 30 days of holiday a year.
I thought it was his sister's wedding.
Sorry?
I thought it was his sister's wedding.
And that as well. So he had to use.
I don't think and that. I think that's rather more important.
Well, I mean,
I haven't got the holiday. Oh, and my sister's getting married. Oh, okay.
But I mean, the point I was making was that he's not a full-time pro racer. He works. I'm assuming a fairly decent engineering or admin or lawyer job. I don't know what he does, But
See, at this point, you see, Frank, you can now list every job in the world.
yeah, exactly.
Is he a doctor?
I mean,
Is he
he's
a
a-
architect?
he's
Is he
a-
a shelf stacker?
he's a
Is he a
wrecking ball
designer?
machine
Is he a
operator?
designer of underpants for Marks and Spencer's? Yeah, because you don't know what it is. He can have any job. We can fill hours just naming
yeah, but
jobs.
I was trying to go. Okay, he's German. Okay, engineering. Of course he's an engineer because he's
You
German.
can't do
Like,
these stereotypes because
that
Germans
exactly.
have all sorts of
So
jobs.
that's why. And who's just gone in front of? That's car 8. He's just gone up, trying to attack my
Todd.
feet again.
People like you.
I know. Well, the amount of damage that has been done to the grid fencing that's in front
Oh,
of me
they're back in.
is
Look, and again, they're back
substantial.
together at the same time. Franco's Tironi just went out as well. So the three of them went out together. That's a little bit. That was a slightly better one for Raiola, I think. There, Kurzbach was a little bit further back. Grosskamp leads by 3 seconds, so he stopped as well. 7 to go, so they're all going to make one more stop.
Yeah, I was just trying to
Kalari
give...
scored 5th at the moment, which is interesting. I think he needs to make a stop, but Kalari has scored 5th, so he has the possibility of being sitting on the edge of the main
definitely
final,
in there.
giving the fastest losers in. Not really losers, are they? The fastest person not automatically qualifying. I think I have to call it rather than fastest loser, but it's more of a mouthful.
Yeah,
to
but
be
it's
honest.
faster to say, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you're a loser. I'm 6th in the world. They're still a loser to me. You know.
But just back to Greiner real quick. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt of just not being, oh, you're German, so you must be an engineer. So whatever he does, he only has a certain amount of holiday time a year, and he decided to use that holiday to go to his sister's wedding instead of to
I'm
Sicily.
not sure that a decision he made himself, or whether it's kind of like, Dominic, Deirdre's getting married. I'm assuming his sister's called Deirdre. You need to be there.
Gertrude. Well, I mean, you would think
Brunhilde.
if she was a supportive family member, she would not schedule it during the European racing season for Dominic. You would think.
Yeah, which is also, of course, the wedding season.
Yeah, but come on, Sicily. Or she could have done it in Sicily. So he could have done both.
That is true, actually. She should combine her wedding with her brother's racing event. Oh, hang on a second. It's ruled it now. A and B Brano said, I believe he's an electrician, so he's got the actual... We didn't want the actual truth, Brano, but thank you nonetheless.
So running order at the moment, Grosskamp, Tironi, Raiola, and Kurzbach still latched together pretty much. Been connected by about a 10-meter long rope the entire race. Are they catching Tironi, or is that just...
Still 2.5
that's
seconds.
car 4 that's
2.2.
directly ahead of them. Car 2 is
Yeah,
the
they-
very
they-
slightly
they-
brighter
they-
yellow.
You're slightly right, because they're 0.2 of a second closer than they were 9 minutes ago. So they are catching him, but not at a pace that would impress anything other than a glacier. Okay, so Grosskamp. Can we show Grosskamp? We haven't shown him at all. I know he's the leader, but we haven't shown
Where is
Grosskamp
he?
at all.
He's just on the main straight. He's the only white car on the main straight now. Coming across the finish line. Car number 1
And
running in
as you
Infiniti.
know, Yillies is definitely one of our favourite people in RC.
Oh, for sure.
So I just think we should give him a couple of laps of coverage, just because I haven't seen his car. And
just to show that he is running his race paint.
is he?
He is. I told you he is. He's been running it ever since
Doesn't
we've
look
been
very
here.
race
At least.
painted. Well, I just like to say that all I can say then is that is actually Hillis. Is that Hillis? Are you sure that is?
No, we're not on him actually. He's just coming on the main straight now, dude.
About to say, because that's a single piece of light green, and that's not.
No. It's
Grosskamp. There we go.
across the finish line now.
There we are.
Through
No,
the S's.
is that
Through the kink, around the Omega.
okay? Behind. So he's the one behind.
Oh no,
the
he's
yellow
in the
car,
pits
yeah?
now. He's just pitted.
I thought it wasn't him either. Honestly, this is like us when we're trying to find the one person we want to see on a
Well, this is the car
main
number
track
3.
for. Right, so that is
So
3.
we
That's
apologize.
Kalari. Oh,
there
Kalari,
we
okay.
go.
There we
That's
go.
Yillis.
Rather than the hunt for red rather than the hunt for Red October, you've got the hunt for Yiel's Grosscab. Yillies! Yay! Fabulous bloke. Fabulous man in
he gave us,
the world.
he actually, we talked to him on the stream, was it a couple days ago, and he gave us some, I mean, usually when we talk to these guys, they're usually happy to share whatever information and stuff like that, but Yilla's just, without asking, he's like, oh, you know, we're trying to do this amount of time, and we have to do this, so this doesn't happen. I can't even remember the amount of detail that he went into. It was, you know, you're talking about a Swiss clockmaker. That's like kind of the mind that we were sort of witnessing as he was just saying, oh, this is what we look at, and this is what I'm like, I can't even begin to fathom how to start thinking about that stuff as a racer. There was just the amount of detail that these guys go into when they're trying to decide on setups and drive ratios and pulleys and belt sizes and stuff like that. All that stuff is just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
But we love to watch them go around a track. So it looks like the next car is ahead of Raiola and Kurzbrook. Kurzbrook has finally got ahead of Raiola, just coming down the pit
there
straight.
We go.
The next car ahead of them is Tirone. Yes, just coming across the finish line now, and then we got Kurzbrook and Raiola. So Kurzbrook waiting to the end. Maybe he knew his car would come in, or it was set up for those small tires, as you were saying earlier. And now he's actually gapping Raiola. So there is a lap car ahead of them. It's the number 9 of Klug. Thought it was Klug, but he was running a different number before. So the lap car should be getting out of the way, and then he can chase down Tirone. The wind is actually really starting to pick up as well. It's going straight into the car drivers' faces. It's as they're coming down the straight, they're driving directly into the wind. So we're on Kurzbrook now, chasing down Tirone.
It's half a minute to go. This has got quite interesting, isn't it? So it's Raiola and Carmen Raiola who've lost that position to Kurzbrook, so he's not going to automatically qualify. The fact they've all run cleanly and run quickly makes you wonder if those 4 are all going to get through. But obviously automatically through the final it's going to be Grosscap, Tirone and at the moment Kurzbrook. He's made that vital move 3 laps from the end, Frank. So the key point really at this point is to actually write down what Raiola's time is, because he'll be racing against all the drivers in the next
coming
heat.
Across now. 62,
So Raiola
2008.
does a 62.20.08. 0.6, and Lamberto is on a 61, you see, 20.03. So I think there's a big enough gap. I think I'd be surprised if Carmine doesn't get through, but I've been surprised before. But no one's going home, remember? No one's going home. Everyone gets to run again.
I think it's a nice thing for sure about the last chance race, because usually once you're done and you do your marshalling duties, that's it. You're kind of just like sulkily sort of putting things in boxes and you go out to your car, put it all away, and then come back with a drink in the shade and talk with your friends about everyone else who's still racing. But these guys, they're going to get back out in, let's see, last chance race is at 3:45, and again that's GMT +1, Apologies to everyone across the world and various time zones. I was saying is GMT yesterday and earlier. But we've got the the semifinal A about to come up. So you can see the names on screen there, but we'll run through them very quickly. Robert Peach, Mirko Salemi, Dominic Greiner, last year's champion in this category. Marco Wiegerding, which is apparently how you say it. You don't say the W as a V for his name. I don't know why. Alvaro Fernandez Calvo, Nicola Maroni, Mr. Lens Bodies himself, Oliver Mack, Filippo Dominine, who's probably going to be our top junior racer. Matt there wiping the pick cam and giving us a nice thumbs up. And Jonathan Gandine and John Ehrman. I think they've just been told to turn off their engines, so we might be having a we've got a number countdown for some reason. And, okay, I thought we might have a 10-minute timeout, but we don't. So again, they're all being told that the mechanics have to be directly underneath the driver. I think that comes from the days before the headsets were allowed to be used. And a few years back, headsets started making their way, I think, into Nitro Buggy top racing, and obviously moved into the other Nitro racing classes and large scale. Now everybody uses the headsets, so I suppose it doesn't really matter where they're stood, but it's one of those sorts of this is how we've always done it, so we're doing it this way sort of things, and it kind of makes sense if you can look down and see what's happening on your car. You can say, no, why are you turning it leaner? We should be richer or whatever. So, should we? Yeah, we'll continue our coverage just after this little message. Welcome back. You haven't missed a thing.
Haven't we?
Hey Nick, we've not missed a
Hello,
thing.
love.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Thank you to X-Ray for supporting this coverage. And thank you to Lens Bodies as well for supporting and sponsoring this coverage and helping us make it better than it could be. Of course, EFRA did all the heavy lifting to make this possible. But we get to do some nice, cool things. In addition, thanks to the support of various generous and kind brands. So yes, we're always very grateful to them, but of course, most of all to EFRA. Go check out EFRA.ws. You can find out more about this 1/8 Nitro track racing. There is a rich history of European and World Championships in this class, but below that, there is a rich history of national championships in this class from your country, wherever you are. Especially if you're in Europe, go to EFRA.ws and find your federation, the federation for your country. Below that national championship, there will be clubs. You need to find those clubs through your federation. And if you want to get involved in this kind of racing, you need to find your local club. That is what you need to do. You need to join that community, and they will assist you in finding the right product for you, the right vehicle, and you can get started. And maybe you can be the next Dario Balestri. Maybe you could be the next Tony Gruber. Maybe you could be the next Nick Damon.
Yeah, that's unlikely, realistically. That takes many, many years of failure to get to me, so probably aim to be somebody else, to be honest.
Maybe you could be the next me, who has never driven competitively. Until I am going to be learning to drive an RC car. I'm going to be building an RC car during the winter, and I'm going to be documenting that process. Yes.
You're going to go racing?
A noob learns to race. It's going to happen. So stay tuned to RC Racing TV.
What sort of car is it going to be?
I'm still in negotiations. Obviously, all of the big brands
anything you can get for free
are desperate.
Large-scale touring car.
It's going to be electric. It's going to be electric 110 off-road buggy, probably four-wheel drive. And yes,
I'm loving this.
All of the big brands are bidding to get me on.
Not be
team.
Involved.
Best advert they could possibly get, I'm sure.
That's exciting. This is now exciting. You see. Now, what you need to do, I'll tell you what you should need to do. We should have a competition where I'll do the same thing as you with my limited experience, and see if an old man can beat a new man.
I think you would beat me hands down very easily. Because
I know, but that's
you have years of experience.
You'd be the one person I could beat these days.
Well, why don't you become a videographer and I will become an RC?
Yeah, I think we all know that. Whilst people have told me I have many talents, no one's ever said you're good with a camera.
Well, there you go. Fun stuff to watch out for this winter.
We've got 10 minutes time. We've got 10-minute timer, haven't we?
Props.
I'm not sure. I heard the count say 4 minutes.
The count from Sesame Street.
But
1 minute.
4 minutes.
2 minutes.
Oh, but you can see the Dominine's car there. He's got the V for victory and the number 1, the Seb Vettel. There you go. Even better. Thank you, Fabio.
Fantastic shot. Thanks, Fabio. He's obviously driving an X-Ray as well.
Yes.
So,
yes, one of our event sponsors, bringing you everybody out there in RC Racing TV land. This coverage, want to thank once again X-Ray and Lens Bodies for providing sponsorship for this EFRA RC Motorsport Europe.
Now I now know that Lens Bodies is one of Nicola Neroni's organisation companies. Obviously, Nicola number 6 in this car. But realistically, when you first hear of Lens Bodies, I think it's some bloke in Chigwell who's got a body shop. Yeah, come down to Lens Bodies, I'll fix your Metro. You know,
Right, okay.
As in Leonard.
Yes, as in Leonard's Bodies. Yes.
Oh,
All right, yeah. Oh dear, that Montego. Obviously, but he's doing this in the 80s. He's not doing it now.
We'll send him some clips of Del Boy from YouTube, just so he can understand what that reference even may apply to.
Look at the weather. Look at the weather here.
Yes.
Look
at
at
this.
the
This is
sun.
what we've had
And the
all
wind.
week, except until this morning. This is what we've had all week. It's been amazing. Humidity 47%, 27.4 degrees at the moment. That's 81.3, which is, I mean, in the shade, I think it's perfect. Shirt.
I've got another
short
question
sweater.
though. Is the beer open yet? Because they have like not like a beer tent, but those kind of beer carts, don't they?
Oh,
the fact
yes.
the locals have turned up makes it the beer's flowing.
Estrella Dom and a black label something. I don't know the name of it. But
Is it?
Estrella
Sorry,
Dom
is this a Sagres part of Portugal,
I
or
don't
are you the other
remember
one?
seeing
I've
it.
forgotten. What beer are you
Superbock.
drinking, Matt?
Superbock
Superbock
is
was
the big
Sagres.
one, yeah.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Yes.
I was I was in the Sagres town when I was down in Estoril a couple of weeks ago. Actually, do you know I was very nearly in Villarreal last weekend? I was supposed to be in Villarreal last weekend because it's their annual proper car race, full-size car race. I
was going to say, we walked past the photography studio, and the guy had a big display of showing the Villarreal motor racing circuit.
Yeah,
and I'm
it
like,
was supposed to be it was supposed to be a Creventic. You know, I did the Creventic series, which is Dubai 24 hours, and it's a lot of endurance races. And they were supposed to have an event on last weekend, 2 3-hour races, as part of this festival of racing they have. But due to some fantastic internal politics, it got scrapped. So I didn't end up going.
While we're enjoying this 10-minute delay, shall we find out a bit more about the cars on track and how they work? And what makes them up? Let's do that.
This is the Formula One of RC, with speeds over 80 miles per hour, mind-blowing cornering speeds. These are easily the fastest on-road racers in RC. Each racing machine features scores of tuning details to set camber, caster, anti-squat and loads more, with extra wide, high-grip tyres, 4-wheel drive and sleek, highly aerodynamic bodies. The cars are able to fully use around 3 horsepower output from the high-revving nitromethane powered engines that are just 3.5 cc in size. Every driver needs nerves of steel and hyper-tuned reflexes as they race for up to 1 hour at a time using a highly efficient belt drive system, one-way differential, vented disc brake and solid rear axle. Each car is capable of truly massive feats of driving at the hands of truly skilled champion caliber drivers. Racing on some of the finest circuits in the world, each driver operates their machine from a raised viewpoint, with their mechanics just below, ready for fuel stops and even tyre changes. Racing happens in every weather condition, making it a true test of man and machine. Each car features a super thick aluminium chassis, 4-wheel independent double wishbone suspension, extra large racing engine and fuel system. So expect jaw-dropping speeds and displays of superb driving skill. Making things even more intense, fuel only lasts for several minutes per tank. So drivers and mechanics must coordinate their pit strategy and even change tyres in the longer races. These are highly engineered racing machines designed to compete with the very best.
Oh, a bit more about these.
Is Matt still there? Is Matt still on the thing?
Yeah.
Matt?
No, I'm not here.
Matt?
Hi. Hello.
What the hell were you on when you did that voiceover?
How
much coffee? Or was it? How much coffee was that on? Also, I love the bit where you go, and the fuel only lasts for several minutes.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
A finite period of time.
The fuel only lasts till it runs out.
The drivers control their cars to go in various directions.
So there we go. We all know a lot more. There's a few repeated facts in there I've noticed, but thanks to Frank that wrote the script, I think we drilled home the important ones, so you got them a few times. Anyway, we all know more about what's going on now, or at least I do. And if you don't know more about what's going on, I'll have to shout it all at you again.
Matt will ring you up, show up at your home, and shout at you on your doorstep.
Needless to say, I don't do these anymore. Frank does them now. The last few have been with Frank's voice, which I think is much more educational.
I'm sure I heard a timer countdown saying something like 5 minutes to go or something, but 4 minutes to start, I think I heard. I'm surprised I didn't know that they allowed them to just keep running and warming up and tuning and all that during a technical timeout.
Yeah,
it was
no,
all just
you can
engine
carry
stop.
on running. Nah. You can't make these people stop.
No.
I'm surprised they don't stop because they're wearing the tyres out, but there we go.
Oh, yeah, true. There is that. I mean, you run 10 laps. How many laps are they doing? 60 or so?
Oh, we got a new hero.
Do we? Hello?
Yes.
Who's our hero?
Olivier Weirder. Boom, he says as he's become a hero.
Olivier's been commenting in the chat all week long.
You gotta be my hero, baby.
I'm not sure if...
we don't need another hero. We need lots more heroes, actually.
Is part of the
Tina Turner's wrong. We need lots. Lots of heroes.
We need lots of heroes.
Thank you
Can we
so
have
much,
some
Olivier.
more
It really
heroes?
genuinely means a lot to have you.
No, it does.
You're part of the family now. So
You're
thank you so
royalty.
much. Join us at the next events and request cars you want us to cover during qualifying and practice, and we will do in your name. And also send us your address and we'll get you a sticker pack out, an exclusive sticker pack for you.
Yes.
And so you can see Olivier's cool RCTV badge there.
He's now the coolest person on the chat.
Saying, just wanted to support you guys. Really appreciate your streams and coverage. Thank you very
I
much,
think that
Olivier.
I think Matt should welcome Olivier in his voiceover voice.
Yeah, but my voiceover voice is also my telling off for children voice. I think Jude listening to that on camera is probably getting a bit of PTSD. What have I done wrong, Dad? What have I done wrong?
I can't imagine that. Like, why aren't you taking out the garbage? Why haven't you brought the bin in?
And now, Jude, clean your room. It's quite similar to the voice that they use on on Pokemon. I'm going to use my Bulbasaur, that sort of thing. I'm going to talk about 1/8 racing.
Meanwhile,
Oh my god!
Oh, the race about to start. Yeah, semi-final. Yeah.
We should be quiet now.
Let's concentrate on what's really going on.
Yes, let's please now. We did have a conversation. Please do not sing. Just that in the comments.
Well, I would say right now that Marcel MRX, if you become an RCTV hero, I promise not to sing to you. There we go.
There we go. 10 second countdown.
Okay. Pietri in pole, Salimi second, reigning champion Greiner in third.
Salami's not out.
Oh, right.
Salami
Is
must
he at the
have
back?
called it.
Is he right at the back? He must be right at the back.
Oh, yes. Number 2 car at the very back. After one lap, it's the 1, 3, 4, 5, 7 across the line. Car 8 has a penalty, a stop and go for pushing.
Oh, that's Filippo Dominin. That's a bit. See, no one. Oh yeah, number 9, Jonathan Gandin, and number 10 are towards the back, but you'd expect that anyway. So I'm not sure who he's supposedly. Oh, Ermin's off the track, so maybe he got that for nudging Ermin. So Pietri away, the man who won this championship 11 years on this track, 11 years ago on this track, and celebrated somewhere away from us, even though we were invited because we had to go to the hospital. Not saying why.
Well, we don't discuss it. We don't discuss.
Oh, we do. So Greiner up to second. Salimi obviously moving through the field after. Oh dear, that was a bit
tight from the
I'm going to overtake and I'll
7.
break right off. Who's that? Was that Oliver Mack trying to get through? Oliver Mack was
I'm not sure. I can't see the number on the 8 car. On the,
previous
on the
European
car.
champion. Oliver Mack won in 2015 in Germany.
The 5
so who's on
and
the
7.
Right, so it's the 5, the Tiffany coloured car.
No, the 7 is the
Or
Tiffany
duck egg
green.
blue. Right, so the pink car is Oliver Mack. No, pink car is Fernandez, yeah?
Pink car's Greiner.
All right, so I've lost someone. Okay, all right, okay. So Greiner's in pink as usual in third. Then we've got Fernandez in light green, and then in orange we've got Mack, yeah?
Yes, I believe so. And then we've got the 7. No, the 7 is the Tiffany green. That is Oliver Mack. The 5 in 4th place is Fernandez. That's the orange car. The blue car in 3rd is the number 4 of Wiegerding.
Yeah, so Marco Weideling's made the most of Mirko Salimi not being there. They've actually gone off in order, apart from Salemi and Nicola Morone. So Oliver Max made 2 places. One of those was given at the start because of Salemi having to start the back because he called the timeout, technical timeout. Everybody's still on the same lap, and the gap from front to back is 11 seconds.
And everyone's still running as well.
So Pietsch not pulling away, but doing the job. Let's move up to Greiner, the pink car. He's our reigning champion. Running in second. You can see that Pietsch is ahead of him in the... again, there's quite a lot of one can here, or one can with very little embellishment, isn't there? Bright pink, bright orange. 3rd place Weideling in the duck egg. Let's call it... Should we call that one duck egg blue? It probably isn't, but it's just a kind of a differentiator.
Yeah. It's actually got...
second, third, getting close.
Yeah, it's got a white stripe going down the middle of it, which you probably can't see on the screen. Greiner's just gone in, as well as Peach.
Yeah, they've done 4 minutes. Peach up and down. Both of them
are
are
messy. Everyone coming in on
the
same lap, it seems.
I think that was Fernandez was kind of trying to pit whilst Greiner was leaving. They don't spend much time actually being lifted up because the lift up, fuel in, put down again is about 2 seconds. And so, if you're just behind, you're going to kind of drive into a very congested pit lane. I don't think they call unsafe release very often, so there we go. First second together.
They do call
it. Do they?
Yeah. I mean, obviously it depends on the referee and if they see it and everything, but I'm sure they were having a look. Oh, Dominim going very, very slow. I think he's run out of fuel or something.
Marco Weideling
carried into the pits.
So Marco Weideling went a lot longer than everyone else on fuel. So he's got that in his back pocket. Pietsch pulled away from Greiner initially in this second stint, but Greiner now beginning to close him down. And don't forget that this is a rerun, of course, of last year's main final. Pietsch and Greiner. Greiner pushing hard.
Was telling us yesterday that yes, he felt sad about how his final ended last year, and another time that he lost out in the closing minutes. But that's behind him now, and he's just looking forward. But I'm sure with that pink car looming in his peripheral vision, he's going to be maybe having a little bit of a flashback moment here or there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I called it as I thought it was over the line, but I was comprehensively outvoted by both the referee and the audience, so what can you do? Therefore I'm a bit wrong, but that's what these close decisions are about. Yeah, it comes down to a matter of opinion, and
Robert didn't seem to have any bad blood lingering about it, so 1 year on.
Realistically, if you don't let it go on for a year, you've got some problems, haven't you, really? Nibbler RC says, hi, all, how fast they go. I suppose they're hitting about 80 at the end of the straight, aren't they? 80 miles an hour, 130 kilometres now.
Yeah, there is a speed trap, but it's not. It hasn't been in operation all week, so not exactly sure.
So they're doing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Prove me wrong.
Well, no, actually, someone told me it was working earlier in the week, but the numbers were so high they didn't really believe it. It's one of those like grain of salt sorts of things. But how do you calibrate?
Let's drop back to our third place then, Weidling, and again, I see you've got Weidling and behind him
the blue car.
Ah, so who's in between them? Is that
is Dominine, who had to be rescued from the track. So he's running well down now, but obviously you want to stay in the race for as long as you can because you never know who can crash out in front of you.
Now, our RCTV hero, Oliver Verda, has a question for us. I mean, obviously we're going to answer it because he's a hero. Is there also a body development mode in 1/8 of the new and better body each week? Well, obviously Lens Bodies, who are our sponsors, have joined the body making group, and so they're obviously bringing new things. I think the body shells for 1/8 are certainly a lot more stable than touring car body shells, because touring car body shells off the track there for the light green. Touring car body shells went through a kind of a reinterpretation of the rules. They went from being at one point having to look like a real touring car, to a second point having to conform to a global body standard, and the third point where they revised the global body standard, which made them look like nothing on earth. And I think the sport is the worst for it. Whereas these body shells have been developed over a number of years, so the actual basic design, the look is very similar. For example, they are supposedly modelled on closed-top prototypes, but you'd have to be a 3-foot tall driver who was completely flat to be able to see out of them if you actually scale them up. So they are really, it's an aero wing covering the car. Someone's coming back to pizza. But yeah, there are. Oliver Mack, who was a European champion in 2015, won't be this time. In comes the pits, comes Weidling from the lead, again running a bit longer. So yeah, so there is a minor war, and as you said, there's been some movement on the gurney flaps, and they're using serrated edges. It's kind of a big thing. So there's constant little tweaks, but I don't think you're seeing a new body called the Spectrum 9 or the Superfast 10 every week. It's a more stable, but there's always improvements. There's always little tweaks, I think, rather than huge leaps that we saw in touring cars over a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I always prefer the realistic look, especially I've kind of like narrowed my focus to either large scale touring car or GT8, but these cars you can't follow nose to tail like you can with the touring car because you actually lose downforce as you come through. These cars very much like the Formula One cars of just recently, just a few years ago, until they've done the new design rules. So that you very heavily rely on the downforce of these cars, and it's quite interesting actually when they do get a bit out of shape with the wind. The very flat sides of the cars help push the front of the car back in the correct direction of travel. It's really cool to see that happen.
So
the slow way around the corner.
Yeah, the biggest action track now is 5th and 6th, which is Fernandez and Morone. If we can find the car 5 and the car 6. Not sure where they are. Can you find 5 and 6, Frank?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
So just going ahead, start, finish now.
Line now.
What colours is Jude looking for?
White and orange and then white. Bright orange and white.
Right, so in the field now. Yeah, that's it. That white car, one further forward, Jude. That's it. So that's your Morone, who is of course behind Lens Bodies and Hot Race Tyres, Nicola Morone, and ahead of him is Alvaro Fernandez Galvo. In the there's quite a one can there. You got one can white and one can orange. So
Yeah, I didn't want to mention that to Morone, but yeah.
Nah, what can you do?
I was very interested to see the hole that the tire actually wore through the body shell. Actually, there's literally a hole melted into the body shell.
Well, the suspension, of course. The point of it is they'll mount them as low as possible to get the better aero effect. But of course, the wheels are moving the whole time. There's a suspension effect, so you haven't got like a fixed front axle. It is fixed at the rear because the body shell is mounted onto the wishbone, isn't it? So it actually pushes directly on the wishbone. So actually, you don't have it doesn't change the attitude at the rear, but the front it does. Interesting. But the things that interesting, the body shells that these the closest resemble are the old slot car body shells.
Yeah,
because slot cars, when they took off in the late 60s, very quickly abandoned any sort of attempt to look like a real car, the proper competitive ones that would do 80 miles an hour in 0.6 of a second. And they just became flying wings. And these are the sort of halfway house in the flying wing and an actual body shell. But it's the same for everybody. But I agree with you, Frank. I think that if everybody went back to fully realistic body shells, so it's no advantage to anybody, yes, their cars would be slower, but would it matter? And they'd look a lot better.
and the racing would be tighter.
Yeah.
But
I've no idea why.
Like we were saying earlier, there's this class of racing, this type of racing is such a unique sort of. It's like racing on a knife's edge. The setup, the design, the style of racing. It's just so unique.
So, according to my timing, top three are right together again. I think it might be because Weidling owes us a pit stop, but the 1, 2, 3 are together. Let's see if we can find those top three. They'll be about 2/3 of a lap ahead.
They're coming down the pit
There we
straight now.
and I was right. Look at that. And Weidling did owe us a pit stop, so he comes out second. So it's Pete from Greiner. Obviously, Greiner, I'm sure, is very happy just to sit here in second because he will. He'll get in quite easily the final. I mean, obviously, he prefer to be first, but it doesn't matter. Salami in fourth is currently forecast. Unfortunately, the forecast gets very heavily affected by where they are in the pit stop cycle. So currently, he's forecast not to be fast enough. A minute ago, he was forecast to be 2 laps too quicker. So it's not easy to go. Olivier says that he misses his 156 touring car body. Yeah, the early touring car bodies were very, very accurate. And of course, as you said, Frank, in large-scale touring car, it's the body shells that are homologated, so they are super accurate, aren't they?
Yeah. And what's cool about them is they have replaceable front and rear bumpers. They do have the windows cut out, but then a lot of touring car racing does that as well. Not the front window, not the windscreen, but the side windows.
Right.
But then, what's even cooler is that in the wet, when they want to have more engine heat come in and less wind come in, they put tape over the the openings of the grills. So just like a real car.
So this one's quite stable. Let's see if we can find Mirko Salami in the 2 car, because he's in fourth, but he's beginning to
just
try and
through the
move
kink
towards
now
Weidling.
into the Omegas, the yellow car, the third of 3 cars going down the pit straight.
So there's Mirko. Should have started second, had to start 11th after calling a timeout, but he's called himself up to 4th and therefore should automatically bump the final. He's in a battle with Carmine Morello and Lamberto Collari at the moment for those 2 extra bump-up places, or qualification places rather than bump-up places for the main final. Now, the car ahead of him is not Weidling. Weidling is the green car, 2 cars ahead of him. Kakla Pevin says, the question is, what is realistic for this class? It's always been triangles. The older ones just have more pronounced cockpits. Well, they were sort of, I suppose, really, they come from Group C cars, don't they? That's where they were based when this...
I thought when I started paying attention to this class, they were Can-Am replicas.
Yeah, and then they moved on to Group C. You're absolutely right, because they started in the late 70s, and then of course Group C was late 80s, early 90s. Much, of course, as the early 12 bodies were very much Group C as well, and Can-Am, you're quite right there. And then I think as we lost that sort of prototypeness from Le Mans, they then started doing body shells that were named after Peugeot 908s or R18s, but didn't bear any resemblance whatsoever, because it had a glasshouse area that no one who actually had eyes not literally on top of their skull could see out of. So, it's fine. It's fine.
Who's this?
If we lost,
is that Salami?
No,
it's
we're on
car
Salemi at
five.
the moment.
Car 5, I think.
We're on Salemi.
Sorry, Fernandez
That's
has just
Fernandez.
been pulled into the pits. The Spanish racers
So we're on
all
Salemi.
in front of me, standing up and pointing,
And that's
concerned.
There's Weidling. There's Salemi going out the pits. Weidling just ahead of us.
Greiner is pitted, by the way.
That's the 9, not... No, it's Gandon, I think it was, who's got a problem in the orange car. Jonathan Gandon, the 9, who couldn't restart then. Everyone's coming in for their last pit stop. It's meant that Peach is down to 3rd temporarily. Greiner continues to roll. Is this a temporary issue? Has Peach had a problem in his pit stop?
I'm not sure.
I think Pete's had a problem with his pit stop because he's 8 seconds behind Greiner. Weidling now taking his final stop. So Peach obviously had an issue but got rolling again. So it's Greiner by 7 seconds now from Piech.
Morone having a problem just at the start of the straight, but he's rolling again.
Yep. Weidling now has 3rd from... So let's find Weidling and Salemi because they're right together according to this. Weidling they pass each other. They're right across
so
there.
they're coming down the pit straight now. The yellow car followed by the blue car.
Salemi now is in the automatic bump up position. That's not bad from starting dead last. Weidling has made his last stop, so they're racing to the end here. Behind them is
Salemi's gurney flap is gone, so he's losing rear grip.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it flying out. That normally makes the thing horrendously unpleasant to handle. So he's battling that. Now he has to keep
someone on your back tail like that.
But he has to keep going because even if he loses 3rd place, there's 2 fastest losers. I know they're not losers who qualify, and at the moment he is fast enough to get one of those 2 slots. So Weidling, in fact, he's fast enough to pull away from Weidling. This is pretty impressive stuff. Now the gurney flap obviously is not as important as the main wing. It's not a black or white, I've got to have it device. It's a tuning device. It does mean, of course, that he's detuned his car. He'll be losing a bit of rear grip, which, given that the tyres are wearing out, may or may not be a good thing. My guess is not. Because with these sort of things, with their power to weight ratios, you're always going to want to be airing on a bit of understeer, I think, especially as you power them round using the throttle. Weidling better luck, got a bit closer, minute 15 to go. Greiner from Peach. Yeah, Peach had a problem. Peach is dropping off Greiner. Greiner's now 9 seconds ahead. So Peach towards the back end of this final, whether it's tyre wear, whether it's just the engine's gone slightly out of tune, whether it's just a mistake at the pit stop and now he's relaxing into just making sure he qualifies. But Greiner looks like he's going to take this second semi-final.
I don't see anything wrong clearly with Peach's car. Seems to be driving just fine.
So, yeah, but he's losing time though. He's losing a half a second, 0.4 of a second a lap. So could be he doesn't like the tyres, which means he now has a tyre changing strategy worked out. That's 17 minutes and they go off. The question is, can Fernandez and Weidling get those bump up places? Good drive. This is good driving by Marco Salemi. Because he's driving with a difficult car. He's staying ahead of Weidling. He's guaranteeing himself an auto bump up. They will get one more, I think. So it's this one and one more. And they're going round for them. Don't forget that it was 62.20.08 was the 4th place finisher, Carmen Raiola. You get inside 60.20.08, you're guaranteed, if you're in 4th or 5th, to be straight into the main final, not having to do the last chance saloon race. Oh no! Weidling, disaster on the last lap. You've got air under the car. No, stay with Weidling. Stay with the green car that crashed. Let's see what happens. He's moved on now. He's going to get around the corner. But that's literally taken his finishing time so far out. In fact, he's not finished. Wow. That is... I'm not sure how that... He got it in the end. Okay, got it in the end.
Under his own power, he did.
And in fact, yeah, well... But he does not qualify for the final. Yes, he does, because he's 4th. So he does get in. So, okay, so your qualifiers are Greiner, Peach, Salemi, Fernandez. Sorry,
I think this is it here.
So it's all for you. Yeah. But it's not, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10. So only the first 8 get in. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. He's got Carmen Roller. Yeah, Carmen Roller is 62.20.08, which does put him higher up. But the top three, so 62.20.20 for Marco Weidling is faster than the 61.20.03 that I have for Kalari. So from my reckoning, the people bumping up are Raiola and Weidling. So Raiola and Weidling are into the final from the figures I got in front of me here from my RCM in Switzerland.
Seems right, because that's what I've written down. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And therefore, everyone else goes into the last chance, including Kalari, who is listed as 10th there.
Right, so we've got a bit of a break now until 3:15. Yeah, 3:15 is the practice for Gruber, Tony Gruber, and Dario Bellestri, and then we have the last chance race for the rest of the drivers in the semis. It's a 15-minute winner-takes-all race to be the last place driver in the main final. That is at 3:45 GMT +1 time. Final's going to kick off at 4:45.
So we're back for that last chance, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to look at the results, just to check I've got this right. I'm pretty sure I have, but it was saying something different temporarily there. Yeah, so Groskamp, Tironi, Kurzbert and Raiola are through from semi-final A. Greiner, Peach, Salami and Weidling from semi-final B. They join Bellestri and Tony Gruber, and we'll have one more from the last chance qualifier. That's your finalists so far.
Okay, so we'll play some pieces out, and then we'll take our lunch break finally. Okay, so we'll see everyone back here at 3:45 GMT +1 time, and until then, keep twiddling those thumbs.
Keep on rocking. Keep on rocking to the. Keep on
being a
buying
hero.
our merch.
Keep
Keep
on
buying
being
our
a
merch.
hero. Yes, be a hero. So just a reminder, as you can see on the screen, from 3:45, no, that is correct. Yes, we will have the last chance final coming up very, very soon in less than 20 minutes, or just about 20 minutes. No, I can't think. Less than 15 minutes. We're going to be on, and we'll have the last chance final up very, very soon.
Hello, okay, how are we? We are back now with the last chance final. Here we go. So it's Lamberto Calhol, Alvaro Fernandez, Calvo second, John Ehrman, Sasha Klug, and they're away up by Kalari as they come running up the line. And through the first corner, so it's John Ehrman who takes the lead from Alvaro Fernandez. And they put the power down these earlier, these large tyres, you get a kind of a switchback. But it's still early start there. John Ehrman from Fernandez. Don't forget, this is all leader. It doesn't really matter anyway. We've been looking at third places today and fourth places, fastest catcher-uppers today. But now, we are just looking at the winner. That's the only thing that matters. As they come down the straight. In through in front of the Fritz. So it's first and second. So it's Fernandez, the Spaniard, just tracing down Ehrman from the Netherlands. It's Kalari. It's a weird thing to say, trying to keep up with them, Kalari. Here they go. Okay, so settling down, a minute and a half into this 15-minute final, there'll be a couple of stops. You can obviously, it's not quite 16 minutes, so they'll stop at 4, 8 and 12, so a 3-stopper. But those 3 cars you see looking to get the final members of the A final. We have 10 people already qualified. And they spin round up the main straight. I'm not sure if I'm joined by Frank now. Frank, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can now, yeah. Someone unplug something during lunch, what can you do?
All right. That's okay. I kind of was wondering where you were, so I couldn't. I didn't see what happened to Kalari off the start line. But
just didn't start. Yeah, Kalari didn't start. Kalari got a bad start basically. We've seen a couple of really fantastic starts off the line. I think they've got their engine engagement and clutch and tyres totally right. And we've seen a couple of not very good ones, and a not very good one there for Kalari. But we are now Ehrman from Fernandez from Kalari, Nicola Moroni in fourth. Yeah. But it's all about first because only one person is going to bump up.
Moroni trying to crawl all over the back of Kalari, but both of them being Infinity teammates, I think he's going to keep his powder dry, maybe.
Well, I don't know. I think at this point, really, it's the last 15 minutes. Just got to go for it. Just got to go for it. Excitement there on the. Yeah, it's Felipe Donna's dad there. Had a right on kind of what the heck's going on there from the pit lane. Here they go. Right, so this has been pretty much the picture for these first, nearly 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Fernandez almost keeping a watching brief on it.
Just gone crashing into the end barrier. Sorry.
Right by your feet, you mean again? Well, is he out, which is out of the running at the moment?
He's still running, but I think he's effectively out.
Well, Catanzaro never started, and Victor Vilk stopped after 5 laps. We are 2 down, and down to 10. But again, because it only really matters who wins this one, it's kind of a moot point, really, isn't it? And into the first pit stop, I mean, you haven't got to run 4 minutes, remember, because you can run slightly under 4 minutes, only a 15-minute final. It's Ehrman there who gets through, so he's not necessarily on schedule to take an extra stop compared to Fernandez. Out he comes. 4 minutes is up now, so Fernandez we would expect to come in this time. We'll see what happens
there he is.
when they complete this first cycle of pit stop up through the Omega curve, the white and the greeny car, spearmint colour green. There he goes, and away, and that's the lead, and the lead realistically after one stop is the same as it was before the stops. So wait for them to come through. Kalari was running slightly longer historically. I think, I'm not sure Kalari has had better mileage than a number of the others. Not sure that's going to help him. It's not going to eliminate a stop, I don't think. It's just
coming in now.
And in fact, he goes in the pits right now, so yeah, it's not looking great for them. So, Kalari now doesn't lead, so it is Ermin from Fernandez. Tobias Hepp scored in third. So quite a static situation here as Matt controls this situation. That can be game by game much faster. He can't quite break Fernandez. Fernandez now Fernandez is literally saying, no, Nick, you're wrong. He's trying to get even closer. Whip through the infield now. Fernandez looking.
Kalari's been collected into the pits by a marshal, so he's effectively out, unfortunately.
Ooh, looking there as they come round the timing and scoring area. We've got a new camera view, I see. We've turned the camera slightly to give an infield low view of the cars as they come off. And that was 1, 2, 3, but no, it didn't happen. They turned up. So for a very, very brief moment there, Alvaro Fernandez was in the main final, but it was a brief moment. It was about 10 or 11 yards. Oh, he's got. That's really. I mean, Frank, that's so. I mean, I don't think I appreciate how hard it is. What Fernandez just did, which was trail right behind. Oh, he's got it through there. Fantastic manoeuvre. I mean, I was about to give him some praise. Being able to stay so close to Ermin up the main straight with the, as we know, the horrendous vortices and the wake that comes off the car, and then make that corner. Well, Fernandez, I don't know whether it's just the size of his tyres means he's suddenly come into his own, but he's suddenly found extra pace and pulling away. So it looks like we're going to get the Spaniard in, but. And it's a big but. We are not halfway through this last chance final. Ermin, I think now we'll find that old adage, it's easier to follow than to lead, may come into hand. He may be able to prevent too much of gappage happening from Fernandez as we go round.
We have a very
half a second last time.
We have a very large Spanish contingent of racers on the paddock side of the grandstands. And they are every move that Fernandez made on Ermin there was greeted with a whoa, hey, oh, and a round of applause. Ermin has just come out of the pits. So that is at the 8-minute mark. And there is Fernandez one lap later. The whole crowd leaning over, as well as I am, to see if there's any issues. And no issues at all. Comes out ahead, just ahead of Ermin once again.
So Fernandez now found it quite easy. He managed to get past, but now he just can't gap her. Then he's staying on his tail, knowing that one sort of minor mistake, being half a second back, could be what is all it takes. But at least they're entertaining us. We didn't get we haven't had a walkaway leader in this last chance, just one car. These two are really fighting hard, starting the 2 and the 3. So as you said, Kalari, who started on pole, and obviously we've been everyone's favourite just for history. Well, that's not really going to be the situation because you say he got fenced, quite that poor start, and then got fenced. So these two going along. The lead was 0.598, and now it's 0.8. So actually a little bit of extra speed for Fernandez as he tries to ease his way into the European 1/8 IC track final here in Villarreal in Portugal, where the crowd seems to have grown even larger, Frank.
It certainly has. the crowd on the main straight grandstand is probably quadrupled in size, and if anything, the crowd on the other grandstand at the end of the main straight is absolutely full to bursting. Got a very slow number 10 car.
Lots of beer being drunk.
So coming up on lap traffic. Number 10 car going into the pits. First car for Fernandez to lap this time around. Next car up is the Tiffany green car of number 11, Oliver Mack.
You love a bit of Tiffany green, don't you?
Well, there's 2 cars out there in the Tiffany green as well.
So it's now 1.7 second lead with 4 minutes to go. So it's within Fernandez's remit to make a mistake at this point. We'll see Ermin going into pits in the next probably 30 seconds or so for his final stop. And then Fernandez will be looking to just have an easy, simple stop. I mean, he started just behind. He trailed Ermin for the first 7 minutes. Got past him. Put a small gap on him. For a while, it was very close. Thank you. It was very close for a while. But now, only it's a botched pit stop is anything that's going to stop him. Because I know it's only 2 seconds, but one thing I have noticed is that these drivers really aren't making many mistakes on this track. We're not seeing a lot, are we, Frank? People actually making errors. I think the track's quite delicate, quite easy to stay on effectively. So if you do make a slight problem, you only just ride a curb and lose 2 tenths or 3 tenths. You don't sit there facing off the track into a barrier. So out he goes. Let's see where he is as they come across the line. There, and there is Ermin there. So the answer to the question is it's 1.3 seconds. Ermin did gain during that. He gained about 3 tenths. Now the tyres are wearing out. The gearing is changing. The world is changing. The weather obviously, I think now at this point it's beginning to cool. Let's say about 4 o'clock, I suppose. It's just gone past the warmest time of the day, which is 3, I suppose. The temperature's coming off.
27.5 degrees, 45% humidity.
And of course, humidity is important for these engines. These engines are affected. The tune of the engine is affected by humidity.
You know what, though? So I asked Robert Peach exactly that question. He said they don't really change anything on the humidity. I've always assumed humidity was a big deal for the Nitro engines.
I assume that's an example of how they develop them over the time, and they've managed to desensitize them in a way, because obviously you can develop an engine for more power, you can develop it for better economy, but also you develop it for a slightly wider operating sphere where it's working at close to its optimum level. And if you haven't got to keep retuning because it's got a bit muggier, that's a major advantage. You can give you the wider area, an engine can stay on its peak tune. That's a big advantage. So Fernandez not pulling away from Ermin. He's got 2 minutes really to keep it really down the middle of the track and keep these laps going round. He's not aggressively attacking any apex. You watch him go round here. He's got that little bit of margin everywhere. And I think by running at this little bit of margin speed, he's pretty much running at Ermin's speed without taking any risks. Now, next thing's next. I mean, he's realistically, this has been an absolute textbook way to bump your way up from a last chance. You get the start, you see where you are, and he saw it was. Kalari had gone, he had Ermin who was running well, and he sat behind Ermin for quite a lot of the race, working out what to do. He didn't have to make a sudden move, he didn't have to make anything, he didn't have time and patience, and then found after that second stop he had a huge amount more of speed, made a great pass, then slowly gapped away. It's all been done with real precision and real care. Alvaro can be very proud of this performance because he's absolutely textbooked, I think, how to do a last chance qualifier. Frank?
Yeah, certainly. With less than a minute to go, and he has absolutely just run away with it once he got past Ermin. Built up
yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, what he's done, he's been so sensible. And the last laps we've been watching him, he's just driven such sensible lines. I think he's got a little bit. I think the advantage is he's got a little bit in his pocket over Ermin, like a couple of tenths or a tenth of the lap, so he could actually be intelligent enough to wind it back that tenth, which on these cars is probably the difference between absolutely to the wall. It's quite different from a couple of tenths back. And so he's now circulating in a comfortable position, concentrating very hard, looking at really everything's about the lines, everything's about the brake, everything's about not clipping the curbs, because that's the one thing that could ping him off into the boondocks. That could be the thing that ends his chance of making the main final. He's got one more lap to go. He's not going to catch up the traffic ahead of him, so that's not going to be a problem. Comes around the Omega for the last time. He's now got 42 minutes to prepare himself for the main final. Which goes, that was the first time I've seen him hit any curb in the last 3 minutes we've been watching him. Didn't have a problem, got through,
the Spanish
and Alvaro Fernandez, well done.
We're going to switch
performance.
over to Matt, who's going to catch him just a second. So here we are, Matt talking with the winner.
Alvaro, congratulations. What an amazing final.
Thank you.
You had the experience of John Ehrman behind you. How did you feel?
It's complicated. The car was good, and sorry, it's very nervous. The car was good, and I will can mantener, no sé cómo se dice, mantener detrás. Perdón. Intenté mantenerme detrás y pasarla fue muy complicado y al final tuvimos ahí, aprovechamos un mini error y adelantamos y luego intentamos tirar de lo que pudimos para que no nos cogiera y ha sido una batalla muy bonita.
Muy feliz?
Muy feliz, muy feliz.
Good luck for the final.
Thank you very much.
So
I think he did pretty well.
Very
almost
happy
as good as Matt's. Yeah, that was almost as good as Matt's Spanish at the end there. Impressed by that. So we've got another break now, haven't we?
Yes, we do. I think it's 40 minutes, I think. I don't have.
Well, I think the race starts at 45. I don't know whether we're going to come back at 45, but the race starts at 1:45 officially.
Okay. So 40 minutes.
You probably need
the
to ask the
official
boss
start
when we
of the
come
race.
back.
Obviously, we'll be back at least a couple of minutes before that. So
with all the sound.
Do stick around. Yes, with proper working sound. Do stick around and please, chat amongst yourselves. Become a hero. Check out rcracingtv.com for
absolutely
for some awesome merch. Matt has been taking stealth modeling photos of myself here in front of the commentating area, so you can check that out.
We really need to afford someone better. Well, yeah, at least it won't be as bad as because James was supposed to take pictures of the boys, Ash and Zach in Germany, but
right.
They hadn't ironed the T-shirts. You can't have crumpled T-shirts on the pictures. And I sat there going, honestly, you can tell they're the youngsters here. They don't know how to present themselves in a live merchandise-based T-shirt thing. Anyway, I shall speak to you again about whatever time you put up on the comeback time. I'll come back 5 minutes before it.
Okay.
This is the Formula One of RC, with speeds over 80 miles per hour, mind-blowing cornering speeds. These are easily the fastest on-road racers in RC. Each racing machine features scores of tuning details to set camber, caster, anti-squat and loads more, with extra wide, high-grip tyres, four-wheel drive and sleek, highly aerodynamic bodies. The cars are able to fully use around 3 horsepower output from the high-revving nitromethane-powered engines that are just 3.5 cc in size. Every driver needs nerves of steel and hyper-tuned reflexes as they race for up to 1 hour at a time using a highly efficient belt drive system, one-way differential, vented disc brake and solid rear axle. Each car is capable of truly massive feats of driving at the hands of truly skilled champion caliber drivers. Racing on some of the finest circuits in the world, each driver operates their machine from a raised viewpoint, with their mechanics just below, ready for fuel stops and even tyre changes. Racing happens in every weather condition, making it a true test of man and machine. Each car features a super thick aluminium chassis, 4-wheel independent double wishbone suspension, extra large racing engine and fuel system. So expect jaw-dropping speeds and displays of superb driving skill. Making things even more intense, fuel only lasts for several minutes per tank. So drivers and mechanics must coordinate their pit strategy and even change tyres in the longer races. These are highly engineered racing machines designed to compete with the very best.
And we're back.
Are we?
We are. It's on.
It's on like King. No, it's all right. On like a car bonnet, on like King Kong.
It is very, very much on, and we're about to get underway with the main final. It's not going to be straight away by any means because we've got driver introductions to do yet. We have.
Oh right, the ages then.
We've got a while to go yet, but it would be nice for us to meet the drivers as well. Of course.
I'd love to meet the drivers.
We have a fantastic showing of spectators.
Look, they're going to meander back in again because they're all around the back having a beer, aren't they?
They are enjoying their Saturday afternoon, waiting for some fantastic racing to get underway. And hopefully you at home are also enjoying a fantastic Saturday afternoon, morning, evening, night, whatever time it is where you are. Hope you are enjoying a fantastic Saturday of racing action for this EFRA 1/8 Nitro Track European Championships. Wow, we're going to crown a European champion in, well, I would say 45 minutes, but probably in about an hour. Let's be honest.
So now Frank's not here. Should we discuss 2012 when he was here last time?
We could do. we could do that. But let us first thank X-Ray and all the manufacturers that support our coverage throughout the year of EFRA live streaming that we do. Of course, there wouldn't be anything without EFRA, so thanks. First and foremost, always must go to EFRA. Go to efra.ws. Make sure you follow EFRA on social media as well, because all the announcements about all the different events and all the different rule changes and all the things that happen that are really, really important to this sport or hobby, the way to find out about what's happening is to follow EFRA. So make sure you are following EFRA RC Motorsport Europe on many social media channels. EFRA.ws on the internet. And of course their YouTube and Facebook as well, where we are live streaming this event. Thank you so much for being along with us, X-Ray and Lens Bodies. Thank you to you guys for helping support this stream as well. So many people watching, so many comments flowing through. People are excited for this one, and with good reason.
I think
it has been exciting. It's been an exciting event over the last couple of years, hasn't it? We've had some fantastic racing.
We had some good finals. Gruber came from Greiner came from last to win last year in Valencia.
Yep.
Howie won. Well, let's just let that one go now.
He won with a some might say heroic pass. Some might say
a robust move.
You refer to it as a robust move. I think it was, it was hella exciting to watch. That's for sure.
It was, and that made him, of course, the double European champion. He won both 10th IC and 8th IC last year. Track. But, hang on, this could happen again this year. We thought this has never happened before. It could happen twice in 2 years. Of course, Tony Gruber is already the 10th IC champion. So he could double up with the 2 track IC awards. So it's just beyond exciting.
Absolutely. Obviously we had Dario Balestri winning Superpole yesterday and showboating in the final after winning on his maybe second lap and then going on to beat his own lap in his third and fourth laps, just really putting down the pace and showing what he can do and how dominant he can be. Well, he has been that in this class and in 1/10th Nitro, but things keep not going his way in the finals, right? Yes.
If you want to kind of sum up people who aren't very lucky, you look at Dario and you look at Julius Groskamp, both who in this final. They both are pretty much either win or break down agonisingly at a certain point, and they kind of break down 4 times to each victory. So, because Dario is absolutely in it all the way last year until he had a problem in the final, and I think he had a problem in the final in the 10th as well. So he does, it's just. Well, these things can be difficult to keep together.
In the 10th IC last year, inexplicably, multiple tyre changes, and you were wondering on the stream why is he doing that, and he just took himself out of the race with what we believe was just too many tyre changes that weren't really needed.
Well, I'm sure they'll try to work out what they could do with that point. Now, obviously, whilst most of the semi-finals have had a 20-minute semi-final, they've only had a 10-minute practice, so they're going to have to extrapolate from that what the actual wear is going to be. But, so we've got the 3 of our drivers have been introduced. That is the bright orange car of Alvaro Fernandez, the blue car of Marco Wendeling, and the yellow car of Mirko Salimi, Spain, Germany and Italy. Next up is Robert Peach, runner-up last year, who was doing well in the semi-finals. He had a bit of a fade towards the end. Not sure what caused that. Ended up losing about 13 seconds. Full skater boy socks and shoes there. It's always important about the shoes, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah. They do help people go faster.
What shoes do?
Of course, yes.
No one's quite managed to crack it like the doctor himself, Alexander Hagberg, who has managed wearing Conqueror's shoes and short combinations over many a year. This is
his style icon,
Carmen Roller in. Absolutely, the burnt orange car, and still the only person to have. Did you ever produce the second one of those where you're a pit man? Because you did the pit man with him. Did you do the pit man with Hagberg? Did you do the Rollerfuck one as well? Did that go out? Did it go out?
It's still on the cutting room floor. Quite a good episode, actually.
4 years ago we recorded something here that's never gone out as well.
Yes, that is true.
Your musical maestro.
Exactly. Yeah, that is. They're all. They're all in the armoury. They're all in the arsenal.
And that's Simon. Yes, that's Simon Kurzbuch there with the orange into yellow car, with the red top for Switzerland.
Are they coming from alternating sides of the pit lane? Have they coordinated that intentionally?
That's probably not. It's Francesco Tironi. He's been around for a long time. I remember Francesco chatting to me at the 2012 1/10th IC in Bangkok, because I didn't know who he was. We just started doing this. And he said, "Why didn't you talk to me?" I was going, I didn't know you spoke English. So that's Tironi, lovely guy. Next up will be car number 4. And that is Yildiz Grosskamp, European and world champion. European champion at this class, world champion in touring cars.
He's had a bit of a break from this class over the last 5 years, I believe. But it's now, well, for the European Championship, that is.
Is he back living in the Netherlands now? Or is he still out in Bangkok?
He
in
is
Thailand?
living in the Netherlands, yes. Yes. Not 100 million miles away from Heemstede.
Because obviously there was a huge exodus of RC people who went to live in Thailand. Andy Moore's still there, of course. Andy Moore's still there.
Hello to Andy Moore, if you're watching.
Yeah.
How's the weather in Thailand? What time is it? How's it going?
What time is Thailand? Who is it? Where's it come from? So, so Andy, who was a 2006 world champion, and of course will forever be known as the man who won the first event RC Racing TV ever covered. Nothing else. That's the most important thing about it. It was our first ever event. And that is Dominic Ryan, of course, in the all-pink machine, your reigning European champion. Next up is Dario Balestri, who I think would be, you'd say is the preeminent racer of this class. But luckily, because this class is so much built on, there's so much an element of reliability and just sheer luck that he doesn't win everything. But I think if you had to bet your life on one driver, you'd go against Dario, wouldn't you?
I would never bet against him. I mean, that's what he showed us in Super Pole yesterday. There we go.
Tony Gruber, who's
had a great year so far, winning in Sicily.
Oh, yeah.
Is he going to be the new Dominic Greiner, winning both of the Nitro track classes? Dominic did that last year.
Will he cry when he wins?
I hope so. We very much appreciate.
Tony is a crier.
We very much appreciate displays of emotion of any kind.
Is that Frank now? Is Frank arranging the pictures now?
Yes, Frank.
By the way, that's Frank arranging the pictures. He's wearing the official RC Racing TV merch, including the hat, the camouflage hat, and one of the many T-shirts available.
Yes, he is.
There's Sorry, but for the background noise, there are more dogs that arrived at my house. There are now 3 dogs in my house.
Okay, of collecting dogs, that's great. Do you want to get a hold of a RC Racing TV cap or T-shirt or hoodie? There's loads that you
Yes, I would like to, thank you, yes.
Well, all you have to do is go to rcracingtv.com, show your support, and buy some of our merch. We'd really appreciate it. And you will look super cool walking around the pits in your RCTV swag.
I always look super cool. Well, actually, that's the one thing I don't do is look super cool, in fairness. But I'm looking forward. But to be honest, it's the main thing I'm looking forward to because I'm actually going on. I'm actually doing one of the events this year. At the end of September, we're going to the Euro 1/8 out of retirement. But I haven't retired. I've passed the baton. It's different.
RC
baton passing.
You're in the RC retirement home, and we have to bust you out.
Well, yes. Will you bring my Synatogen with me? But I get to go and I get to get some merch. It's marvellous. I get to wear the T-shirts and the hats and things. Though I get what's going to happen is I'll get there and you'll go, I haven't got any. It's all been given out. I will iron mine so you can take pictures of it, unlike the boys who didn't iron theirs last time.
You can have a sticker sheet.
Oh.
If you want to get a sticker sheet, if you want to get some RC Racing TV stickers, then become an RC TV hero by joining the RC Racing TV channel. But before you do that, make sure you subscribe to the EFRA YouTube channel and follow them on social media. And once you've done that, then you're allowed to go to become an RC TV hero, and we would welcome you with open arms.
Our arms are always open. Where are we?
We're in the proceedings.
They're about to get the warm-up going, so as long as we haven't got a 10-minute shutdown, things should be fine.
Bound to happen.
Always possible.
So many comments. Keep your comments coming through. We love to read your comments.
I don't like reading James Parry's comments, to be honest. I should be in a wheelchair with some words original on my lap. Thanks a lot. I haven't turned 80.
Do you have a dog blanket on your knees though? That's the main thing.
I could get one actually. I've got a choice of 3 dogs to get on my knees. In fairness.
Daniel Liu 01 is I like this trend that Daniel Liu is one saying, where are you guys from? Just put up your flag. And Daniel Liu 01 is from the United States of America. Let's see those flag emojis in the comments. We've got people watching from all over the world watching this EFRA European Championship, and we want to see those flags Serpent
Flying
Matrix.
high.
Go, Simon, with the 4-leaf clovers. So either that's just a good look, or possibly watching from Ireland. Never know.
I think you'd be just playing the stereotypes there.
Let's go,
Can't
says
have that.
Miguel Diaz. Daniel Liu, yep, don't forget, French-born, but watching from the United States of America.
Mike McBride, also from the good old US of A. See, now the countries who really embrace this class, I'd say Italy, Germany, America, and Japan, really. They're the big ones, aren't they?
Yes.
And a bit of France. And obviously Spain and Portugal when it's local. Canada, Singapore, China. A South African watching from China. That's one hell of a VPN. We've got Sweden. That's the Philippines, isn't it, Miguel Diaz? That's the Philippine flag, isn't it? Or is it Puerto Rico? Oh dear. Australia, Vienna, Austria, Switzerland. The
James
pirate
Connell-
flag, so someone's watching from a boat.
Yeah, Germany, Kevin Stoll.
More Switzerland.
I want to be a
Mike
hero,
McBride
but I
wants to
don't
be a
see
hero, but doesn't see the join button.
You see it on a desktop or on an Android phone, unfortunately. I noticed this. On an iPhone, you won't see the join button, but somewhere underneath the
was
video on a
Puerto Rico.
desktop, you'll see join, which
Thank
is
you,
next
Miguel
to
Diaz.
subscribe.
Sorry, I was talking about the most important thing of all, which is talking about actually the joining the becoming a hero. Yes, get on the desktop and join us. Are you coming for BJ Williams? Are you coming for Petit Le Mans, Nick? Checking for North Carolina. At the moment, I think I am coming. It's not completely confirmed, but I had a conversation with John last week, and he said yes, almost certainly you'll be coming along. So I should be in Petit Le Mans, which, as everyone knows, is my favourite race of all. Favourite full-size race. It's my favourite full-size race, Petit Le Mans. Love it. Love the Atlanta atmosphere in the early autumn.
Do they call it...
racing times being what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can.
Okay, sorry. Do they call it Petit Le Mans? Or...
Petit Le Mans?
Le Mans? Or...
It's Le Mans. It's not quite as bad as that. I mean, I think that's pretty
good.
Why are they still pointing? There's an awful lot of kind of waving being done
what
by the...
Mr. Pineda is doing is making sure that the mechanic for the driver is directly underneath each their particular driver.
Oh, hello, Javier. It's lovely, Javier.
Hey, Javier. I did
miss
like
you.
his Facebook comment last night.
We miss you.
We missed the comment at the time, but hello, Javier. His favorite class. I thought he might have popped by. Driven the 1,000 kilometers or whatever it might be to be here.
To hang out and have a beer.
Yeah.
See the shadow being cast down the pit lane there. We're running this final. It's a little bit later than you would have expected.
It usually is.
Because of, and get this, a rain delay this morning. There was quite a bit of rain this morning.
Yeah, what's going on there,
hard to
Javier?
believe now.
But in fairness, the rain delay only covered up the team manager's meeting delay.
Very true. Very, very true.
Indeed, yes. So the betting is now, are we going to get a 10-minute delay?
Well, the question.
Yes.
Well, the bet is on.
Yes.
What are the
exactly.
odds? What are the odds?
I'm going to say I'm feeling quite positive. I don't think there will be a 10-minute delay. That's what I'm saying. What do you think at home? Will we get a 10-minute delay?
That's very brave. Daniel Liu says it's a 12-hour Petit Le Mans. Actually, it's 10 hours. Petit Le Mans is a 10-hour race.
Really?
Yeah. It used to be 1,000 miles or 10 hours, whatever came first, but TV companies didn't like that, so they said, no, you need to make it an actual time. So they made it 10 hours. Made it 10 hours.
TV rots your brain and shortens our races. Come on.
Well, it's why you find that there's very few, like, there used to be like a Brands Hatch 500. There's very few events now are run to distances, always run to time for TV schedules.
Yeah, WRC is the same way, isn't it?
Jude, can we pick out some shots of people in the driver's stand where we've got a moment? So let's have a look at our drivers. There is our last chance bump up. Alvarez, if anyone is going to call a 10-minute delay, well, he's got nothing to lose. He's made it into this final. Very happy with it. He was. Nothing to lose from calling a 10-minute delay, but I don't think he'll need
As
it.
I've always said, if I was ever good enough to be in this situation and I'd qualified last for the final, I would call a 10-minute delay. Absolutely, regardless, because it would put everyone else off.
It's going through those guys' heads right now.
For the camera, by the looks of it.
It's Tony Gruber's headset we can see there.
And his ear. Tony, very, very quiet and very standing apart from all the other racers who are having a good smile.
He's a lone wolf.
Remember last year when he was at Valencia, he was below us. He doesn't do his own mechanicking. So he would just sit there, like he was almost like in a zenned out trance, wouldn't he? Below us.
Seems to be the trend.
He's a big
now,
lad.
Though.
He's
a lot of racers will just almost not touch their cars. The top guys.
I mean, he's a big lad, Tony. He obviously spends a lot of his spare time in the gym.
Don't we all?
But yeah, he just sat. Well, no. I spend some of my time with Jim, who's my son, but that's about it, really. But it's he was just sitting there, and I didn't recognise him at the time. I didn't know who he was, and I thought, this is weird. This guy just sitting there, all built, and sitting there doing nothing. and then I saw him get on the driver's stand and kind of like fourth over. Oh, that's Tony Gruber. Okay. Anyway, Frank, we've got a bit of a delay. How are you going to pack up this evening? Is the answer carefully?
Of course. Matt's here.
Well, how many fences are you going to vault over?
I was thinking about that. I mean, I reckon I can do it. I'm probably about the same weight I was when we had.
I'll get this quickly out. What we're referring to is that when we were here in 2012, Frank ended up in hospital as we were packing up because he decided to climb over a fence. Now, in my normal irritable self after a meeting, in my normal irritable way I am after a race, I want to know why Frank wasn't doing any work and why he was sitting on the ground like a big lummox. And he sat there and he'd go, oh, I've done this, I've walked over a fence, I've hurt myself. I go, oh, for goodness sake. And he had his finger on his lower leg, so on his calf. Oh, God, what a drama queen. And then he took his finger off his lower calf and it did a full-on cartoon squirt of blood out. Miles. So, right, put that back on again, and perhaps you are unwell, and perhaps we do need to get you to the doctor.
Yeah, and the emergency room bill cost me half of my invoice fee, so that was fun.
And for those of you who are British, this was all happening on Super Saturday, the 2012 Olympics.
I don't know what happened that was super on that day, but
everyone won gold medals. Lots of gold medals for Britain.
Ah, okay.
Britain, the country.
Britain.
That's in 2012. That's in 2012 when we were still trying to be members of something rather than now when we're just... Oh, we got a new member, RC hero. Mike McBride's found the switch.
Way.
Hello, Mike. You are our hero.
Is he from a particular state? Has he mentioned?
Mike McBride, Captain America. Respect to you, Mike. Thank you so much for becoming an RC TV hero. We're glad to have you watching along for this race.
I was prepared to do a yeehaw, depending on what state he's from.
Yeehaw!
Brought to you by X-Ray and Lens Bodies. This is the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. Cars you're seeing on track right now have been here all week, practicing, dialing in, qualifying, twists and turns, but it all comes down to the next 45 minutes. And we'll be crowning a new European champion.
And that's the 10-minute timeout, of course. Mike's from Pittsburgh, PA. I've been to Pittsburgh on a number of occasions.
All right. Oh, very good.
In my youth. My friend used to teach there at the university.
I don't know how the Steelers are doing, but hopefully if he is following the team.
I've seen the Pirates play, and I've seen the Penguins play. But I've never seen the Steelers play.
There we go. 10-minute delay.
There we are. Okay. Well.
Oh, look, not my surprise face. So this race is ending about Thursday, isn't it? I'd like to point out I do need to go and work at a kart racing tomorrow. So those of you who want some more racing action tomorrow, just stay tuned to RC Racing TV or go to Karting Live TV for our coverage of round 4 of the NKC.
And if you're around next weekend, you can catch us in, myself and 2 other members of the team.
You need to, you need to forward promote.
Czech Republic for the large-scale off-road, which is actually... The drivers here, Yilis was the only one who asked how many people sign up for that. He said, is that how popular is that? I said, it is full. There's 150 racers. So hang
on. So who is the team going to... So Frank, who is the team going to Starek and who is the team going to wherever the ISTC is?
The what?
So Frank's going to Starek
yeah.
with Ben and
Jim.
And James Stewart will be bringing you your coverage from the 110 electric touring car
an expert. That's not good.
From Turkheim. He will be with Zach and Ash, and we will be bringing you this main final after the 10-minute delay and after this.
So some lovely video moments there of the prep and the racing and the effort and skill and time it takes to get these cars ready for racing. Hello, how are you? We have some...
Who's saying hello to?
Frank's being introduced to the mayor, I think, or local chief of police.
Oh, excellent.
All the dignitaries arrived for the main final here in Villarreal.
It's not the first time that's happened.
They take it seriously around here, I tell you what. It's...
Yeah, but they haven't got a marching band or opera singers like we had at in Portugal for the
kazoo,
buggy last year.
Or kazoo players or flag troop. Or
you can say what you like, but there are banners up in the town square for this event, and the seating areas are full. So they are doing something right, for sure.
In fairness, if I knew I could sit in the shade, watch a great race and have beer on tap, I think I'd be here as well. I'd like to point out that
the shade, it's going to be a nice race for them to view. It's going to be a good race, I think.
So I'd like to point out I remember the opening ceremony of the 1/8 Offroad in Barcelos, mainly because I did such a brilliant job filming it, didn't I, Matt?
You're the only one that does remember it.
Yeah, that's right, because I got on and off wrong on the camera. So, yeah.
It's easily done, if you're an idiot. Let's go, Dominic, says Hector. Hector Constellanos is saying, let's go, Dominic. Charon Napaton is saying, I can't read that, but if you wish to discuss the race in your own language, then feel free, go at it. I won't attempt to read out what you're saying.
Just please be polite. Even if it's,
Daniel Liu says they're promoting well, that's all. They are. They're doing a fantastic job. And absolutely. Michael Morano saying Forza Robert. And some more flags popping up as well. Czech Republic, I believe. Marco Antonio Castillo. Is that Czech Republic? I think it might be. Check here.
They're very similar. Slovakia, Slovenia, Czech Republic.
That's the danger. Whose idea was this? That's the danger.
I really don't think you should start saying that.
So we've just got car 11 out on track.
So do we know who called it, though?
I'll see if I can find out. I don't know if it matters much, but I'll see if I can find out.
Well, they'll either be starting from the back of the grid or not at all. We will see. There can't be much longer left in this delay. So,
Mike McBride, our hero, is pulling for Fernandez because Joaquin de Soto is a good friend. Now, interestingly, pulling for Yildiz Groskamp is Nacho Groskamp, so his wife's pulling for it. That's good. His wife wants him to win.
Of course, along with many other people, along with the whole of the Netherlands.
So, let's be honest, sometimes when things break down, your wife doesn't want you to win. So what can I say? So it's good that that's all still going very well. Oh, look at Ian there. May the best man win. Sure about that.
My bet is it's car 11 that's caused the delay. But we will find out very soon.
He has my respect.
So yes, we have about midway through the season. I'd say we're about 2/3 of the way through the season. Next weekend we'll be bringing you 2 events, large-scale Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by EFRA, and of course the EFRA 1/10 electric touring car from Turkheim. And then there's a little break, and then it's a guy called Nick Damon will be bringing you coverage.
The big one.
The big one? I guess you could say the big one, the 1/8 Nitro Off-Road European Championships. It would be a good one.
Me,
They're
Frank,
all good
Ash,
ones.
and all the merch. All the merch, me, Frank and Ash.
That will be a full show as well, so we'll have some studio coverage. Hopefully we'll bring Keenan in. Or he might even be trackside with you if we're lucky. And yes, it's going to be a fantastic event.
I can announce
Over in Redovan. Car 11.
that
Here we go.
Nick was correct. Car 11 called the 10-minute timeout. Or
go.
delay.
I noticed he's just trimmed his body shot to make it look like it was legitimate. That's quite good, that. Now the interesting thing is they're not all doing laps because they don't want to wear the tyres out. So whereas in the 20-minute files they're all trundling around doing extra laps with a 10-minute delay, here they're all just sitting there keeping the engines running, or some of them are, and not in any way thinking about doing any laps. The way that Alvaro Fernandez is actually doing laps makes me think it possibly, unfortunately, this was actually a genuine problem he had rather than what I would call a tactical problem.
I mean, honestly though, what is to be gained by having another 10 minutes after this whole week? Is there anything that he could actually gain?
Probably not. But if you know you're going to do it, the others don't. You can try and just mess with their heads a little bit. If someone's feeling nervous, they're going to feel more nervous.
I'll tell you who potentially was messing with drivers' heads. I don't know. I mean, if he listens back to this, obviously, I'll probably hear about it. But all the drivers coming up for the group photo were shaking hands with each other, doing the bro handshake and saying good luck and everything. The one driver who didn't, Dario.
That's because he's got a switchblade in it. Can't shake with a switchblade in your hand, can you?
Okay, all right, Nick. I was just kind of throwing something out there, and you're saying
Look,
he was going to stab somebody.
But the thing you have to realise is I am Dario's biggest fan, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I'm learning Italian so I can speak to him with more ease. Not that his English is...
Good luck to all from Glenn Williams and the Greater Los Angeles RC Racing Club. Los Angeles, California, USA. Go Team Serpent.
Yeah, what is the situation with on-road racing there? I used to go to is it next to the IKEA off of the 5, I think, or is it the 405? I think it was either Pomona. Was that Pomona? But it was basically a big parking lot, but set up with a very large... It was the only place that you could race 1/8 scale.
Was that Steel City? Was it Steel City in California?
Is Pomona still a city?
I don't know. Steel City Raceway, which had the Worlds in large scale last year, it was also one of the big 1/8 tracks. But they've lost their track. I think it was in the car park or something else.
Yeah, someone told me that they had lost their track. I left before that was a thing, before that came around. I left around 2004. But, yeah, in the early 2000s, it was the only place you could race Nitro on-road, really, was next to the IKEA at... I can't remember what city it was, but there's the Goodyear blimp basically parks down, a few miles away, and you can see it from the motorway, from the highway.
Glenn Williams says it was Carson, California, where the IKEA racing was.
Okay.
Portuguese flag is out.
So that is Mr. Pineda, the race director, who is running things this weekend. Been running things here for quite a ways. He's not actually Portuguese, he's Spanish, but the AE Car Federation from Spain.
Mike McBride finished 4th, the 32nd Worlds at Steel City in 2019. So Steel City was in California, wasn't it? Or is in California?
Yes.
Because I'm only kind of remembering that from the time delay for watching the finals. Here we go. Okay, so the grid order is it's Tony Gruber in pole, Dario Balestri in 2, Dom Greiner in 3, Gilles Grosspin in 4, Francesco Tironi in 5, Simon Kirchberg in 6, Carmen Roller, he's number 7, Robert Peach is in 8, Mirko Salemi is in 9, Marco Weidling is in 10, and Alvaro Fernandez in 11, and indeed there is no one behind Fernandez. He's even to start in position 12 though. They put him back one position, so he's lost a yard by doing that. Countdown starts. We've seen some lightning starts from not pole position as the clutch is engaged exactly correctly. But this time, the top 4 absolutely got away together. They kind of moved like a synchronised swimming team off the side of the pool. Leapt on to go, but they're away and they're running, and we are completing the first half lap, and they've gone off pretty much in order.
Dario was taking the lead.
But that's changed already as they came around those first inner corners, and Balestri moves into the lead, followed by Gruber, followed by Greiner. Grosskamp's been a bit of a sufferer. He's dropped down to 6th. And Tironi and Kurzbach. Peach not yet moving particularly for one place. Everyone settles down. Balestri will be happy to be out front. As you know, following is not particularly easy here. Aero, wash and vortices can make things more unpredictable when you're following a car. And Gruber is, 2/3 of a second behind. Now, whether that's because he's just dropped back to 2/3 of a second behind to make it easy on himself as they just ease themselves in. This is a very, very long final. People are saying it's 10 stops, maybe even be 12 stops, and 2 tyre changes. So the first 4 laps aren't particularly important, apart from not to eliminate yourself. So Gruber stays a 0.6 behind, and these two, who of course didn't race today, they qualified yesterday. Gruber straight through by being the winner of the points ranking, the top qualifier, and Balestri by showing off in the 6 laps of Superpole. But they're already gapping Greiner, so whilst there's less than half a second between them, they've moved out to 2.3 seconds to Grind. Then there's a big queue of traffic. Griner to Roney, Kersbuch, Peach up to 6. He's moved up 2. Groskamp's down 3 and 7. Raola, the big loser at the moment, drops from 7th to 11th. But I keep saying we're not even 2 minutes into 45 minutes, so it's all about settling down. And the strategy to play these long finals is so different in Nitro 1/8 racing than anything else. You've got so many short sections. Your endurance race is broken up into tiny 4-minute chunks. Now, it's then, I think, probably broken up into 15 to 20-minute chunks where you're also going to change tyres. So, lots of strategy, Frank, that they all have to think about. There's a lot in the minds of drivers, more than just going around the circuit.
Oh, definitely, for sure. I mean, these two, the guys leading the race now, Balestri and Gruber, they were trading paint so much in the touring car race in Sicily in the main final, and it is absolutely not surprising to see them just leading the charge away, and Balestri seems to be just pulling away from Gruber just ever so slightly now, almost a full second ahead on the last time they came across the loop.
Yeah, he's getting about 1/10 of a second a lap at the moment, which is, probably just he's settled in, he's in the stream. That time round it was, 1800s he got there. I think it's a case where the car's in, it's now balanced, he's taken off the top level of the tyres, things are up to temperature, and now he can work this first 4-minute section, and the next 4-minute section, and start thinking about what he's going to do about tyres, where it feels. I'm sure that the tyre changes are not set in stone, because don't forget, they get a good look at the tyres every time the cars come in. The track temperature has changed. That doesn't tend to affect wear that much. The wear is very much a pure friction physical thing. It's not too badly affected by temperature. We're certainly not the small changes there'll be in the track temperature here, 5 or 6 degrees. Obviously a freezing cold temperature, you might get cold shear. But so wear is more a function of distance travelled than anything else.
First pit stop is in. Can't see who it is. It's Ian Lacey doing the tire change. Gillis is in.
That's quite early.
Out, no dramas. Balestri's in and Gruber.
So they're all, that's 4 minutes exactly now. They've come in on that 4 minute, drop down. Have to say that looked like an advantage to Balestri from the stop of a couple of tenths. It was 1.44 last time around. My guess is that was slightly quicker for Dario. So Dario's team can give themselves a pat on the back for the first set of pit stop. Let's see what the gap's gone for. 1.144. Yeah, it's half a second faster. So Balestri with the Infinity chassis, working some times during that first thing. Let's see if we can drop back perhaps to 3rd and 4th, which is Weidling and Greiner. So it'll be the bright pink of Greiner chasing up the bluey of Weidling. There we are.
Just at the end of the main straight, coming across the finish line.
In fact, I've been caught out by Weidling. Sorry, Frank. I was caught out by Weidling's going long again. So because he's going long again, he gets his kind of inverted commas false position in 4th place, so he's not 3rd. But drop back one car, Jude, because that is a genuine battle, and that's between two of the stars of this class. It's world and European champion Simon Kersbuch fighting world and European champion, not the same time, but different years, Rod Peach. So two of the behemoths of racing. Kersbuch, who's I think it would be fair to say hasn't quite reached the heights of his 2018-2019 results in the last couple of years, gone through some chassis changes and everything else. Peach had a few years away and then came back spectacularly last year to be runner-up in this European Championship that held at Valencia. These two battling away. You can obviously see the gaps in the top right-hand corner between our leaders. This is the closest battle on the track, and it's the battle for 4th and 5th.
Of course, both of these. Oh, Robert gets past in the Omega.
Yeah, Robert's moving forward, and Grinder's not much further ahead, actually. So Grinder, 3, 4, and 5. Getting closer. Dario continuing that 0.1 of a second pull each lap. He's now 2.1 ahead. But this 3rd, 4th and 5th battle, or basically the people who raced today battle against the people who qualified straight through battle in 1st and 2nd, is being a hot up. Because certainly I would say visually, I don't really agree with me, Frank, it looks to me like Robert is gaining on Dominic.
He definitely is. He's pulling away. It looks like Kersbuch was just the cork in the bottle for him, and he's visibly closer every sector to Dominic.
Mugen Secchi chassis for
Robert and Kersbuch.
So Kersbuch, and what is Greiner on? Is he on the Capricorn?
He's running a Capricorn.
So lots of different chassis. Obviously, there's been kind of a standardisation of the overall concept. There are little advantages left and right. You've got X-ray chassis, you've got other manufacturers as well, as Shepherd coming back from a complete rebrand and repurchase. But look at Peach. My gosh, Peach has got some real pace. Robert is the fastest man on the track at the moment. He's a tenth of a second faster than Tony or Dario, so he is the fastest man. Unfortunately, he's 8 seconds off the lead nearly. I don't think Greiner's going to let him pass, but Robert absolutely in the sweet spot with that chassis at the moment. These two, of course, who raced for the European Championship last year. And now they're racing at the moment. There's a long way to go to the bottom step of the podium, going onto the main straight as they are turning their 24th lap. In through the Omega.
Coming up on the 37-minute remaining mark, and Gillis is in once again.
Yep, behind.
And we have a tire change.
There's a problem already.
Yeah, right side tire change.
One side of tyres for Robert. So Robert just took 2 tyres then. So already tyre changes. Robert's taking 2 tyres only. That's after 8 minutes.
Greiner's into pit. No tire change.
That's a really interesting thing. I think he felt the car was going off. Given that it was the fastest car out there, I can't believe that. But why you would change 2 tyres after 8 minutes? Given the fact that they've all worked 20 minutes, there's the 11 car in the pit. So Balestri leads by 2.1. Greiner a long way back now, 30. I wonder whether Balestri's not been in for his stop.
Right side tire change for Gruber. Sorry, Nick.
No, it's fine. No, that's the sort of information you're more than welcome to shout over me, because that's the stuff that I can't give you because I'm 900 miles away. Down goes Gillis. Everyone's now running through, but Balestri's running very, very long. He's got a 13-second lead, which means he hasn't gone into he hasn't stopped, or he hasn't changed, and everyone else has. It doesn't take 13 seconds to change 2 tyres, though. So just wondering, Balestri stopped, but he was 5 seconds faster in his pit stop than Gruber. Hence the reason, obviously he didn't change and Gruber did. So it's now 6 seconds the lead, and Gruber and Greiner are very close together. So when you find Gruber and Greiner, so look for that bright pink car, Jude. That's not
Gruber's
the one. So it's the all-pink car for Gruber and Greiner.
Just crossed the finish line.
Sorry, Jude, you're absolutely 100% correct. Ignore me from my end. The cameraman, I should have learned by now, the cameraman by this point of the event is always way better than I am. But, you know, I let my basic commentator's arrogance take over. So, yeah, so it's pink and white against pink. Gruber and Greiner. Now, Gruber's been under no threat from anyone else. He did take 5 seconds longer in the pits than Balestri, but we think he did right-side tyres. So the question is, because you told me that Greiner did right-side tyres as well, Frank, so are we going to see a tyre change next time round from Balestri? Is it a case where they're going to run like 3 sets of right-sides to 1 set of inside? You got any insight on that one, Frank?
Well, Tilo was telling me that they're probably going to do one right side change and then one full 4 tire change.
Okay.
But it seems a bit early.
Well, I suppose if you think the left-hand sides can last for 22 minutes. Yeah, he run by 8. They've placed them all after 8-9 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that just seems very early. And certainly Balestri didn't do that. And as Matt alluded to in the pre-race show, he was victim of changing his tyres way too often in a recent event. So,
well, Balestri could have set up his gearing so that his rollout and final drive ratio and everything is set for the smaller tyres, possibly.
I'll tell you, the loser from that first round of tyre stops was Robert Peach. He's dropped back to 6th. Behind Grosscab, who is ahead of. Kersbert, who'd overtaken, is now 3 or so seconds ahead of him. In fact, Kersbert is catching up this Greiner-Gruber train. So the Greiner-Gruber train, Greiner, of course, has got past Gruber, so Greiner now in 2nd, Gruber in 3rd. That changed last lap, sorry. And Balestri still leading. But then behind them, you've got Kersbert. If they go round the loop there, there's Kersbert flying through in the orange and the red machine.
So we're coming up in the 33-minute mark remaining. The next time around, we might see Dario come in again, and we'll see what he does.
About 25%, about 25% done. About a quarter of the way through this one. So really, right at the beginning. Kurzbirch comes in. This fuel only should be up, down, bang. Yeah, it is. Up, down, bang. I think that was Peach behind him as well. I'm not going to bet the house on that one, though, from the distance of the camera. So, Kurzbirch stopping relatively early. He's not stopping actually on the 12 minutes, but they have a bit of flexibility here because it's 44 minutes. None of them, can they make 45 minutes, or are they working for 44 minutes and an extra stop for this 4-minute run?
So past the 33-minute remaining mark, and Dario still hasn't gone in.
Yeah, my guess is that Dario is... I'd be surprised if he doesn't take tyres this time round. Let's pick up Dario. He should be just coming through the infield loop
he's
now.
in the pits now.
Let's take the pit shot of Dario. Is he taking any tyres?
Peach is just being retrieved by a marshal.
Okay, we've lost Peach. Where's Balestra gone? There's
I
Balestra
think
out.
he's...
No, that's Grosskamp, isn't it? But doesn't matter. Keep going. Stay with the car you're with. Let's wait for him to cross the line. So Balestra's missing officially.
Gruber's gone in and come out.
Still missing. And so Balestra did 25.9. That's a standard pit stop. So unless they did the world's fastest tyre change, he didn't change tyres that time. Grinder's a 19. Peach, unfortunately, has, as you say, he's not really tired, but he's out of the running. He's had a problem, so bad news for Robert. He will not be winning at the European Championship in 2023. So it's Balestri from Greiner from Gruber. Balestri's lead is 7.8 seconds, so it's slightly more than it was. To Gruber, it's gone up to 9. So certainly at the moment, Balestri's got the pace.
Gruber's just coming in. I was mistaken. I thought he had gone in, but he's just for fuel.
That's interesting. That's dropping him back quite a bit.
He's behind. He's the next car behind Dario on track.
Gruber had a problem the previous lap. Gruber had an issue on the previous lap, so I think Gruber may have been just checking. May have had a body tuck or something, because that's out of sequence for him. So he's come in out of sequence, and that's why he's now dropped to 20 seconds behind Balestri from being with him. So Balestri now leading by 10 seconds. This is Gruber on screen, struggling a tiny bit. As he crosses the line now, drop down to 5th. So Balestri leads by 10 seconds from Greiner. Kurzbirch keeping him honest, and so is Grosskamp. So there's 3 of them, second, third, 4th and 5th quite close, but Balestri happily ahead. This is Gruber who's in 5th. I think there was definitely a little issues. He's made a virtue out of his problem. He had a problem, probably a body tuck, came back out again, sorted that out, and then refueled again. So it's not a complete loss for him, but he is at the moment obviously 20 seconds back, which is the best part of the lap. Actually, it is a lap, isn't it? That car, one car ahead of him is...
Yes,
so Balestra has
exactly a lap
way
down, basically.
He's lapped all the way round through to Gruber. There is Dario, flying up the straight. He's been there before, of course. And it's not always worked out well for him. Balestra, he certainly, you don't see by his own hand this victory disappearing in some ways, but there are many other hands that come down and waft his car off the track, or waft his engine just to flame, or break down his suspension, or collapse his differentials and that sort of stuff. So very nervy times at the moment. I'm sure at the moment we're just on a third of the race gone. We've got 15 minutes gone, half an hour to go. My guess is
just about to lap Kurzbuch.
Yeah, Kurzbuch, I think Dario is a fuel stop, doesn't he? Because Kurzbuch's gone from being 13 seconds down to 18 seconds down. So I think that Dario is probably a little bit running a little bit longer on these individual sequences. Doesn't necessarily mean he'll do one less stop. He's got a nice turn of pace coming out. That's what I thought. So in comes Dario.
We do have a battle for 4th, with Grosskamp being followed very closely by Gruber.
Yeah, 4th and 5th, isn't it? Yes. So where is Grosskamp? There he is.
They're just about to come down the pit straight. and
Yep,
around
there they
the
are,
not
cross-country.
hairpin. So Kurzbuch is
It's
the
a-
bright colored car. And then they have
Yeah.
Gruber just behind them.
Yeah. So we've got it's Groskamp, yeah, with the white, with the flashes of colour, and behind him is Gruber. He's coming back from whatever that small problem he had about 5 minutes ago was. Through the infield loop. It's not a hairpin. And onto the main straight. Vor Ort Peach, our only retirement so far. Alvaro Fernandez is running 10th, Marco Vidalone 9th, Mirko Salemi 8th. He's doing a 7th, Comrand at 6th, and the guys we see here, which is Tony Gruber in 5th, Julius Groskamp in 4th, and Simon Kurzbuch in 3rd. But Balestra is stretching his lead quite effectively, to be honest. He's gaining a couple of tenths a lap. And you can see his gain. You can watch him gain on those numbers that are in the top right of the screen. 9.6 seconds in the lead last time around. And it'll probably just eke out another tenth of a second, 9.7. It's been the whole way. He's been a tenth or 2/10 of a second a lap faster than all those following him, be it Gruber, be it Greiner.
Gruber's in the pits.
As Gruber rolls down, is this just going to be fuel? Yep. 18 minutes in, no need to do anything else. Flops down the runway and off and running. So Balestra just done an 18.9.
Yeah, and he's just lapped
Been doing
Gruber
that
again as he pitted.
Now, what is Greiner doing? 19.1. Kurzbuch 19 flat. Actually, no, 19.1 actually, the 100. Groskamp 19. So, yeah, they're very much of matches, but always a tiny bit, a tad quicker is Dario Balestra. So there's a bright orange car now in between, which I assume is Alvaro Fernandez. He's a lap down, I think, isn't it? That's the Fernandez car, the orange car in between the two of them. And we've also got Verdeling there in the green machine, or the Tiffany machine, as it would be called by Frank, because he does love his mass-produced American jewellery. I heard that you're a big fan of Audrey Hepburn. Which one is it?
I just wanted to use something other than Bianchi Cycling Green or Seafoam Green, which were the only ways I could describe it previously.
That's two greens I wouldn't have... Bianchi Cycling Green, blimey.
Yeah. If you're familiar with cycling, you know what that is,
Yes,
but most people aren't.
Yeah, I know it's like... Well, no, I'm familiar with cycling. You get on the bicycle and you pedal. That's cycling. What you're saying is that if you're familiar with team cycling like the Tour de France.
Yeah. Groskamp and Gruber are really, really close. Going down the pit straight now.
There we are. That was a beautiful change of cars there by Jude. Nice one. So there is your fourth and fifth. Back up to the infield now, down to the Omega. The gain that's been made by Gruber is like probably about a couple of hundredths a lap. And the biggest problem with that is you get into a rhythm and then you can keep breaking that rhythm for a fuel stop. So Groskamp in fourth as we get to 25 minutes. 20 minutes down, 25 to go.
Dario is in.
So is Balestra going to have a long one? Is he going to change tyres? We're not quite to halfway. This is the halfway house. So this one or the next one, isn't it?
They are changing tyres.
All four?
I couldn't see. They kept them pretty, like, there's a lot of people in the way in the pit lane.
Okay, we'll have a look. I'll see when you go across the line, see what his lap time is. He's officially 35 seconds, so he's on a 4-tyre change. So a 4-tyre change for Balestra there just before halfway.
Tirone being retrieved off the track.
So we need to see what his lead. Yeah, his lead's now 0.3 of a second. So we need to find Greiner, who's right on Balestra's tail. So we need to move forward.
Just across the finish line now, going through the S's.
There we go. So Greiner now on worn tyres against Balestra on new tyres, which will take 2 or 3 laps to come in. I'm sure because they can't pre-run them because of the rules, they have to be kept in a plastic bag away from everyone. So the first time I've seen those tyres is at the start of this final. So Balestra now has to get down, power on. He's got a completely different gear ratio than he had when he came off for his pit stop because his tyres are much bigger, so they'll be reacting slightly differently. The handling will be all off. And this is where the real skill comes in, because basically he's driving a completely different car about 5 laps. before the thing settles back down again into that kind of core period in the middle where it's very similar. Greiner effectively unwinding a stagger, but Greiner will need to do a complete tyre change at some point. Now, will Balestri just do at some point later in the race, just do a right side tyre only? Can't seem to. He obviously isn't going to do 2 complete changes because there's only 23. He changed on 24 minutes to go. So after 21 minutes. So that's the tactics. Greiner not really making any impression on Balestri, but he's a couple of tenths slower again.
The battle for second, third, and fourth has just come into the pits.
Third, fourth, and fifth is the battle.
Well, Greiner,
Grosskopf, and Gruber. Yeah, Greiner's on his own second, chasing down Balestri. It's Kurzberg, Grosskopf,
not
Gruber
Greiner, sorry. Lots of G's.
There's a lot of G's and a lot of cars painted in similar colours and a lot of action going on. It's a hot day and everyone's really trying to keep up with what's going on. And what they're seeing at the moment is an absolute masterclass from Balestra. Yeah, I know he's only leading by a second, but he's got half a pit stop and a whole set of tyres in hand over Greiner. Now, Greiner, of course, has changed his outside tyres, but he hasn't changed the inside one. So currently his left-hand side tyres have been running for 23 minutes. And they are doing some of the work. For example, around this next corner they do. So to do that corner they do some work. And they also do some work here around the not hairpin. And then you start pushing hard on your right-hand side tyres, especially at this point where the car's doing about 80 miles an hour. They throw it into corner again for that ever-tightening left-hander as they go across timing and scoring. And the lead again, half a second extra. But Balestri pulled half a second on Greiner in that last lap. So really looking quite good. I think Greiner may have... Greiner pitted? Or did I just miss him? No, I missed him. He just lost
he's still out on track.
Yeah, he's dropping away.
He's pitting now. He's pitting now.
Right, so is he doing tyres? Because his car dropped right off.
He must be. Yes,
yeah,
they're doing tyres.
Yeah.
All 4 tyres.
All 4, yeah. So that weird is outside. So yes, that faded badly. I reckon he did that 2 laps too late. Because he lost half a second on both those last 2 laps. And before he was losing 0.1 or 0.2. And as he comes over, a 4 tyre stop has cost Greiner 33. He actually did a 4 tyre stop and the lap 1.5 seconds faster than Balestri did some time ago, but it doesn't really matter when you've lost a second in the previous 2 laps by not doing it earlier. So Gruber now moves into second, Greiner is in third, Kurzberg is in fourth, Groskamp fifth. Only those top 3 are actually on the lead lap. I think it may have changed. I think Balestri may have just... Yeah, Balestri's in fuel, so a couple more got back on the lead lap again. Balestri just come in for a standard fuel stop. As they go, so that's Greiner. That's your 3rd place man. Going across the line now. So Balestri has a 4-second lead over Gruber. And that's probably pretty much the lead. Perhaps you'd say that he's got another second or so of fuel. So after 25 minutes, I'd say that Gruber's a bit closer than you thought it would. I think Gruber's actually had a quite different strategy, isn't he? He went out of sync due to the problem he had about minute 10 or 11. There is Gruber going down the main straight. So where is he in his fuel strategy phase? Because he's managed to kind of sort of come back. My guess is he stopped and took an extra stop, and where he is on the tyre run, I don't know. But from being quite a long way out of it, if you come through this part of the race, this part of the stagger unwinding, 19 minutes and 20 seconds to go, 25 minutes gone, he is the nearest challenger to Balestri, 5.5 seconds behind, and running again about 0.1 of a second slower than the Italian. So Gruber looking to do the double of the EFRA IC Track Championships, having won the 1/10 in Sicily a few weeks ago. And in doing that, he'll be trying to emulate the man behind him, Dominic Greiner, who won them both last year. In he comes to pits. Okay, let's take him through the pits and see what happens. Is he tiring up, or is he just fuel? Nope, his tyres as well. So he was slightly out of sync due to that earlier problem. Now, interestingly, he's only got 18 minutes, and theoretically he should need to change tyres, Frank, because they're all doing 20 minutes on the same set of tyres, weren't they?
Yeah, it seems like it. Just trying to keep track of the times a little bit
This should
try and figure out what everybody's strategy's been.
Well, I think that it's those very early right side tyre changes were odd, and I don't think were actually. I can't see the reason behind it because they didn't sit in a particularly good point as far as the run plan was concerned. I mean, I'm sure someone will sit down and school me about why it was a brilliant idea. In the intervening time, Grosskamp's unfortunately had a problem, and he's dropping out. He's missing, and he's now 3 or 4 laps down. We've lost Tironi as well. Weidling's coming back from a problem. So basically, Peach and Grosskamp are out. Tironi's effectively out, though he is still running. Grosskamp's running again, but he's effectively out. So the car, a lot of people are doing laps. The only people who are still there or thereabouts, it's Balestra, Greiner, who's 3/4 of a lap down. Kersberg's just over a lap behind, and Tony Gruber, who does have a brand new set of tyres and a full slurp of fuel, but he is a lap and a bit down on Balestra, 25 seconds, which is 1 lap and 6 seconds. So at the moment, Dario's sitting pretty, but we've seen this so many times in the past, haven't we, Frank, where it's all been going well for Dario until it doesn't.
Yeah, and that's the nature of what's basically endurance racing, isn't it? So as you've seen many times on the full size tracks, comes down to the last couple of fuel stops and sometimes the last minutes of racing action.
You can't take anything for granted because they are so highly tuned. They're running long. At any moment, something.
Dario is in for fuel.
So Dario's taking fuel, which should put Greiner back onto the lead lap. He's only scored
Greiner is
19
immediately behind him on track now. Oh, sorry, Gruber.
Yeah, he's a lap down though.
Oh, okay.
He's exactly a lap down. We're watching Greiner now at the moment with the bright pink machine. Greiner's reduced that gap, or will reduce that gap, to about 12 seconds this time around. As we enter 16 minutes or so to go. Yeah, it goes to 12.6. Kersberg's 14.2. Gruber's still that lap behind after he's picked up fuel. That goes down to exactly a lap now at 19.4. Mercaslini coming through as the best of the rest in 5th, and then Carmen Riola, and then Tironi recovering from his flame, and then others had trouble, which is Fernandez and Verdely and Groskamp and Peach. So let's see if we can see. Just drop back one to Kersberg, who's that's the orange and yellow. He's trying to make an impression on Greiner for the second step in the podium. Honestly, it's not working at the moment. There's a lot of cars that are very similar. Actually, you say that you're going 2/10 that time round. Comes into fuel. 15 minutes to go. We'll have to stop 3 more times. But we are getting right into the business end of this 1/8 IC Track Euros 2023, brought to you by X-Ray and Lens Bodies, and of course by the wonderful people at EFRA, RC Motorsport for Europe, from the fabulous Villarreal circuit in Portugal, just about an hour or so from Porto, where the local populace are enjoying top-class RC action and a beer. So what more could you want for? Now, I'm sure some are having wine and some are having soft drinks, but for me, top-class RC action and a beer is what we need. Balestra 13 seconds ahead, Frank.
Yeah, I can vouch for the copious amounts of white wine enjoyed by the locals. Definitely. At lunchtimes, dinner times, and, well, I'm sure some enjoy it for breakfast, but, probably not the smartest thing. But yeah, I do love the white wine.
Was getting very close to Gruber there, but that was because Gruber was kind of on his pit strategy. Greiner and Balestra are beginning to are matching times. The only problem is that Greiner's 13 seconds behind. And you can't match times if you're 13 seconds behind with 14 minutes to go. You need to be gaining really about 1/3 of a second a lap if you're going to catch up without some unforeseen circumstance jumping in. Over the 2/3 mark in this race. As the sun beats down in Villarreal, this is Dominic Greiner, who's very happily on his own. Let's see if we can find our leader. Where's Dario gone to? Where's he?
He is. Isn't he? He's just in the infield, about to come onto the pit straight now.
There we go. So Dario picks up the baton, as you can see on there. It's Balestri from Greiner from Kurzberg from Gruber, but at the moment none of them are particularly close together. Greiner's made a little bit of improvement over the last couple of laps. He's gained about a couple of tenths. There has to be a point, I would guess. I thought Greiner just coming for fuel. I think Greiner must just come for fuel. I think is that him right in front of Dario? Yeah, so you've now got first and second right on your screen together. Unfortunately, it's second and first. So Dario was almost lapping for fuel. Rhino comes with fuel. This is one of the track point. Is the engine still running? Yes, it is. Away he goes. Clutch is still working. He's got Marco Vidling in front of him. He's got Carmine Raiola behind him. Both obviously are laps behind. And Dario and the Infinity blast around in front of the pit straight again. And he has 12.5 minutes to go. Now, obviously, the back markers are being... they know what's going on. These are very experienced racers. They've also been asked to move out the way. And they have done that. So, Greiner actually, in that pit stop sequence, gained about a second and a half. So, it's now down to 11.1. So, my guess is because Dario's team are absolutely built and bracing the whole thing, because they've got this cushion, that Greiner, on camera now in the bright pink machine, has lightly edged towards, in fact in many ways Kurzberg is also lightly edging towards him. So second and third, their separation there, I think there's a flash of yellow behind, that is Kurzberg. That separation second and third, which was something in the region of 7 seconds, is now down to 3. Greiner gained another 2 tenths on Balestri that time round, so it's 10.8. He's gone below 11 seconds. This time round, what happened? Nope, it's gone back out again. So you can't do that, Dominic. You have to gain every single lap. You can't lose a tenth when you gain 2 tenths. Kurzberg, actually, Greiner, yeah, that Greiner-Kurzberg gap's gone back up again. Kurzberg is in the... What's happened is because it's a 45-minute race and they do 4-minute runs, the fuel stops are now getting to be very different times, aren't they, Frank? Because they've got this kind of spare one they have to play with, which can be anyone during 3 minutes. So people are coming in all sorts of odd periods at this point. I think they're all now 2 from the end, 2 stops from the end, and you've got quite big separation.
Yeah, for sure. You're following it better than I can, to be honest, but it's we are getting to the sharp end, and the main differences between the pit stops certainly going to make a huge difference at the end of the race. I think Greiner's about to come in. I see Tilo with his hand out. Here comes Greiner.
Well.
Oh, he's made a mistake in the pit lane. He's spun around.
Has he hurt it? Has he hurt it?
No.
It
was in the pit lane. It was fine.
He did tuck the body. They've untucked it. I don't know. There's a problem there.
Oh, he's gone straight. He's in the AstroTurf.
No, what's happened is he's got. It was noticed by one of the mechanics that he had lost one of the clips on the front of the body shell. So the front left was lifting, and I noticed the mechanic of another team pointed out he lost that clip.
I saw that.
Did that, and then effectively with these things being so air dependent, the air just got under it, and so it couldn't turn, and that's why he wasn't a runaway. He just had no steering. So that's going to drop Greiner well down, 2 laps down.
But Tilo's not even attempting to fix anything. That's it.
So perhaps therefore he's also damaged the front wheel. It may have been a bit of a heavier hit than he thought, and in taking out that, it may be he's broken the mount. If he's broken the mount, there's nothing they can do. Yeah. Because you can't have whilst you can get away with it over this badly mounted 12th body, because they're doing 35-40 miles an hour, you can't get away with it on a 1/8 car where it's all about the aero. So that means we will not have the championship retained by Dominic Greiner. Very bad luck there for him. And it means that Balestri now has lapped the field and has a 20-second lead. So let's move to our leader, Balestri. Let's see what he's doing at the moment. Where is he on the track? He's about... Was he the pits, is he? He is. There we go. It's good time for it.
Just pitted, yep.
So there is Dario, who, due to a combination of some fantastic driving and some... Both Gruber and Greiner have had errors. I'm not sure whether Gruber was his own fault or was a unforeseen mechanical one. It happened very early on. It happened about 7 or 8, perhaps 9 minutes in. And that means that he's kind of dropped out of obvious contention. Peach had a problem. He dropped out of obvious contention. Grier had obvious contention. And Kersberg, she's 13.5 seconds behind. And I just think that's his pace, Frank. I just don't think he's got the pace at this event that Balestre has. But he could still get the infamous vice champion award.
Yeah, and I don't know how long Kersberg has been running the Mugen, but maybe he's still getting used to it, or who knows. But yeah, not able to mount a challenge. He's actually one car behind. He's directly behind Balestre on track now. Yep. But obviously,
if it wasn't for that lap gap, the lap difference, this would be a great race, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this would be it. Yeah.
But this is what I mean. This is really is a kind of a classic 1/8 final in that it's in many ways it's about finding a pace you can run at consistently and not making any mistakes, and then crossing your fingers. You know, that blistering pace that Dario showed in the Super Pole, it's not what he needs today. It's a completely different skill you need today. We saw it beautifully illustrated by Alvaro Fernandez in the last chance race, where you set your pace eventually a couple of tenths below your maximum, so you can just run lap after lap after lap after lap, and that's all that Dario needs to do for these last 7 minutes now. He's got this 1 lap lead, give or take the pit stops. Obviously, the hand of fate can still snatch his championship from him, but he has to make sure that it's not the hand on the controller of Dario Balestre that does it.
Yeah, and who could have counted on Dominic Greiner, the defending champion in this category from a year ago, hitting the pit wall and breaking his car?
Well, I think that's a really interesting point there, because I think there's a kind of when you're having to concentrate so hard, it's Greiner's really 100% focused on everything. Sometimes you can mentally relax. You don't know you're doing it. Mentally relax when you come into the pits. So I've got to relax. I've got this kind of few seconds, and you lose that hyper focus. And it sounds odd, you think, because the pits you've got to do something different. You've got to come in the pit lane. You've got to turn around. You've got to get the spot. But it's because you know that you're making a stop. Your brain changes. Your rhythm changes. You get out of that rhythm, and you can make that mistake on a pit stop entry. And it's amazing how often you see it. You see it in this sort of classes. You see it a lot in the off-road classes. There's a lot of pit entry and pit exit mistakes in the off-road class by very, very good drivers. I mean, normally they get away with it because the cars don't brake, of course, they're so much tougher, but they do lose time. And it's because you suddenly got your mind out of I'm in this rhythm for the track, and now I have to do this.
Yeah.
But that's what happens.
Yeah, certainly. And just to illustrate how much the challenges evaporated from Greiner, Thilo Diekman, his main mechanic and Mr. Jumpstart RC, has come back into the pits and has sat down to watch the rest of the race, and Greiner's standing next to his car at his table. So that is that's it.
We've lost 3. Yeah, Dominic Greiner, Alvaro Fernandez, and Robert Peach have just broken and aren't running. Grosskampen, Weidling, and Tironi, you've all had problems. Have decided to get themselves going again. As the penultimate stop for Balestre in this European final is made. So we've only actually had 5 cars run clean so far. And if I'm honest, I think Tony Gruber had a tiny problem in there. But then when you probably heard a detailed story from everyone, including Balestre, they're all dealing with small issues. But the net effect is that we have a lead of a lap between Balestre and Kersberg. Kersberg is leading by 10 seconds from Gruber. And Gruber has about 10 seconds or so, I think, over Salemi, who's done a good job for coming out from 9th Mirko. He's kind of quietly climbed the field, making the most of the errors of others. And he's only one more error from another from getting himself on the podium of the European Championships, Frank.
Yeah, and I was just thinking how sort of the positions and the situation has flip-flopped from the 200mm Nitro Touring Car European Championships from a few weeks ago, where it was Balestre in pole and Gruber who won it. Not that we're counting anyone as a winner just yet, but certainly the roles have reversed.
So we're now entering the point where anybody who makes a stop now, it'll be their last stop, 4 minutes to go. So people are getting ready for their last pit stop. Kersberg in second place on the screen at the moment. And then behind him, it's
just stopping
Gruber.
now. Raiola's just come out of the pits as well.
Now, Gruber does appear to have got a little bit closer to Kersberg, 4 seconds behind. And it's not super close. Let's not try and hype it up in a David Croft style. This is the greatest race ever, and you know, when we all know that. I mean, Balestri, in fairness to him, has been a little bit Max Verstappen-y, hasn't he? Really, he got to the front, slowly eked away, and just made it look very easy. So I'm not going to try and pretend that anyone's going to challenge on pure pace level, but certainly the second and third, Kersberg and Gruber, that's coming down quite rapidly actually, another 3.5 seconds. And they are on, you know, there are differing tyre environments. It could be. I think they both have to stop once more. That yellow car
is the car directly behind Balestre, so maybe he's, you know, maybe it's sort of a pacing sort of thing.
Oh no! So Gruber stops. So Gruber stops for the final time in this championship. Well, final scheduled time in this championship. And it'll be interesting to see when Kersberg stops. Let's go and follow Kersberg for a bit.
He's just coming on the pit straight now.
That's it. There we got him. So we'll see where he gets to. Hopefully he hasn't made his stop, in which case we're following for too long. But I think he probably hasn't. And the lead now is 9 seconds.
2.5 minutes remaining. Could be a splash and dash. We don't know. And here he comes. Here he comes.
Yeah. Yes, he does come. So this is interesting.
And Dario pitting as well.
Right, first and second together. So we'll keep those two in frame, Jude, if you can. As they go round. This would have been the greatest race ever if it wasn't for a pesky lap in between them.
Yeah.
So Dario now has made his last pit stop. So at this point, it's now just down to him to run 6 clean laps. And if he runs 6 clean laps, he will, well, 6.5 now, he will be the European champion. And he'll win back the title he last won in 2019 in Montbonnon in France. And he also won it in 2014 in Kirchberg. So this will be his 3rd European championship at this scale. And there he is, minute 35 to go. Kersberg and Gruber only 3 seconds apart. But I think it takes a little bit of a... It's going to take a real problem for one or t'other. Sorry, well, not one or t'other, for Kersberg now, for it not to him in second place. So a good return to form for the Swiss driver. I mean, I think he'll be disappointed by his pace, but pleased with the result. There's Gruber in 3rd. And I'd be really interested to know, though it may be hard to find out what the problem was. He had about 9 minutes into the race where he had a 2-second long lap and then immediately went into the pits early. I'm not saying that's going to... That certainly didn't destroy his chance of winning. I think it may have taken his chance of coming second out.
We'll try to talk to these guys after the races, for sure.
Yep. Okay, it's the last minute, Jude. Let's find our leader. It's all about Dario now for the last minute. There he goes. Balestra, 43 seconds, so he's got this one and 2 more. Though realistically, he only needs to do one of them because he's lapped the field. So Dario didn't quite get TQ in an epic battle with Tony over the first couple of days, but then showed what he was made of with a dominating performance within the Super Pole and has led this race, I'm pretty sure, from halfway round, well, yeah, lap 2, but they hadn't actually completed laps because their first lap is counted over 6 seconds. So he's about to complete his lap. When he crosses the line now, he's actually European champion, but let's let him do the one final lap. He has a lap on the lead. Dario Balestre looking for will take his 3rd 1/8 IC Truck European Championship and cement himself as the preeminent IC track driver in Europe. And what great preparation for the Worlds coming in Japan in November. Your European champion, Dario Balestre. Fantastic result. 2nd place, Simon Kersberg. 3rd place, Tony Gruber. 4th place, Mirko Slomi. Great result for him. Combriola is in 5th. Francesco Tironi is in 6th. Ulysse Goskrap in 7th. Marco Verdelang is 8th. They're the ones who finished. Dominic Reiner, Alvaro Fernandez and Robert Peach did not make the trip. Frank.
A fantastic race. Obviously, we've got Julie there ready to hand over the trophy and Matt getting the celebrations. We're going to be swapping over to Matt as soon as we've got a microphone ready for Dario. Dario obviously very happy. Getting back the momentum for the European Championship. So we're going to swap over to Matt as he talks to Dario.
Well, Dario, That was pretty convincing. You won it with a lap above the rest. Plus, what an amazing race for you.
Yeah, in the practice, I was managing the pace because I feel the car was super fast today, even the engine. So I say, yeah, I try, and then I try to take a gap. After 5-10 minutes, I managed that gap. Yeah, because we plan to change only one time the tires, so I need to manage the outside the tires flow. But it was a clean race.
Pit strategy, tyre strategy. Pleased with the team and how everything went?
Yeah, everything was the best strategy what we make, I think, with only one tire stop. And but you just need to manage. So that's what I do.
You've been so strong in all these European Championships last couple of years, but some bad luck has haunted you in the finals. You've finally broken the curse.
Yeah, the luck turn. Sometimes back, sometimes you lost, but you also need to win a race. So maybe yes.
Any nerves creeping in towards the end that maybe something could go wrong, or will you just get to the end?
No, I just I make a funny thing to to my mechanic. I simulated a radio problem in the last 2 laps in the straight. But yeah, was everything worked really good.
Next up, the Worlds.
Next up, the Worlds. So with the new upgrade, we will see. Forza Infinity.
Best of luck. Congratulations.
Good stuff there from Dario. Getting the applause.
Forza Infinity.
Forza Infinity, yes. And well, the Worlds, is that the one that's at the Infinity track?
Yeah, in Japan. I think the final is on the 4th of November. So it'd be the week prior to that. So I think they'll be racing from about the Tuesday, the 31st of October, all the way through to the 4th. There is live coverage by our friends at Live RC, so there will be live free coverage of that final. Obviously, time zones aren't brilliant for Europe, but make an effort to see it. So it will be live on the internet, but not with us, I don't think, unless Matt's going to do a thing where we share it. I don't know the broadcast, but you will be able to see it. So yeah, enjoy that. It's always a good race. The Japanese are incredibly good at 1/8 IC racing, so it won't be a foregone conclusion that Dario or any of the Europeans can win, because the Japanese are very, very strong and they'll be at home. So I think it's going to be a great championship as long as it stays dry, because that time of year can be a bit damp in Japan. That's the only problem.
Right. Okay. So I think that that brings an end to our live coverage here from Villarreal, Portugal. We hope you all enjoyed it, and check out EFRA.ws if you want to know more about RC racing in your neck of the woods. If you're in Europe, and if you like to be an RC TV hero, check out the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and click that join button and check out all the great benefits you can see. The main thing is stickers. Also, always love stickers for RC people. And you can also check out rcracingtv.com if you want to get some sweet, sweet merch. Don't forget RCTV 10 for a 10% discount off your first order. So there's our official finishing order. Of course, the cars will be inspected. That is the provisional finishing order. But there we go. Dario Balestre, Simon Kurzbuch, Tony Gruber, Mirko Salemi, Carmine Raiola, Francesco Terroni, Yillis Grosskamp, Marco Wiegerding, Dominic Greiner, and Calvo Alvaro Fernandez, and Robert Peach, unfortunately finishing 11th. So that was our main final. That is the end of our finals day coverage here in Villarreal. So thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you next week from Turkheim in Germany for the Electric Touring Car European Championships, and from Starek, Czech Republic, for the large-scale off-road European Championships. Until then, this has been Frank McKinney, followed with Nick Damon from home, Matt Damon in the production booth, and Jude McCallum on the camera. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next week.